Welcome to the Dubrovnik for the first part of very interesting 2 days in this beautiful town with $1 million views. Welcome to the first panel of the day, because we have a lot of work to do. We start almost sharp. That means that you're already halfway Croatians because you're a little bit late. That's a tradition, easy going, especially in this part of Croatia. Lovely to see all the smiling faces. We have everything for this conference to succeed. A lot of breaks, lunch breaks, dinners, parties, and that's about something which we can start on. But the first thing we need to start to talk about is the future, which is always here and already here, especially when we talk about artificial intelligence. I'm the analog guy, I'll be your moderator, but we have some interesting digital stuff to offer to you, especially with the first subject or the theme of the day: how artificial intelligence can strengthen the European competitiveness. That means that it's a hard question, and we have few brave people to answer those questions in about an hour. I hope that you're ready to clap your hands so we can introduce them all. Please welcome Ivan Crnčec, State Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Public Administration, Digital Transformation, Croatia. That's a lot of things to have on your business card. Welcome. You can sit over there with your name. Please welcome. I greet Hendrik Bourgeois, Head of European Government Affairs, Mastercard Europe. Welcome. From Belgium, as I suppose, right? So you speak all the languages you need. French, German, everything. Not Croatian. You will be fluent in Croatian till this evening, I promise you, with AI help as well. I greet Stjepan Droglic, Vice President of the Supervisory Board, Orbico Group. Welcome. It's nice to have you. I call the lovely lady, Cezara Pane, AI Policy Lead, CAE, Government Affairs, Public Policy, Google. Bună dimineața. I heard that you're from Romania. Nice to have you in this panel as well. And we have Mihail Mudric, Associate Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Zagreb, joining us. Welcome, Professor. The seat is yours. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the only man who can ask all the questions about AI this morning, the New Frontier Foundation President, Mr. Natko Lakovic. Natko, join us. The floor is yours. Enjoy the first one. And I've heard that we have something interesting to offer as well. Enjoy.
Thank you very much for this lovely, really lovely introduction. It's a beautiful day to be here in Dubrovnik this morning. I really feel fortunate to have such a distinguished panel here this morning for you. Dubrovnik Forum represents really a most strategic conference on behalf of Croatian government, so really appreciate to be here and to have the opportunity to work together with Dubrovnik Forum. As we see, we have about 45-50 minutes to talk about something that's so strategic, so important, so much future is lying in AI technology. So we created this panel, which consists of people from the government, private sector, corporations, major players, and also academia and research expertise. So on my behalf, really welcome, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you. We have some technical issues, but I hope everything will work out fine. AI, okay. So to really be AI, we use this time AI tool. Actually, we used Google AI tool to create introductions of ladies and gentlemen that are here sitting next to me. So I would kindly ask our technical wizards over there to introduce and use our AI tool to introduce the panel and the speakers. Please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. She is AI policy lead for the Central and Eastern European region. Google is among the global leaders in AI development, spearheading advancements through extensive research and significant investments in infrastructure. By integrating cutting-edge AI technologies like Gemini and Veo into its core products, Google drives both foundational breakthroughs and practical applications, enhancing productivity and empowering users worldwide. Next up, we have Ivan Kernchek, State Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Public Administration, and Digital Transformation. With the formation of this ministry last year, digital transformation was incorporated at the government level for the first time, signifying its importance as one of the government's 4 key priorities. As the national competent authority, the ministry recently launched work on 2 crucial legislative acts related to AI: the implementation of the AI Act into domestic legislation, and the country's first national AI strategy. Our third panelist is Stjepan Rajic. Stjepan is a seasoned entrepreneur, currently serving at Orbico Group as the vice president of the supervisory board. Orbico is Croatian-based distribution and logistics company established by the Roglic family. Over the years, it became one of Europe's leading distributors of consumer goods, expanding its operations across 20 European countries, with the most significant presence in the CEE region. With a workforce of approximately 8,000 employees, Orbico manages a diverse portfolio of over 500 global and local brands. Our fourth panelist is Professor Michael Miso Mudrik. His expertise spans various areas of law, with notable focus on the intersection of technology and law. This area often intersects with the legal aspects of raw material extraction, supply, and trade. He actively lectures and practices in the field of AI law, with focus in intellectual property rights and privacy. Furthermore, his insights into the current knowledge, needs, and concerns of public sector employees regarding AI adoption are invaluable, since he teaches at the State School of Public Administration. His perspectives on how Croatia can best leverage AI will greatly enrich our conversation. We are especially honored to have here with us Mr. Hendrik Bourgeois. He is a true heavyweight in government affairs and public policy, with more than 2 decades of experience in leading roles with industry and tech leaders, such as GE, Cargill, Apple, and Intel. He has recently joined MasterCard as the head of government affairs and policy for Europe, and chose this event for one of his first appearances in the new role. He has been active in Brussels business associations, notably serving as the president of the American Chamber of Commerce to the EU and a board member of Digital Europe. Through these roles, and as a member of the European Policy Center's Strategic Council, he has frequently engaged in high-level discussions on European technology and competition policy. His career reflects a strong transatlantic perspective, with expertise in combining policy and business between the US and Europe. Before we dive into the discussion, let me feature a special guest who will join the final segment of our discussion to present his association. Here with us we have Tomasz Snezik, CEO of the AI Chamber. As a newly established entity, his organization advocates for responsible innovation and crucial policy collaboration across the CEE region. Now that you've met our panelists, get ready for an insightful and engaging discussion. Stay tuned for our next segment, where the real conversation begins.
What do you think? Not bad, huh? It's quite easy, huh, with AI. I think this was quite interesting, and we really wanted to showcase what we are going to talk about and what the future is bringing to everybody, whether we are in business or in academia or in government practice. So we'll start with Cesara. And Cesara, welcome to Dubrovnik. And the first question related to Google really would be, how can AI help address Europe's productivity, focusing on economic growth, particularly in Central Eastern Europe region? Please.
Yes, thank you very much, Natko, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here in Dubrovnik and start the day with a very important conversation about artificial intelligence that I think is a very important topic in nowadays debate about how we want to have Europe a very competitive place where we'd like to deploy technology, to be able to kickstart innovation. So I think this is something that we'd like to address, and also starting with Croatia. Croatia, understanding the potential of the country for adopting generative AI. So I wanted to showcase very briefly with you a report that we at Google had commissioned for an independent consultancy to deliver and to research. So this is actually that you will see further on the stage, on the screen, is the report basically addressing the opportunity that Croatia has if it adopts generative AI into its administration, core practices, business, and administration. So I would present just a few of the important data points that I think would be relevant for you to remember and understand. So if Croatia is building and achieving this potential, it can increase the global the GDP with 5%. So that means 3 to 4 billion euros added to Croatia's economy if it captures this right opportunity. And later on, I will mention exactly what we need to do as a society to capture this economic opportunity. What is important is to understand that it will have a cross-sectorial impact across our economies, societies, how we do digital upskilling in the administration, how we work with citizens so that they will not be left behind by the adoption of technology, but actually improving their work with it. So the report also shows that besides this economic opportunity that will create an increase in the capacity of the economy, it will also have a direct impact in how people will be working. And actually you can see that 1 million citizens from Croatia only will be augmented by AI. So their job will not be replaced or affected, but in fact, majority of them would be helped in their daily work by artificial intelligence. And I think that says a lot about how we would like to strengthen Europe's competitiveness and make sure that our processes are much more streamlined, that efficiency in the sectors is increased, that we are able to deliver our daily job tasks even faster and more efficient, and that leads to increasing productivity in Europe. And we know for sure that compared to other places in the world like US or China or other economies, Europe is sometimes lagging behind, and we need to address it. And we have this role of trying to promote what is important in Europe to remain competitive and to be able to be true to our values and mission of promoting trustworthy AI and ethical values. And I think that's something that we can do together. And the economy is a very powerful engine for driving this change. Boosting R&D in Europe is going to be very important. Capturing this opportunity will highly benefit the society. And I'm happy to develop even further later on, but I just wanted to leave you with some parting thoughts, and you can find the study online to see exactly what is the opportunity. We have it for the whole CE region, and I think our region needs to be much more active in pursuing this opportunity, actively participating in the discussions that are now up to date in the AI regulation and the whole discussion about how we'd like to have this framework being settled, because it will directly impact how the opportunity will be then developed. This is for me in the introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these interesting points that you raised, Cesara. Let's move from private sector to really a government, and let's move to Croatian government. And here with us we have State Secretary Ivan Crnčić on behalf of the ministry. Croatia recently actually got the ministry who is in charge not only of justice and state administration, but also digital transformation. So, and the ministry is preparing a very important act, a very important strategy. It's called National AI Development Plan for a period of until 2032, along with an action plan. So, Mr. Crnčić, can you explain really what's driving this important activity in the ministry, and what are the current plans, and how is actually Croatian government developing and looking into these important opportunities for our country?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Natko. Thank you for the question, for the invitation. Also, in fact, for accepting me as a substitute, because minister was originally planned, which is, I believe, would be better, not just obviously because he is a minister, but also because of his knowledge of this topic. But I guess I hope I will be up to the task. Yes, indeed, we are working on these two strategic documents that you mentioned. So one is the National AI Development Plan. We just started at the end of May working on this, let's say, broader strategic document, which is providing the overall vision of where we want to go until 2032, but also it will be supported by the accompanying action plan, which will, of course, then in more detail just detailize the concrete measures from this strategy for the next 3 years period, so from 26 till 28. And we have a pretty large, I would say, expert working group consisting of around 45 members, which is, I would say, very inclusive. So we are covering all the relevant parts, segments of the government sector, but also AI research centers, also the representative from the business and startup community, academia. So we have universities from 5 cities, in fact, both private and, of course, state universities. In Croatia, we have NGO sector, so a lot of people working on these two strategic documents. We have, I would say, the broad vision. We have the most important strategic pillars. So let's say the key priorities of this national development plan are first, trustworthy AI and alignment with the AI Act. So we are, I think, here, like I would say, a number of EU member states facing some challenges with the alignment with the AI Act, but we definitely want to do it right. We don't want to do it just as some kind of compliance exercise. We really want to fully align with the AI Act and simply to build trust in technology, in our institutions, in the market. The second pillar, the second key priority is investment in innovation, research and infrastructure. So again, here we will develop some concrete measures to increase national support to AI research, also participation in European data spaces, and also to increase our use of data centers and high performance computing infrastructure. The third important key priority is skills and talents development. So here, again, we would like to have our AI talents flow through all the levels of education. From the primary schools, where we are already starting from this fall, so from next school year 25-26, we will have AI in the school curricula. And also we want to, of course, have it in university labs and also for the lifelong education, basically, of both our civil servants, of our public servants, and also our workers at the job market. Then I would say the fourth important pillar, the fourth priority would be responsible AI deployment in economy and society. Again, we would like to boost up AI use by SMEs, by startups, but also by some important strategic sectors like agriculture, like tourism, like health, for example. And finally, the last key priority is AI in public administration, something that Cesara was already mentioning. I think we want to show not only that we are regulating AI, but that we are also using it. So definitely we think there is a huge potential to use AI in public administration. We are already using, I think, somebody told me 793 different ICT solutions in public administration. Some of them are also, of course, AI-based, but we know that we can, of course, increase the digital literacy of our public servants. We are right now with our State School of Public Administration conducting one assessment. We are having a questionnaire also to simply assess the readiness of our state bodies to apply AI. So I think we are having the vision, we are having the direction, and we will we do believe by the end of this year.
End of this year.
Yes, conclude both of these documents.
Excellent, really exciting. You mentioned skills, public servants, and here with us we have Professor Mudrić, who is working with State School of Public Administration. So can you tell us a little bit what's the status and what's the level of knowledge and understanding of really of AI technologies? I recently was in Slovenia at one conference, and one of the ministers in Slovenia told me that they have a problem because people at the ministry are actually uploading very important documents into some AI tools, which is a kind of something that they shouldn't do. Do we have such problems here in Croatia?
Absolutely, yes. That's one of the key points that are very problematic in practice. I think the pillar 3 that was just mentioned is perhaps at this point crucial. And the questionnaire that you mentioned, I've been conducting this questionnaire with the state administration. I've done educational programs with other institutions as well, Diplomatic Academy as well, Croatian Bureau of Insurance, et cetera, et cetera. And I get the similar response from all the participants. What is it? What is AI? Are we already using this without realizing that we're using this? Are we allowed to use this? Are there any specific tools that we are supposed to use? Nobody in our institution is telling us anything. We don't have any codes of practice, any guidelines, recommendations. They come to the program of education called AI literacy, and they want to learn, are they allowed to use this? Should they register with their private name, private email or official email? Are they allowed to submit any information, not just any kind of document, but sensitive information as well? What happens with this data? Is it preserved by the provider of the service? Is it placed somewhere in a server outside of Croatia, outside of Europe? And what happens with this data? So there's plenty of different questions that are open. Majority of the people who participate in these literacy programs are telling me and are pointing in this questionnaire that they hadn't had any literacy educational programs whatsoever, with the small exception of the people in the IT sector connected to cybersecurity. So I think it is important to establish this educational service, not just on the state level, but also on the institutional level as well, both in the public sector and private sector as well. People seek knowledge and instructions. They use these systems without perhaps realizing that they use this, and they're not aware of the consequences, be this positive or a negative consequence. So having this starting off from kindergarten, as was mentioned before, all the way up to wherever it is that you work is crucial. In Singapore, they started introducing little robots to children in kindergartens. Is there saying this is what their life will look like, this is what their future will be, and we have to prepare them for this? And they established mandatory educational program for all the skilled workforce, regardless of whether they work in the public sector or private, because they feel that without utilization of AI-enabled systems and tools, it will be impossible to compete, and it will be impossible to keep up with what we're facing today. We're facing another wave of industrial evolution, I would argue, and without the implementation, realization what these tools actually are, how they can improve the things they do, but how careful we have to be, it's impossible to keep up. One final thought, one of the things that I stress in these programs, whether this is state school or a different entity, is if you use any kind of tools, whatever they are, it's your own responsibility. You have to assume responsibility for the output that comes out of these tools, meaning that if you're not an expert in the field, you will not be able to recognize whether the output coming from, is it Gemini, is it ChatGPT, whatever, whether this is correct or not. And in order to have this, we need to simply educate people. I think this is enough for the introduction.
Excellent, very interesting. Thank you. Hendrik, AI tool introduced you as a heavyweight, and we are really happy that you're here with us as a true European government affairs heavyweight with lots of experience. You come from MasterCard. MasterCard is a tech company, actually. What's your perspective as a company, as a MasterCard for European competitiveness, really? And how do you see Europeans or European companies competing in this area of AI applications?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here. I'm going to try to do a human-centric intervention and not one based on ChatGPT. Otherwise, next year, I'll be replaced by an AI bot. It will all be, my presentation will be done by artificial intelligence. Look, I think, as was said before, absorbing AI in the European economy, particularly for SMEs, I think is of critical importance. It's crucial. It's not only a question of improving efficiency, productivity. It's really necessary to allow our stakeholders in Europe, our economic actors in Europe, not to fall out of the race, the global competitiveness race. Productivity in Europe used to be very high. 25 years ago, 20 years ago, we were leading economic productivity, industrial productivity. This is no longer the case for a variety of reasons. And one way to address that competitiveness gap and productivity gap that in Europe is embracing new technologies such as AI. And so, it's a must-do. I'm glad that governments are focusing on it. I was listening to the State Secretary's intervention. I think he has the right recipe with all the right ingredients. The question will be, how are we going to prepare everything and execute that plan, which will require allocating scarce resources, focus, political decision-making. In Europe, this is always very complicated because you have to find, compromises. But it's absolutely crucial for MasterCard. We run and manage a global payments network. It's obvious that we facilitate daily activities of billions of users on a daily basis, from shopping to traveling to running a business, managing finances, and so being and utilizing the cutting edge of technology, including AI, is necessary, to remain competitive. But for us, it's probably even more, because our system, our payment system, needs to rely on trust. If we don't have trust in the system, all of the stakeholders that we pull into our network, whether it's issuing banks, merchants, acquiring banks, and consumers, if they don't have trust in the system, then we don't have a license to operate, basically. And so it's crucial in that respect. And just to give you an example, we process about 169 billion transactions globally on a yearly basis. That means roughly more than 330 million transactions on a daily basis. And we're continuously looking at opportunities to protect and secure those transactions against fraud, against theft. It's a bit like water that continuously circulates around rocks or around bricks, and you have to protect the bricks against infiltration from water. And we use AI tools to do that, right? And so, for instance, we use very machine learning algorithms to analyze huge data sets to predict whether a particular transaction that is about to be finalized is or not subject to fraud, is genuine. And so we provide a label to our banks with whom we partner and say, look, this particular transaction has some elements that suggest that it could be fraudulent, and then based on that label, it's up to the bank to decide whether or not, based on its risk appetite, to proceed with the transaction or not. But it's crucial, it's essential, as identity theft increases with the use of AI, for instance. We need to be on the top of this as well. And again, if we don't do it, we really have a fundamental issue, and so it's of critical importance, not only for Europe's competitiveness and SMEs, but also for a global player like MasterCard.
You mentioned trust, yes. And today trust is really precious commodity. How do you see MasterCard really can continue being a trustworthy company?
Look, we engage as much as possible in public-private partnerships. We engage with SMEs. For instance, we created in Belgium a European Cyber Resilience Center. It's a center that brings together MasterCard, but also our customers, our partners in the financial services sector, governments, and agencies like Europol, where we work together on solutions to address not only fraud but also cybersecurity risk. And so engaging with a lot of stakeholders to finding concrete solutions to real problems that society is facing, I think is a way to increase trust and create that trust. I think it's working quite well. We're also doing quite a bit of engagement with SMEs. We created which are the engine of economic activity in Europe, and in smaller countries like my country, Belgium and Croatia, where the SMEs are really the driving force of the economy. So we do a lot of work with SMEs to enable them to adopt AI technology, to digitize. We have funds available when grants based on eligibility criteria. We create, AI, small business AI chatbots in the United States, for instance. So it's really about not only ensuring that your system works well, is safe, secure, and fast, but it's also making sure that you contribute to addressing the issues that your stakeholders have, and being part of their solution as well, beyond what your bottom line interest is.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's move to now we had the opportunity to listen to some major global corporations like MasterCard and Google. And here today with us we have Mr. Stjepan Roglic from major Croatian company in large distribution company, Orbico. And Stjepan, you were in United States recently with the American Chamber of Commerce delegation, and you visited some major companies like NVIDIA and others. Can you give us a little bit of your perspective returning from United States? And how is AI important in your business? And let's say the realistic creation perspective of application of AI in your company, and especially how Croatia as a country should move forward.
It was a great pleasure and privilege to be part of American Chamber of Commerce delegation to Silicon Valley. This year where we visited Google and NVIDIA, two global technology leaders. So it was for us a great opportunity to see that Croatia, or Europe, if you want, has its position. We have a lot of engineers which are now part of Google or Silicon Valley companies' headquarters, a lot of local Croatian and European people who are in the middle of this innovation process. And it was great to see that we have future in front of us through technology, through artificial intelligence, robotics, and telecommunications. We have a lot of innovations to implement locally here in Europe, in Southeast Europe or Croatia, if you want, and as a business community, together with Croatian part of American Chamber of Commerce, Croatian business community. We also here in this forum, we also have local IT companies which are already, let's say, on the edge of this new process. To see that we have a lot of things to do to participate. For us, as element of Croatian business community, it's important to see that not only chambers, but also voluntary diplomacy as Croatian corps of consuls, where I'm also participating. A Croatian community of ambassadors here is very active to position Croatia and Southeast Europe through Rakvijak, also Europe as, if you stay globally, also one of the key elements in global geopolitical scene. It's important to see that we are all part of it, and we would like to, as a business community, or if you want, as a local company, to implement global solutions and technological innovations in our business processes. It's not easy I know that there are a lot of changes. Overnight, you see some new technology coming from Southeast Asia. Tomorrow, you see technology from the United States, then from Europe as well. Because in Europe, there are also some good, let's say, startups which are ready for a new technological era. So we, as a small country, if you want, and as a business community here in Southeast Europe, we can do a lot to be part of this new technological process.
Are you saying that small countries especially should embrace technology and digitalization?
Yeah.
When we spoke the other day before this conference here in Dubrovnik, you mentioned that you noticed that all of these big companies that are developing AI solutions, that actually it's very important for them to work with governments. Can you explain this observation and why do you mention that? And how governments are really important because they regulate the environment.
Yes.
The innovation comes from private sector. Governments are not really the innovators in
Yes.
that respect. They're not innovating. They're not bringing new technology. The private sector is bringing new technology to the table.
Yes.
So can you explain this observation a little bit to the audience today?
What private sector is innovating, government is regulating. So we need to be. We are in the same boat, and we are glad that we are part as a commerce, as a chamber of commerce, as a consular corps. That we are in communication with governments, and I'm glad that here we have government representative, and we are in close contact with them, and we want to be as much as possible free to innovate, but of course we must be also. Let's say, we must be also subject to regulations. And I'm sure that Europe, as the oldest, globally oldest community, maybe has most advanced regulations, which does not mean that these regulations is highest possible adapted to new innovation process, especially in AI. Because Europe is the only global community, European Union, which has AI Act. In the United States, there is more freedom for startups to implement, to innovate AI or robotics or other technology advantages into their business processes and into their products. In Europe, we have more. Let's say to wait until European Commission is, let's say, giving us more freedom. But I'm hope that since European Commission has recognized that they should be more, let's say, prone to European innovation community, and they are actually deregulating 70% of their total, let's say, scope. And I'm hope that as a business here in Europe that we are ready to use this new environment.
Thank you. Cesara, you're dealing with regulations. From your experience and your daily work, what are the primary regulatory challenges facing AI deployment in Europe? And what are the main recommendations, if I may say, for the governments to understand that?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think this is a very important discussion to have and timely right now. As you know, the AI Act is now already adopted. It will be soon implemented, but I think what is important is that it adds to over 100 pieces of regulation that have been developed at the European Union level in the 5 years in the topic of digital transformation, and it also touches upon cross-sectorial legislation, so on data protection, consumer protection, on copyright, so it has a very broad impact into our daily lives about how this is going to be implemented. And we believe that Europe could be highly affected if we don't catch up on the innovatory wave. and if regulation will be preventing companies to innovate. And the regulatory burden will be hardly felt, especially on the SMEs, on the unicorns, on those who want to grow fast and to have the capacity to innovate here in Europe. Those would be first to be affected, not necessarily the larger companies that have the resources and capabilities to comply with the regulation. So I think it is very important to understand the scope that we want to achieve with this piece of regulation. Of course, just now we have, yesterday we had recently published the Code of Practice, the GPI code that is basically adding to this regulation, the AI Act, and it's not particularly supportive of innovation as it is framed right now. We believe it's very important to offer a grace period or more time for companies to be able to pursue the necessary adjustments internally so that they will be able to comply with the necessary measures that are now being adopted. So delaying the implementation of the AI Act has been thoroughly discussed recently. We believe this is a very important issue to address, just to make sure that the companies in Europe are able to implement these very thorough changes and in a meaningful way. And more than that, we believe that offering more flexible regulatory framework and future-proof is very important, making sure that governments and companies can work together in designing what we'd like for Europe to be an innovative space where we'd like to have more companies coming here, being based. And you know, at times we had the challenges that not all the data, the product features were able to develop in Europe, just because we were highly regulated and we decided not to pursue some opportunities in Europe. So we'd like to understand exactly what is the stance in the region, how we can work together, how we can build more trust and also innovative policies across the governments. We really believe this is a voice that should be heard at the European Union level, and together with those who are representing the states, we should understand exactly what are the goals that we want to pursue together. But we think this is a very timely moment to discuss and to have action from the governments on this front to foster innovation in Europe and in CE.
We hear word trust a lot these days. It's very important, you know, to create dialogue. And I want to ask you, Mr. Trnčec, in terms of partnerships that you as government, as ministry are doing, can you elaborate a little bit on AI models for justice and your practices, recent practices in that area as well?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, definitely. I want to just shortly follow up to the question you addressed before to Mr. Roglic about the collaboration. I also do believe that we have a good collaboration with the business community, and that it will be even increased in the future. So I told you what is the structure of our working group, which includes also the participation of the members of business and startup community. Also, according to the AI Act, we will be obliged also to develop AI regulatory sandboxes, which is something that we are really eager to do. So I think this will also show good cooperation, because we will develop the safe environment to basically develop and test innovative AI solutions. Regarding the justice part, because this is primarily my portfolio, I must tell you, 5 years ago we were just Ministry of Justice when public administration was added to our portfolio. I must admit I was not the biggest fan of that. Even last year when the digital transformation was added, which was said also in the presentations by the AI, I was thinking this will be really a lot. We are really becoming a huge ministry. But now after 1 year of experience, I can tell you that I think it was a good idea, and I think that we really, I mean, when I say we, I think primarily about the justice system, we benefited a lot from the digital transformation. So it really boosted up some of the processes. So yes, we do have some good AI models already already existing, and we have some in the pipeline. We have now for some time AI chatbots, for example, for land registry, and we have, and I think this is a good example of what this digital transformation added to our portfolio. One AI-based system of anonymization and publication of judicial decisions. Mm-hmm. Because beforehand we had one system of publishing judicial decisions on at the website of the Supreme Court. It was including only judgments from the Supreme Court and some, let's say, more important judgments from the higher courts. And in, I would say, maybe a little bit less than 2 decades, we entered about 300,000 judgments in the system. Now with this new AI system called Anon, just in these first 6 months, so half of this year, we have entered 300,000 more. So we're transferring this 300,000 from before. We had around 600,000 fully anonymized and published decisions from all instances, from all courts, and I think it's a huge step forward. What we are doing also right now, we are equipping our around 1,500 courtrooms with the equipment for audio recording of the main hearings. Mm. This will be a major shift for Croatian judiciary. We will, you know, these days our proceedings look like, you know, if you are a witness or any party or a court expert or whoever, a defendant, you give a statement and then the judge is paraphrasing it, summarizing and dictating it to the typist, where we are of course using a lot of time, not to mention the accuracy and transparency of the whole process, with this new audio recording, which also has this AI-based model of so-called speech-to-text, so auto transcripts of the main hearings. We will speed up the proceedings. We will significantly contribute to the overall accuracy. Another thing which is in the pipeline is one project proposal that we are drafting right now on predictive justice. This is, I would say, a very hot topic, a very delicate topic also, but we are going in 2 directions. One is to support our judges in drafting their judgments by, for example, using AI to summarize the jurisprudence or to generate some kind of templates for them more easily to draft their judgments in, let's say, some standardized type of cases, like the small value cases, like misdemeanor cases. But we also want to go in one other direction, to have some AI-based systems for the citizens, so that they can enter some crucial relevant parameters in the system, and by using real data, which we already have now in our integrated case management system, they can get a more clear picture what to expect maybe from their proceedings. Also, this will be also, of course, used for the prediction of court fees and also for the estimation of the overall litigation costs. Mm-hmm. And I will finish with this, because I think this is a little bit exclusive for this panel. We are right now amending our criminal code, our penal code. We are doing it primarily in order to become I see here the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, to become the member of the OECD. We are in the midst, or I believe somewhere towards the end of this process, to acceding to OECD. Mm-hmm. But within this, fulfilling some OECD recommendations, we are also introducing one new criminal offense, which will be covering basically the criminal liability of the AI, of the artificial intelligence. So not a lot of people still know that. It will be soon in public consultations. Professor Mudrić knows it because we invited him to join our working group because of his, of course, great knowledge on this topic. But this is something that there is not so many examples in the world even. We have the compensation damage, so civil lawsuits in the States. We have, France has something like that. We are, to be honest, primarily introducing it because of automated vehicles, so the famous robotaxis. But we are making it broader. So it will be, you know, the commission or omission within the development, testing, verification, use and management of AI system, and we will of course have the basic form and then some qualified forms. So the basic form will be endangerment for life and property, and then some qualified forms of the criminal offense if there has been a more serious consequence. For example, if there was a serious bodily harm, or if there was a large-scale property damage, or if there was a death of one or more persons. So I think here we will be some kind of pioneers in this regard, and we hope it will be soon in public consultations, and I do hope for the good feedback also to maybe even improve this new criminal offense.
When I listen to you and I hear this, I think your role is like a spokesperson, the ministry, the spokesperson of AI in Croatian government. You should talk to other ministries also to embrace AI as you are trying to embrace. And congratulations on that.
We have it in our portfolio, so we have to promote it. I think that's one of our roles.
Absolutely. This is one of your major tasks. I have this here, the question about safeguarding public interests. And Professor Mudic, what would be your recommendation and your views and ideas for Croatian government and other governments really to safeguard public interests when they are developing new acts like Croatia is doing right now? What are the major important ingredients in that respect?
The major question there is the issue of, obviously, privacy. We all have smart devices, phones, smart watches. We have companies collecting data on us from our cars, from our homes, from the cameras, and it affects our lives in ways that it's difficult to understand to the extent if you're not really reading a lot about it. There's people trying to get mortgages and then they're being told that they've been flagged red because the credit agency scored them as not eligible to be able to pay out mortgage. Why? Because once they've been in a hotel where there was a casino and they purchased something or paid for drinks, and it automatically, the card payment automatically connected this with the existence of casino, and this being one of the criteria of people eligibly being able to spend out the money, not being able to repay the mortgage. So there's things to consider. You take a photo of anyone here with your camera, and if you have enough money to pay, you'll be able to get information on who this person is, where do they work, what's their financial situation, who is in their vicinity as family members, what it is that they do, where do they go to school, et cetera, et cetera. If you are a government official or a company employee and you upload a sensitive document to any of the bots that you use, this information will be collected by the company to do machine learning retraining of the data, which is a gold mine. All of us that use these tools, we are actually a gold mine for the companies to retrain their bots and make them better and better all the time. So the question is, what happens with this data? Can it go out? Can somebody else accidentally, even by a virtue of a prompt, access any of this sensitive data? What is the policy of sharing? What is the policy of privacy preservation? How is this implemented? So the biggest question is, can the state trust a private company to be able to come to an arrangement where privacy is protected to a sufficient effect that we as a state can say that we are securing our position? Now, some governments in the world seem to be very skeptical about this. French government, for example, refuses to allow the use of privately run bots or AI tools, Gen AI tools. They use a tool that they've come up with on their own, but it's far less effective than what we're seeing in the market today. Some other entities like the British government, in terms of the MI6, they moved all of their data to Amazon Web Services, not because of the cloud, but because of the algorithm capacity to analyze data. So obviously this can be done, and there are methods to do this, but it has to be done by means of cooperation with from one side of the state and the other side of the private sector, realizing, and there's a lot of thrust to be placed on the private sector in terms of recognizing what truly public interest or national security is, and what kind of a service needs to be provided to enable this service. I know we have little time, so I'll just finish with this. I do believe that it's very important for the European institutions and competent bodies to push forward the agenda of establishing this very strong framework of responsibility, both on the state side and the private side, to be able to connect to a sufficient level of security, both for the public interest but also business interest as well. I'll finish with this.
Thank you, very interesting. We have about 7-8 minutes to go, so we'll kind of move with questions a little bit faster. Hendrik, MasterCard is also leveraging AI to empower SMEs. You have so many customers. We talked about trustworthiness. What are other policies and initiatives that MasterCard has for Europe?
Well, generally speaking, we look at a lot of areas that, where we can contribute to the policy debate, where we can provide thought leadership. One thing that I would like to pick up on, for instance, this discussion that we're having about, how to regulate in the public interest, how to regulate to prevent risks from the use of AI to society, to vulnerable groups in our society, I think is a very important discussion. But I think that Europe is a heavyweight in dealing with that issue. Right? Europe, let's be clear. If the AI Act was adopted, the principal purpose was not to, make sure that SMEs use AI, that AI is incorporated in our business models. No, the purpose was clearly to prevent risk to European citizens, and rightly so, right? Because there are risks. And so I think it's very important that we have regulations in place that promote responsible AI, that incorporates principles of privacy, security, transparency, inclusion, all these things, incredibly important. But as we are Europeans, we think about these things first. We think about risks, and then later we think about opportunities. And so I think, because of the precautionary principle and what have you not. And so I think we're now in a situation where European legislators, regulators, government officials are kind of waking up and saying, well, wait a minute, haven't we focused too much on addressing, identifying, and regulating the risk, which needs to be happening, don't get me wrong. But on the other hand, are we not missing out on opportunities? And should we not be regulating more, not to create obstacles, but to remove obstacles? And so that's a debate where I think a company like MasterCard can contribute a lot. There's a lot that can, and as I said, I think the Croatian government has the right recipes to try to do this. And the European Union is looking at this as well, a little bit after the fact, with the adoption of the AI Continent Plan, which is a large program that is geared towards, allocating funds to create gigafactories for AI-enabled data centers and things like that. But it remains to be seen whether we'll be able to kind of also embrace regulation, removing obstacles that permits innovation. And I think that's the real challenge, because we're really good at identifying the risk and regulating the risk as compared to other regions in the world.
I just want to ask you a quick question on this transatlantic relations and transatlantic trade and tariffs negotiations. Is this impacting your business as well, MasterCard? Because we're looking at the outcomes that are going to be seen quite soon. So,
in general, obviously, the world. We run a global network.
Yes.
We're like many other multinational corporates. We grew in a globalized world, and we benefit from globalization because that gives us scales, it gives us opportunities. It allows us to apply business models in a ubiquitous way. And the world is fragmenting. The world is fragmenting. We see, greater economic protectionism, barriers to trade, barriers to investments, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And I think, I think we should be promoting greater cooperation amongst nations that believe that there is that economic prosperity and public interest is served by economic partnership between nations. And so, that's something that I think we should be promoting as global companies, and governments that believe in that approach for society should be continuing to promoting internationalism, cooperation, multilateralism. I think is increasingly under threat, obviously, but this is something that we need to work on. And these are difficult times. These are really difficult times with a lot of uncertainty, and that's hard for businesses, right? Because, for instance, in the trade world, I think businesses can deal with the imposition of tariffs. We know how to adapt. We're flexible if tariffs comes, whether you work for MasterCard or another company.
What is much more difficult is when there's uncertainty around the tariff, whether sometimes it will be adopted, maybe it's not going to be adopted, maybe it's going to be adopted later. That prevents a business operator to, to plan, and that destroys value. So it's a real challenge.
Thank you. Stjepan, as a major Croatian, not just Croatian, but also regional company, what are your views on this, transatlantic and global situation in business, and what do you as a company expect from Brussels, from European Commission, when you look at your future business plans and development? And we also talked about Ukraine. How do you see the situation in Ukraine affecting, the war in Ukraine, affecting your future business plans?
Yes. As I mentioned before, my company is a regional player in logistics and services to multinational companies. We are also present in Ukraine. And we also, not as Ukrainians, but as Europeans, we just want this war to stop. My company is ready. My company already invested a lot in Ukraine, and we expect from Europe, from the States, and from transatlantic community in total, to as soon as possible regulate all the activities for us to grow the business in a secure environment, in regulations, in the defense policy, and in business environment in total. My company is ready. My company is in partnership with global players, mainly American, United States companies, and we would like this market, especially in Ukraine and East Europe, which is not yet part of European Union or NATO, to as soon as possible become matured market with the infrastructure of government institutions, of chambers of commerce, of local business and government infrastructure, so that we can run the business as usual.
Okay.
I hope that it will be as soon as possible.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stjepan. So we have about less than 1 minute to go. Cesare, I just want to ask you for some final thoughts and recommendations from your position, and then we go to our friend Tamas to introduce quickly AI Chamber. Please.
So not many parting thoughts before, besides what has been already said. I think it's very important to act now. It's a timely moment. We really appreciate partnership from cross-industry, government, civil society alike, because we think AI regulation is something that will really impact the future of the decades that will follow and how we all will be developing technology and using it. Everyone is already using AI in their daily lives, so I think it's very important to take an active role on that front. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tamas Snažnik is our call.
How much time do I have?
You have 1 minute, because you're Superman.
60 seconds. So
he will tell us, about new chamber. It's called AI Chamber, and, Tamas comes from Poland.
Yes, I come from Poland. However, my last name is Croatian, as we talked yesterday. Yes, AA Chamber. We are registered in Poland. We have only and solely SMEs as members. So only either you're a SME or a startup-driven unicorn, as 11 Labs or ISI are our members. Our aim is to have members in all the CE countries. We have right now we have members in Poland and in Czech Republic. And recently we launched two documents. One is the AA Action Plan, which you can see on the website aaactionplan.eu, and you can download it for free. And as Cesare said, and I would like to also compliment what all of you said, that the time is to act is now. And it's not only this report that Cesare was presenting regarding the impact. I think a year ago everybody was talking about the Draghi's report, and Draghi's report, yes, if you actually think about it, was about getting loads of cash to Europe, and we think that is very, very crucial. So So our AI action plan is fostering three things. Position AI as a hub of AI innovation. We have people, we have the gut, we have the drive. We can actually do it. Accelerate adoption across the economy. It was said by by Ivan, and not only economy but also the government as well, and invest in foundations of AI by also regulating it. And I cannot complement what Stepan said, and also Hendrik, regarding the role of SMEs and that SMEs are the backbone of our economy. So recently, we also managed to do a survey and a report for 11 countries. So we've managed to survey 3,259 companies, and 337 of them were from Croatia. So this is new. This was launched last week. You can also download it on our website. And the most crucial thing is that people need to be educated. There are staff shortages, and we actually want to adopt AI. We want to act. We have to act now. We have to act together, and also this initiative and the 3Cs initiative are very crucial to actually act together. We can do it. There are a lot of examples. The Nordic countries are doing this. We can do it. We can do it the same. We have to act together with the data, with skilling people, with the regulation as well. As it was said by Cesara and Hendrik, the AI Act is I don't know if anybody here read AI Act or the Code of Practice. It's unreadable. It's like spaghetti law. I'm sorry to say that. I'm a lawyer by training, but we need to fix it. And yeah.
Tamas, we will need to end because there are official proceedings.
Yes, I've seen that.
Thank you very much. I think this is so extremely interesting. We can continue for another hour. I reach -4 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is to really thank everybody here for being with us. Congratulations to my dear panelists. The topic is huge. I want to thank Dubrovnik Forum and Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing all of this, putting everything together. And it's important you mentioned the 3Cs initiative. Croatia is hosting the 3Cs initiative Business Summit next year, so we hope to continue to work on AI, digital issues, and many others. Thank you all.
This is AI-generated message. Your panel is terminated. Resistance is futile. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, great panel for the start. Please refresh yourselves. We have a grand opening in at 10:30. That means that I would love to see you all at 10:25. So rush now for some first coffee break and refreshments. Thanks for joining us. mjesta. Program je počeo prije 5 minuta. Hvala. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start. Thank you. Signore e signori, prego sede. Grazie. Mesdames et messieurs, allez, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Setzen Sie sich bitte. Dankeschön. Cijenjeni posjetitelji, zauzmite svoja mjesta. Program kreće za koji trenutak. Ladies and gentlemen, hurry up. Please take your seats. We're about to start. Thank you.
Not continue.
Buongiorno signore e signori e benvenuti. Bonjour mesdames et messieurs et bienvenue. Guten Tag meine geehrten Damen und Herren und herzlich willkommen. Hüleimás uraim, jó reggelt kívánok, üdvözöljük. Buenas tardes señoras y señores, bienvenidos. Merhaba arkadaşlar, hoş geldiniz. Sejdatije, sejdaci, merhaban. Witajte, panie i panowie. Bine ați venit. i na najtežem jeziku s obzirom na broj pravopisa. Poštovane dame i gospodo, dobrodošli na svečano otvaranje konferencije koja čini razliku. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening of the Channeling the Change conference live from Dubrovnik, Croatia. Please welcome your host, me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, in a few hours, dear friends of the most beautiful country in the world, as we say, welcome to a special conference in an uncertain period of time in which we all see what's happening around us with the wars going on in Europe, Middle East, Asia, Africa. We are here to bring some change, a little wind of change to make this year 2025 a year of hope, a year that will make a difference. Welcome to the most beautiful part of the world in the name of all of us, especially during the summer season. We hope that you will have a great time exchanging knowledges, supporting each other, so we can make a clear statement that this is the place where everything can change. Clap your hands for our first speaker. It's my great pleasure, with any further ado, to call in front of you the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament to join us for his opening and greeting speech. Mr. Jandjokovic, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, poštovana predsjednice Parlamenta Republike Slovenije, Državnog zbora, poštovani predsjedniče Parlamentarne skupštine Vijeća Europe, poštovani ministre Radman, domaćine ovog skupa, poštovani drugi ministri, drugi visoki dužnosnici, cijenjeni panelisti, dragi gosti i prijatelji Dubrovnik foruma. Sve vas srdačno pozdravljam u ime Hrvatskog sabora i u ime suorganizatora ove tradicionalne konferencije, Vlade Republike Hrvatske i Ministarstva vanjskih i europskih poslova. Ove godine pripala mi je osobita čast svečano otvoriti Dubrovnik forum. Ovo je 18. po redu Dubrovnik forum, dakle postali smo punoljetni. Skup je to koji se od svojih početaka davne 2006. godine, tada još pod imenom Croatia Summit, razvija kao mjesto susreta i otvorene razmjene mišljenja o ključnim geopolitičkim zbivanjima. Mogu reći kako smo u Dubrovniku navikli razgovarati i otvorenije nego li je to uobičajeno na međunarodnim skupovima. Takvo okruženje za raspravu nerijetko iznjedri i vrlo dragocjene uvide i ideje, drugačije od onih koje obično čujemo. I to je zasigurno dodatna vrijednost ovog foruma. Vjerujem da će to biti slučaj i ove godine, dok svi zajedno svjedočimo ubrzanim, višeslojnim i dalekosežnim globalnim previranjima i rastućoj nesigurnosti. Kroz sljedeća 2 dana imat ćemo prilike čuti vrijedne doprinose predsjednika parlamenata i vlada, predstavnika europskih i transatlantskih institucija. Pridružit će nam se nacionalni ministri, drugi državni dužnosnici, brojni stručnjaci iz različitih područja. Zajedno ćemo sagledati kako pridonijeti sigurnijem, predvidljivijem svijetu i poboljšanju međunarodne suradnje u potrazi za održivim rješenjima. Jer je svijet na prekretnici na kojoj je nemoguće isključiti čak i najpesimističnije scenarije. Zato se od donositelja odluka, osobito u ovakva zahtjevna vremena, traži jasno vodstvo, razborita prilagodba te promišljene i pravovremene reakcije. Uvijek s ciljem što učinkovitije zaštite naših građana i društava od svih ugroza. To je nužno želimo li biti aktivni dionici procesa koji se oko nas odvijaju. Inače riskiramo da ti procesi i promjene upravljaju nama, a ne obrnuto. Upravo je ta poruka sadržana u naslovu 18. Dubrovnik foruma koji nosi naziv Channeling the Change. Bilo da se radi o posljedicama oružanih konflikata ili nužnom ulaganju u vlastitu i zajedničku obranu. Bilo da je riječ o nuspojavama klimatskih promjena ili ubrzanog tehnološkog napretka. O učincima demografskih i migracijskih kretanja ili o poticanju lažnih vijesti i manipuliranja informacijama izazova je na pretek. Zato svi mi koji se bavimo javnim poslom, politikom, moramo biti spremni ulagati sve potrebne napore kako bismo vlastite građane pripremili da izdrže rastuću složenost aktualnog globalnog trenutka. Poštovani sudionici i gosti foruma, tijekom naredna 2 dana u Dubrovniku će biti riječi i o sigurnosnim izazovima kojima zajedno svjedočimo, osobito ratu u Ukrajini, o budućnosti europskih obrambenih sposobnosti, o rastućoj neizvjesnosti u globalnim trgovinskim odnosima. Posebna pažnja na forumu bit će posvećena Mediteranu, budućnosti Afrike u kontekstu globalnog repozicioniranja, kao i odnosima Europe i Azije. Bit će govora i o inicijativi Triju mora, koja je krenula upravo iz Dubrovnika i koja dogodine puni 10 godina. Ujedno mogu ovom prigodom najaviti kako će Hrvatski sabor organizirati parlamentarni summit te inicijative i udahnuti svježi dah njenoj parlamentarnoj dimenziji. Razgovarat ćemo i o proširenju OECD-a, što za Hrvatsku ima osobitu važnost jer je članstvo u toj organizaciji naš sljedeći strateški cilj. Sagledat ćemo i vrijednosti na kojima se danas vodimo i koje živimo s obje strane Atlantika. Mir, sloboda, demokracija, vladavina prava, sloboda govora, poštivanje ljudskih prava u samim su temeljima naših društava. To smatram posebno važnom i zanimljivom temom i vrlo je intrigantan i naslov tog panela. SOS, Western Values in Distress. Sjećam se kako je u naslovu prvog izdanja ove konferencije još 2006. godine stajalo The Values that bind us, te vrijednosti koje nas povezuju jednako su važno i aktualno pitanje i danas. Nadalje, izuzetno bitnim smatram i predviđene rasprave o Zapadnom Balkanu i euroatlantskoj perspektivi jugoistoka i istoka Europe. I u tome se u Dubrovniku raspravlja još od 2006. godine, kada je Hrvatska i sama bila u procesu pristupanja NATO-u i Europskoj uniji. Bez imalo sumnje, proširenje Europske unije pitanje je od geostrateške važnosti. Prosperitetno, demokratsko i stabilno susjedstvo koje dijeli iste europske vrijednosti za Hrvatsku je izuzetno bitno. Politički interes za proširenje trebao bi uvijek biti jednako snažan i u Briselu i u glavnim gradovima država članica kao i u svim državama kandidatkinjama. Od njih će se pak uvijek očekivati iskrena predanost procesu i europskim vrijednostima, kao i ispunjavanju potrebnih kriterija. Iz hrvatske perspektive mogu reći da će naše snage i napori ostati usmjereni na pomoć, suradnju i osmišljavanje novih konkretnih koraka kojima možemo pridonijeti stabilizaciji područja jugoistočne Europe. Vjerujem da primjer Hrvatske, koja je 12 godina članica Europske unije, 16 godina članica NATO-a, može i treba poslužiti kao potvrda transformacijske snage koju u sebi nosi perspektiva članstva. Uostalom, naš međunarodni položaj, geopolitička relevantnost, kao i stabilnost i otpornost našeg društva bitno su osnaženi u odnosu na razdoblje prije članstva u tim organizacijama. Dame i gospodo, posebno mi je drago što je jedan od panela na ovogodišnjem forumu posvećen obilježavanju 30. obljetnice Splitske deklaracije. Imaćemo iznimnu čast čuti i istaknute svjedoke tog vremena. Ta je deklaracija, podsjetit ću, bila jedna od ključnih koraka ka stvaranju pretpostavki za potpisivanje Dejtonskog sporazuma. Dakako, taj sporazum nije riješio sve izazove, ali je otvorio vrata boljoj i mirnijoj budućnosti. Hrvatska, u punini svjesna nezamjenjive uloge koju je tada imala u doprinosu miru u toj susjednoj zemlji, ostaje u potpunosti posvećena očuvanju Dejtonskog okvira i Bosni i Hercegovini kao državi triju jednakopravnih konstitutivnih naroda. Nastavit ćemo i dalje ulagati politički, gospodarski i diplomatski kapital u njenu stabilnost i napredak. A kada govorimo o diplomatskom kapitalu, treba naglasiti kako je grad u kojem smo se okupili njime oduvijek obilovao, jednako kao i prirodnim okruženjem i kulturnim nasljeđem vrijednim divljenja. Uspješno balansiranje trgovine i diplomacije kroz povijest je imalo presudnu ulogu u opstanku i napretku Dubrovnika, grada Republike, smještenog usred sfera utjecaja velikih sila, poput Osmanskog carstva, Venecije, Habsburške monarhije i Francuske. Dubrovačka gospodarska ili možda bolje rečeno gospodarska diplomacija ostaje nam udžbenički primjer uspješnog vođenja vanjske i trgovinske politike. Upravo stoga Dubrovnik predstavlja tako prikladno mjesto za rasprave, susrete i otvorenu razmjenu mišljenja. Istovremeno, jasno je kako su rasprave koje ćemo imati kroz sljedeća 2 dana neodvojive od šire geopolitičke i geostrateške stvarnosti koja definira našu sigurnost, napredak i našu budućnost. Ta je stvarnost za brojne države i narode danas stvarnost sukoba. U 4. smo godini rata u Ukrajini i vjerujem da bismo svi htjeli mir, osim evidentno je Rusije koja u svojoj destrukciji nimalo ne posustaje. Mir koji je u svijetu i Ukrajini potreban mora biti pravedan i trajan, te uvažavati i ukrajinski teritorijalni integritet i suverenitet. Jesmo li uistinu svjesni dalekosežnosti posljedica mira koji nagrađuje agresora, svijeta u kojem prihvaćamo nezakonite aneksije i u kojem caruje pravo jačeg? Zapitajmo se, želimo li biti sugraditelji takvoga svijeta? Takav ishod ne može prihvatiti ni jedna zemlja koja drži do načela međunarodnog prava i poretka temeljenog na pravilima. A Hrvatska je bila i ostaje čvrsto privržena tim načelima. Zato je toliko važno ostati uz Ukrajinu u njenoj pravednoj borbi za slobodu. Financijski, humanitarno, kroz vojnu pomoć i kroz nesmanjenu političku potporu. Ujedno, želim podsjetiti da se bitan dio političke potpore Ukrajini odvija i na međuparlamentarnoj razini. Izuzetno veliki iskorak u tom smjeru napravili smo zajedničkom organizacijom prvog parlamentarnog samita Međunarodne krimske platforme, kojeg smo s ukrajinskim parlamentom inaugurirali u Zagrebu u listopadu 2022. godine. Moj tadašnji sudomaćin bio Ruslan Stefančuk, predsjednik Vrhovne rade Ukrajine. Na njegov poziv prije 3 mjeseca sudjelovao sam i na parlamentarnom samitu u Ukrajinskoj Buči. Za predsjednika parlamenta Hrvatske, koja zna što znači biti žrtvom agresije, doći u taj grad bilo je zaista duboko dirljivo iskustvo. Kao i na mnogim međuparlamentarnim konferencijama gdje je posljednjih godina Ukrajina stalno u fokusu, u Buči je bila i naša današnja posebna gošća, predsjednica Državnog zbora Slovenije, Urška Klakočar-Zupančić. Nadam se da ćemo zajedno nazočiti i 4. samitu Krimske platforme, koji će se ove jeseni održati u Stokholmu i tako nastaviti afirmirati globalnu parlamentarnu potporu Ukrajini. Vjerujem da će nam se tamo priključiti i predsjednik Parlamentarne skupštine Vijeća Europe, gospodin Theodoros Rousopoulos, uvijek jasan i dosljedan u porukama potpore žrtvi ruske agresije i u protivljenju invazije na suverenu državu. Poštovana kolegice, poštovani kolega, hvala vam na dolasku. Radujem se vašim skorašnjim obraćanjima s ove govornice. Na kraju, poštovane dame i gospodo uzvanici, panelisti i gosti ovogodišnjeg Dubrovnik foruma, preostaje mi samo poželjeti vam uspješne rasprave danas i sutra. I da odavde odete bogatiji za nove spoznaje, a nadam se i s novom dozom entuzijazma i nadahnuća za sve izazove koje nam neizvjesna sutrašnjica evidentno nosi. Hvala vam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Gospodin Jandrokovic. As you've heard, you're in the city of a huge tradition built on diplomacy and freedom, libertas, the word that should unite us all and a value that we should all cherish. That's the reason why many would argue are really the parliaments those who should be on the forefront of safeguarding the democracy and other values we share. Are the parliaments those who should protect Vox Populi and everything which we learn throughout the history? That's the reason why you've heard few important things that we will talk about today and tomorrow. That's the reason why we called a lot of friends and distinguished guests to join us to give their opinions and sights on what they expect of 2025. So, is the parliamentary power the future mobilizer of everything? We shall soon find out. It is my great pleasure in that vein to call our next speaker on the stage. Please clap your hands for the Slovenia's President of the National Assembly, Državnog zbora, Madame Urška Klakočar-Zupančić, to address us all. Dobrodošli. The floor is yours. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, dear Mr. Speaker. Dear Gordon, thank you for inviting me to this beautiful, beautiful historical city. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin again by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament and my dear friend, Gordan Jandrokovic, for the kind invitation and the opportunity to address this year's Dubrovnik Forum. It is vital that parliaments remain active participants in international cooperation and that regional initiatives such as this forum include a strong parliamentary dimension. Parliamentary engagement enhances visibility and strengthens public understanding that foreign policy is not solely the domain of the executive branch. Rather, it reflects a broader democratic consensus. Parliaments bring pluralism, transparency, and democratic legitimacy to foreign policy processes. They have the unique potential to foster public trust and reinforce accountability in decisions that shape our country's roles on the global stage. Parliaments not only provide essential political support for government decisions, they also play a crucial role in guiding, scrutinizing, and when necessary, restraining the executive. They can set directions, raise critical questions, and prevent premature or ill-considered actions. Parliament is not merely a legislative body. It is a reflection of political diversity and a vital expression of societal pluralism. Its nature is not monolithic, quite the opposite. It institutionalizes the clash of ideas and interests, offering a structured, ongoing platform for open and orderly debate between competing political visions. It is precisely through its confrontation that Parliament performs its democratic corrective function, ensuring that opposition voices are not only heard, but embedded in the institutional framework through dedicated space and recognized mechanisms for action. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time when the geopolitical seismograph is in constant motion. Its tremors ever more frequent and alarming. This is why cooperation is more urgent than ever. If we are to halt the advance of authoritarian regimes, regimes that disregard the values of open, democratic, and multicultural societies, that trample on human rights, the rule of law, and even human life itself, we need a determined, united response from the entire democratic world. Such challenges cannot be met by governments alone, nor by parliaments alone, nor by civil society on its own. We will prevail only if we stand together. One recent example of meaningful parliamentary cooperation was this year's parliamentary summit in Bucha, held as a gesture of solidarity with Ukraine. On the 31st of March, I had the honor of attending the commemorative ceremony marking the 3rd anniversary of the city's liberation. A city where the bodies of 461 innocent civilians were found. That day, the silence spoke louder than any of the speakers. The massacre in Bucha, and in so many other places across Ukraine, is above all a profound human tragedy for those who lost their loved ones. But it is also a brutal, cold-blooded, and arrogant assault on the very values our societies have strived to uphold throughout history: the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. Tragically, today, on the 11th of July, we are also reminded of another horrific crime: the genocide in Srebrenica. As you know, this day marks the 30th anniversary of that atrocity. It stands as a lasting symbol of unspeakable cruelty, but also a stark warning of the dangers of denial, inaction, and the failure to protect civilian lives. These events will forever remain dark stains on the history of modern Europe. They represent the failure of humanity, in the face of ideologies driven by destruction and greed, an ultimate expression of human arrogance, in which some presume the right to decide over life and death. They remind us with painful clarity of the need to safeguard the fundamental values of civilization, values that are most at risk in times of war, conflict, or rising intolerance. At the Bucha summit, the speakers of parliament adopted a joint statement unequivocally condemning Russian aggression. The declaration reaffirmed full respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity with its internationally recognized borders. It also called for the establishment of a special tribunal to address the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Subsequently, on the 25th of June this year, an agreement was signed in Strasbourg between Ukraine and the Council of Europe to establish such a tribunal. The court, based in The Hague, will have the mandate to investigate, prosecute, and try Russia's political and military leadership for launching the war of aggression against Ukraine in February 2022. Was this historic step the direct result of the parliamentary declaration adopted in Bucha? Certainly not on its own, but it was undeniably part of a broader international effort, an effort in which parliaments provided vital political support and moral clarity. It is also incumbent upon us to act with an equal determination to protect the rights and lives of Palestinians, just as we are doing in the case of Ukraine, lest be we justly accused of applying double standards. It is also incumbent upon us, as I said, to do this. When we speak of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, we cannot ignore its impact on the European Union's enlargement policy. After a long period of so-called enlargement fatigue, it has become evident that Europe's security cannot rest on strategies that lack the means for effective implementation. In response, the EU has accelerated accession procedures for Ukraine and Moldova, while also, at least in part, revitalizing the accession process for the countries of the Western Balkans. As I have emphasized on many occasions, Slovenia's position on EU enlargement is unequivocal. We are strong and vocal advocates of enlargement, both towards the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership countries. On this issue, there is no division between the coalition and the opposition in the National Assembly. Slovenia, along with the National Assembly, will continue to support candidate countries on the European path and work actively to accelerate the implementation of reforms necessary for EU members. At the same time, we expect candidate countries to demonstrate clear political will and make every effort to advance effectively toward EU accession. Despite some positive momentum in recent months, the fact remains that the EU enlargement process is still moving too slowly. At the same time, the situation in the Western Balkans remains highly fragile, with a real risk of escalating instability. These warning signs reinforce the urgency of political cooperation and the importance of multilateral engagement. Even those who remain skeptical of enlargement must now recognize that the process is not only necessary, but also the most effective way to counter the influence of third actors and to pursue one of our shared strategic objectives, strengthening the European Union as a credible and capable global actor. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to return to the role of parliaments, specifically in the EU enlargement process. I firmly believe that parliaments, as guardians of democratic accountability, are key enablers of further integration. They also play a crucial role in strengthening public support for the European project. By fostering public debate, parliaments help deepen understanding and build the consensus needed to shape the future of the Union. A Union that does not merely follow, but one rather leads with confidence. A Union that acts as a driving force for a fairer, more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. Enlargement is, of course, in the interest of candidate and potential candidate countries, but it is equally in the strategic interest of the European Union itself. I therefore welcome the growing recognition that in order to act more swiftly and effectively, the EU must reduce the number of decisions that require unanimity. Let us be clear, enlargement is not an act of charity, it is a geopolitical imperative. It is an investment in peace and in our shared security. Real efforts must therefore focus on helping candidate countries meet the necessary criteria as soon as possible, rather than introducing additional conditions on interim benchmarks that risk delaying progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time when change is happening at extraordinary pace, transforming the way we work, communicate, and govern. The European Union is increasingly recognizing digital transformation as one of its strategic pillars, an approach that is now directly reflected in the enlargement negotiations and in the expectations placed on candidate countries. Allow me then to conclude my remarks by briefly addressing this vital dimension. Digital transformation is not only a strategic objective of the EU, it is now an integral component of the enlargement process itself. Candidate countries must be prepared to join the digital single market, which entails aligning with European standards in areas such as electronic services, data protection, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. Without successful digital transformation, there can be no effective governance, no sustainable economic competitiveness, and no equal participation in the common European space. At the same time, we must acknowledge that digitalization, artificial intelligence, and digital media, while offering many benefits, also pose serious risks. They have the potential to deepen social inequalities, entrench discrimination, and lead to violations of fundamental rights. Algorithms can reinforce existing prejudices by relying on biased data. They can also create information bubbles that limit exposure to diverse viewpoints, degrade the quality of public discourse, and ultimately undermine democratic processes. Unequal access to digital tools deepens the digital divide, excluding vulnerable groups from full and equal participation in society. At the same time, the widespread collection of personal data poses serious risks to privacy, freedom of expression, and individual autonomy. This is why legal and ethical regulation of the digital space is not optional, it is essential. Without appropriate systemic and normative safeguards, we risk a growing imbalance between technological advancement and democratic oversight, with far-reaching consequences for social cohesion and power dynamics. In this context, it is worth recalling that in June 2024, the European Union adopted the Artificial Intelligence Act, the world's first comprehensive legal framework to regulate this domain. Yet even with this milestone, one must ask, were we fast enough in addressing the real emerging threats, from the erosion of privacy to rising discrimination and the spread of disinformation? Today, there may still be more questions than answers, but what matters most is that parliaments demonstrate the determination and political will to adopt legislation that genuinely protects people's rights and upholds the public interest, even in the face of pressure from powerful global actors and tech giants. Only with such clarity of vision and responsible action can we ensure that the digital age becomes an opportunity for all, not just for a privileged few, and that our democracies remain strong, inclusive, and resilient. This is the speech that was prepared, and now I'll give you my personal speech. Tell me, my dear friends, where in our way, building the society, have we lost our sense of being human? Today, in this world, we are faced with that can be labeled genocide? Where in this pursuit of having more and more and more, have we lost our empathy? Why are we watching every night in the news starving children, bodies torn apart, death? And we do what? We prepare speeches. We talk about our values. Are we implementing those values? What is going on? What is going on with this world? Why are we kneeling before powerful countries? Powerful countries that want to be the rulers of this world. European Union was a dream of nations, of countries, different nations, different ethnic groups, different religions. It was a dream, and it has become a reality. Where is this common voice of the European people when it comes to atrocities around the world, whether it be in the vicinity of Europe or maybe a little bit farther away? Why are we silent? Why are we just watching? Or maybe we utter a word or two, but we don't do anything. We don't do anything. Because we have to be honest. Now I'm here in front of you and asking you, don't be silent and don't do nothing. Saving one human life it's worth it. It is worth it. Whether it be from the Israeli side, Palestinian side, Ukrainian side, even Russian side. This is the world that I dream of, and this is why I became a parliamentarian. Because I don't want to stay silent. I don't want to watch children, our future, being destroyed every evening in the news and do nothing. European Union, wake up. It's a time for you to wake up and start living the values, start implementing the values that you so strongly stand on. Democracy, human rights, the rule of law, the protection of humanity. Are we really so driven by capital that we do not see what is happening in front of our eyes? The capital is not our future. The children are our future. They will live when we are long gone. The history is not merciful. It will judge us. Sooner or later. I do hope that humanity will win. I do hope that the European Union will stand on its feet and really start doing what it has been saying for so many years. Humanity over everything. For me, this is the right path. And I have many more colleagues in the National Assembly that think as I do. And that is why I think the parliaments should stand up and should start creating foreign policy. Because people, we represent the people in our countries. And the people are good in their hearts. Most of them, they are good. So why not implement the goodness that we have? When you go home, don't be silent. Do something. Start speaking for humanity. I'm often described as being too idealistic, but I will stay idealistic because someone has to be, for the right values. I don't care about all the capital, all the material goods in this world. I don't care about them. I don't want to be in the Oval Office. I don't want to be the ruler of the world. But I want to live in a world where my children will have the future, where they will be free and safe at the same time. Please excuse me for my words. I hope I have not offended anyone. I wish you a nice stay here in Dubrovnik, a historical city, a free city and a safe city. And I hope that next time we see each other, if we see each other, it will be maybe in a little bit better world. Because today, the times are not so nice, but we can change them. We can. And it starts with one single step. Every one of us can do it. For humanity, dear friends. Humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Shech, strong speech for this continuation of the Dubrovnik Forum. That's how you do it. Dear friends, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are not yet over. We will talk about this because we have a panel about future leaders, young generation, my two boys who will be probably big shots in a few years' time, and talking about, my dad tried to change something, which is always nice to remember after being in such a nice audience and in front of all of you. The next speaker is coming to us to share his knowledge and insights as the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Mr. President, Kalosarissima, welcome, dobrodošli, file, Theodoros Rosopoulos, it's your time now to shine.
I was about to tell you that you need to make some practice in your Greek because you forgot to say kalimera. So, good morning. But you did well, you did well. You did excellent. Honorable hosts, dear participants, yesterday, upon my arrival to this beautiful place, I sat down at my desk to write my speech. Allow me first to say a few words on what my dear Urska just said. Urska said that we only make speeches, but then she added something that I fully agree. According to the Bible, en archi no logos, the first is the speech. You have to speak. You have to talk. You have to talk loud. Because the most favored sound, dear friends, of dictators and of authoritarians is silence. So to speak is very important. So those of you who had the opportunity yesterday to walk around Dubrovnik, you may have noticed that there is a sign at the enter of the old city, Libertas. The speaker already said about Libertas. Liberty, dear friends, is a principle. Liberty is a promise, and at times, it's a battle. Dubrovnik, or Ragusa, as it was once known, thrived not by power or conquest, but through diplomacy. The Speaker of the Croatian Parliament has already mentioned that. The Republic preserved its freedom for centuries through wise negotiation with the most powerful empires of the time. We can call it an early practitioner of what we now call parliamentary diplomacy. It is that same spirit of speaking rather silencing, of laws rather than violence, that animates today the work of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, whose presidency I'm honored to hold. 2 weeks ago in Strasbourg, Urska has already said that, the Council of Europe took a historic step. We signed the agreement to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, a long-standing initiative of the Assembly of the Council of Europe. This is not merely a legal mechanism, it is a message. Aggression must have consequences. Impunity cannot stand. Justice is not optional, and the law must speak louder than bombs. But justice, dear friends, is not only achieved in tribunals. It begins in the parliaments. Parliamentary diplomacy, when genuine, can lower tension before conflict escalates. It can expose foreign interference before it distorts a democracy. It can defend the rule of law not only after it has been violated, but before it is even threatened. That is why we have launched an alliance for free and fair elections and are refining early warning systems to detect democratic backsliding and foreign interference. This work is especially vital for the Western Balkans. Foreign interference, hostile, manipulative, often invisible, is a grave threat. It divides, it destabilizes, it sows mistrust. To achieve unity, we must try hard. I come from the Balkans. I'm a Greek. And I know that history is a heavy burden on our shoulders. Urska reminded us today that it is 30 years since the Srebrenica cruel events. What happened in former Yugoslavia, I had I don't know if it is an opportunity. I was witnessing as a journalist. I was a war correspondent. So I have been in many cases, in Sarajevo, in Pale, in other places. And I know firsthand as a man who's coming from the Balkans, that this heavy burden on our shoulders is still here. It exists. But when we are asked by our successor the question that our coordinator said, what is he going to tell to his children, or what we have done, then the answer should be that at least we tried to find solutions. We tried to establish democracy everywhere, to support media freedom, civic education, and a society that knows how democracy works and why it matters. In that vein, we offer unwavering solidarity to those in this region and beyond who continue to believe in the European project, not just as an idea, but as a living system of values. Dubrovnik, dear participants, give us one more example from its past. The greatest military asset was not its navy, but its negotiators. This wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. It allowed the small republic to survive for centuries among empires, becoming one of the most prosperous and free cities of its era. But I don't want to be misunderstood. History also shows that neutrality is not always enough. Faced with aggression, it can become complicity. If no one stands up, who will defend the powerless? Today, we must pair Dubrovnik's diplomatic legacy with Europe's moral courage, because true peace is impossible without justice. Yes, I know there are problems in Europe, either in the European Union or in the Council of Europe. Sometimes bureaucracy prevails. Yes, I know that, but what is the alternative? I spoke about peace. Peace is not only the absence of war, but also a state in which citizens feel safe from visible and, above all, invisible threats. And one invisible threat today has to do with the amazing but also dangerous tool of artificial intelligence. Amid global conflicts, the misuse of artificial intelligence can be one of the most disruptive forces of our time. Since 2020, our Assembly, the Assembly of the Council of Europe, has examined its impact on democracy, justice, and human rights, endorsing core ethical principles and supporting the Framework Convention on AI, opened for signature last year in Vilnius. Already, European Union, a lot of countries, even USA, Canada, and others have signed, have ratified, have agreed to this agreement. But regulation alone is not enough. We must strengthen democratic resilience, especially where AI influences elections, public debate, or security, and ensure that private tech actors are held to democratic standards. Today, as we face war in Europe, technological disruption, democratic fatigue, and foreign manipulation, the lesson from this ancient city that is hosting us today still holds. Freedom must be defended not only with strength, but with wisdom, not only with courage, but with cooperation, and not only by governments, but by parliaments and citizens alike. I'm not claiming that all our member states, as I said earlier in the Council of Europe, strictly adhere to their democratic obligation toward their citizens, but we are 46 countries together on a platform of consultation and mutual control. It is important to try, as I said earlier, and we must do so continuously because, dear friends, the struggle for democracy is never ending. I end my speeches by saying always, democracy may be old, but not old-fashioned. Let's work for this. Thank you.
Evharisto, Mr. President. Nice to have you. A short speech that leads us to something which is always nice to cherish, networking time. I started this day by greeting you in many languages. I know a little bit more, maybe we can use it later, but that's not important. The smile on your face told me that that can make a difference. Words can be spoken, but if not listened, they are invaluable. So, to start your well-being in Croatia, you need to learn 3 words as the start of every good conversation. First one is molim. Can you repeat after me? Molim. That means please, or can I get something? Molim something. When you get something, you show gratitude with another Croatian word, which is hvala. A little bit hard because it's H and V together, but if you say fala, it's still acceptable, like in Portuguese, okay? And the most important words we all cherish in every language in the world, it's sorry. Because we need to say sorry if we did not do something good. And that is oprosti. You will forget each and every one, because if you don't meet a Croatian to carry on speaking with you in Croatian, it will be much harder. That's the reason why our dear organizers always say we have to have enough time for networking and exchanging not only glances, but experiences. That time is now, because this conference has it all to success. You know what? 1 break, 2nd break, lunch break, and every break needed to expand. You each other talking and sharing your experiences from your parliaments. It will be a pleasure to stay with you this whole day. My name is Frano Ridian, and I'm the moderator of each and every conference you need just a few flights away. So call me if you need me. Now your break time is now. See you at 12:15. Back to see what young leaders have to share. Enjoy. Uživajte. Monsieur Touré and Habibi Al-Aghanim to join us. And then we can start. For all of you inside, the lunch is at 12:30, 12:35 on 7th floor. Finger food and everything. Ivane will have all of your panelists, I hope, soon. Let me find them for you, if it's okay. I'll be right back.
On? Yes, they are. Hi. Sorry, I just realized they are on. Hello, everyone. We are going to begin. Even though we are still 15 minutes in the morning, it's before noon, I will nonetheless bid you good day and welcome to Young Leaders event, which is co-organized by the Millennium Leadership Program of the Atlantic Council and the Croatian Academy for Political Development. My name is Ivan Matic and I am the president of the Academy. This is our second year that we are co-hosting this event with the Millennium Fellowship. And I would like to particularly thank the Croatian Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs and Minister Grlić Radman for re-extending their invitation for this year. I hope that after 2 years, the third year will be a tradition and that it's going to stay that way. So thank you very much. And I would also like to thank our colleague from the academies, Antun Bukliaš and Ivan Marić, who helped us logistically to co-organize it. Thank you guys very much. So the topic of our panel is shaping the future of South-North cooperation, a cooperation that is increasingly important, especially in these times of proliferation of crises and uncertainty, and I would dare to say also confusion about where we are headed and how are we dealing with these upcoming crises. And I am very happy to welcome the 4 panelists with whom I will be discussing this broad but important issue today. I'm going to briefly introduce them. B. Pratyusha Chenupati. She is a Canadian national. She is head of regulatory affairs at Pebble Labs Incorporated. She's a former member of the Canadian Agriculture Youth Council and offers an external review she works as an external reviewer for the Food Waste Reduction Challenge Impact Canada, and she presently serves as a member of the Agile Regulation, Stable and Cybersecurity Working Group at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. Pratyusha, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Our second guest is Mohamed Ala Ghanem, a Syrian civil society leader and human rights activist. He has been active in the pro-democracy movement in Syria in 2010. He used to work at the Damascus University as a translator professor and is now head of policy and director of government affairs at the Syrian American Council. Mohamed, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to you as well. Ivan, my namesake, with a little bit more innovative name. For all of you who don't know, I am basically John Smith of Croatia. Ivan Vidic is our State Secretary at the Croatian Ministry of Labor, Pension, System, Family and Social Policy. He focuses on labor migration in particular, but is generally in charge of employment policies and EU-funded programs. He played a pivotal role in 2020 in coordinating activities during the Croatian presidency of the EU Council, and of course the most important thing, you are also a member of the Academy for Political Development, my colleague from the Academy. Ivane, thank you for joining us. Welcome to you too as well.
Thank you.
And last but not the least, Hafou Touré. She is a founder and CEO of HTS Partners. It's a enterprise in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. She worked for a very long time at Deloitte in New York and IFC in DC. Right now, she works as a financial advisor supporting African SMEs, especially women-led enterprises with fundraising and capacity building. One particularly interesting thing is that you are also a Knight of Order of the Côte d'Ivoire, and you are also listed as 30 and Africa's 30 under 30 presently, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to you as well. As I said, we are discussing how we are going to shape the future of our cooperation, and it seems to me that if we want to discuss our future, we need to have an understanding of our present. And I'm very happy that we have very different backgrounds and hopefully very different take on what these crises are. I mean, 10, 20 years ago, when you ask someone, what do you think about the crisis? We would know what crisis it was. In 2020, we all knew it refers to COVID. In 2008, 9, 10, we all knew it was the economic and financial crisis. In 2003, we all knew what we were talking about. And it seems to me that today, when someone asks you, what do you think about the crisis? The only response is, well, which one? So I would like us to begin by, each one of you from your own perspective to share with us how do you see the crisis? What is the key crisis that you see right now so that we could move forward and see where we agree and where we disagree? And B, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you for having me. I would start with agriculture because that's the field I work in. I wouldn't touch much about politics, but I'll come to that in a second. So I work for an agriculture company. I see every day, like there is a lot of uncertainty, like no matter what we do. One thing we have realized is like farmers have like this, one of the things they spend a lot of money other than the seed is on crop inputs, which is fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, whatever you want to call it. So that's where most of the money goes. When conflict between Russia and Ukraine broke out, the first thing came to farmers' mind is like, where is my fertilizer coming from? And what's the price going to be, because it's skyrocketed. Just to give you an idea, in 2021, average Canadian farmer would spend anywhere between $60 to $65 an acre, whereas in 2022, it went double the price, $130 to $145 an acre. That cost trickles down along the supply chain. It does also increase your cost of food by the end of it. So a conflict, like people can say, oh, it is happening somewhere else, it's not affecting me. It does affect you directly with the food side. The indirect effect of it is the mental health of the farmers, the unpredictability. The minute energy sector changes, the prices go up and down. They're like, okay, where is my inputs cost going to be? Is it even viable for me to do the business of farming anymore? And also the labor migration side is also another problem what they deal. Just the demand of agriculture job itself has been a hard impact. That's an indirect consequence what I see in my industry. Is that a crisis? Maybe not in terms of a war, but food is something we need 3 times a day minimum, or like at least 1 time a day minimum, like in order to move. So the crisis is very different for different people. That's what I see in my industry. And the unpredictability and also the trade wars is not helping, even if the fertilizer side is coming to an end. The other side of it is like the trade side, like whom am I going to sell my produce? No farmer likes to let it go to waste. So one thing Canada has been doing very well, I have to say, is the food waste reduction side. They have been very proactive. They're willing to share that with other countries on how they're mitigating it. But at the same time, this year, they just launched a new program for actually farmers' mental health, because farmers are very proud people. They don't like to ask for help. No matter which country you go, they love to extend their help, but not the other way around. So these are the 2 consequences, what we are seeing as part of like the geopolitical situation as it's moving, no matter whether it's Russia, Ukraine, now with Israel, Iran thing, because Iran also supplies fertilizer to that side of the world, there is that impact as well.
Would you factor in the tariff war that we are witnessing? Is that also influencing?
It is quite a bit, because the minute the tariff wars or like any headlines makes it to the news, banks don't want to like take a risk. That means where does the financial cost, because no farmer has that kind of a capital to go with it. The minute tariff makes a news, everything stops. And of course, governments are doing right now like risk mitigation, which is very temporary. Yeah. But what about if it ends up staying the same? Are we ready to pay that cost for our food when we are so used to paying a certain amount? All of a sudden, the bread is going $8 a loaf. That is also increasing the food banks in countries like Canada. Even if both the parents are working, they're not able to feed their kids well enough. So food banks are on rise quite a bit on Canadian side.
Right. Thank you so much. Mohammed, we'll move to you. Your country has, I would say, fortunately hasn't been on the headlines for a very long time. That's, I think, always a good thing in these days. And so what's your perspective as a Syrian living in the States, but you do keep visiting Damascus and Syria?
Okay, thanks so much, Evan. And first off, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Academy, to you and to my fellow panelists for the very kind invitation. It's an honor to be here and to address this very distinguished crowd. Just maybe, by way of a little bit more context, so that when I address the Syrian side of things or our crises, it makes a little bit more sense. So I was born and raised in Damascus, Syria. I lived almost all of my life there. I had zero ambition of relocating anywhere else. I served as an assistant professor at the University of Damascus. And again, I was not interested in going anywhere else. But when I was a student in college, when I was a senior in college, I was actually picked up, I was arrested by the secret police, and I was thrown in jail. And that really traumatic experience eventually, not overnight, but eventually set me on a path of activism. So in 2011, I joined together with a group of young Syrian men and women based both inside Syria and globally, and we issued the original call for peaceful protests in Syria. 2011 was largely a non-violent year, meaning it was mostly peaceful protests challenging a half a century old, very ruthless dictatorship, the Assad regime dictatorship. Because of the overwhelming use of force on the part of the regime and thousands of people getting killed, eventually some people picked up arms, and that started an armed insurrection against the regime, and I would say the rest is history. That's when I packed my bags, left for Washington, D.C., and in Washington, D.C. established with the Syrian American community what eventually became known as the Syrian American Lobby, or which is basically a group of Syrian American advocacy organizations that are very, very active in Washington, D.C. at all levels, presidential politics, Congress, and so forth. Now back to Syria. If the word crisis, or if crises had a P.O. box address the past 15 years, Syria was it. We had a huge refugee crisis that actually became a global crisis and impacted the whole world. I hear there are some Syrian refugees in Croatia. I'm not surprised there are some Syrian refugees in Alaska. We had another crisis of the use of chemical weapons against civilians, a government or the state literally getting away with murder, killing hundreds of thousands of people with complete impunity. And forced population transfers, you name it. Everything you can think of did happen in Syria. And then a bunch of countries also got involved. The crisis was internationalized. So I really struggle to define one single crisis. But when you look closely or try to peel away the onion, you do realize that, or you come to the conclusion that all these crises are actually symptoms of a deeper issue. And this deeper issue is really a failure of international governance. So that actually prompted me to want to study international affairs and to understand the origin of the current international system and understand why it failed us. Because at the time when things started, we knew very little, I knew very little about how the United Nations really worked, about these global institutions, the International Criminal Court, and so forth. So naively, I assumed that there would be some sort of accountability, that the state would not be allowed to mow down citizens with complete impunity. Now, we found out the hard way that sadly, that nothing could have at the time been further from the truth. We were deeply disappointed in the UN system. In Syria, the UN system was actually, which is, by the way, very well documented, can easily be Googled, even complicit at times, the local office complicit, helping the Assad regime underreport the numbers of people who were victims of siege and torture. And so that crisis stayed with us for 15 years. The main rallying cry at the time was there is no military solution to the Syrian crisis, only political solution. Because of this, the deadlock at the Security Council, the way the Security Council is set up, really the impotence, near impotence of these international institutions, and apathy on the part of the international community, eventually, sadly, What happened was that the crisis was only resolved back in December 2024 militarily. The regime was completely overthrown. Bashar al-Assad fled to Moscow. And now we have a new system, a new government that's rising from, the country is rising from the ashes, and we're going through this political transition. So I would say, if I had to name one crisis that is not just uniquely Syrian, but that had the really deep impact on Syria, I would say it's a crisis of international governance.
Thank you very much. We'll definitely come back to that, but I think you made a great introduction for Ivana. Your position here is a bit specific because you are a state official, but you deal with an area that is becoming more and more important to Croatia, and I think that with Croatia being, and will probably be for a very long time, the youngest EU member state, can certainly provide a unique view of, yeah.
Anyway, I hope you can hear me. I would like to thank the minister and his spokesperson for kindly inviting me here today to represent the global north, no more nor less. Firstly, when we talk about crisis, yes, the rhetorical question is which crisis? But I think it would be naive from a person coming from Croatia or Europe not to mention the situation in Ukraine. And I think that from what I've seen so far, it's always a question of proximity and the impact that you feel from a certain crisis. For me, the situation in Ukraine and for everyone is, I would say, pretty clear. What is unbelievable is the intensity and the human toll on the population that is simply happening in Ukraine. I would agree with what my colleague said, because firstly, we have a huge security crisis. Some of them are very serious, extremely serious, maybe even more serious like Sudan. But it's actually a crisis of values where you see a lot of leaders, a lot of countries basically not wanting to get involved and being, I would say, a bit apathic. And it's really a question of proximity, because I had an opportunity with my colleague State Secretary to visit some parts of the world. I won't mention anyone, but when something is simply 40,000 kilometers away from you, proximity is key. In any case, I think that, this is our government position, it's also a question of time. We're on a test here, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't stick to what we strongly believe works. And these are universal human rights, the international system, rule of law, and everything we worked on so closely and detailedly in the decades before us. There is, from me, no other solution to these mechanisms. Maybe they are inefficient, maybe they need changes. We are undergoing changes, but it's necessary. We need to get back to multilateralism, and bilateral solving, especially strong hand solving of situations, is not an option for us. And when we talk about values, Ukraine for me was unbelievable, because it's simply scary that somebody can say, I'm stronger than you and I will take part of your territory because that's my interest. Right. And that's a taboo that was broken in Ukraine. And if we don't get back to our core structures and values, it's going to be a huge problem. And I'm invited here probably because I'm in the Ministry of Labor, Pension System, Family and Social Policy. And what my huge dilemma is that just because we humans are, fighting each other, doesn't mean that 3 other core processes are not going on. And this is the digitalization, the huge leap in artificial intelligence, the climate crisis, and of course the demographic crisis. Perhaps the last is the most important connection between the global north and global south, because for all of you who don't know maybe that much about Croatia, we're an important people, but not too big. We're 3.8. We have extremely strong economic growth. But is it not for the global south? We couldn't provide part of the labor force we need to continue to grow and to catch up. Just a small example of how we are interconnected to the global south. And basically, this is the situation for the whole of Europe and for all advanced countries, so to speak, advanced. So from our perspective, this is really the taboos that were broken. We need to get back to the negotiating table. As Croatia, we strongly support all the escalation and prevention of the loss of human life. But I also think that as a smaller country, I think we have shown that regardless of your size, you can be a good example of what to do in these situations. You can be a good example of how to adapt to technology. So actually, we're the ministry who finished their committee first, I have to say, in the OECD. And they were quite surprised how small our teams were, but what kind of mechanisms we were providing to cope, for example, with AI, and when this really huge twin transition. So there is a lot to learn from Croatia, but my point is that just because a conflict ends physically doesn't mean that it doesn't have a long-term toll on all our security and social security systems. So we talk a lot with our Ukrainian colleagues, and I think that a lot of people will just realize what the toll on society is when a crisis or conflict ends. And this is where we talk a lot with a lot of other countries who are in this situation, of course, predominantly our friends from Ukraine. And Croatia has a very unique experience, but most importantly, we are the youngest OK member state. We were the only European country that recently went through a conflict, and we're a story of success because we stick to the European Union, we stick to the OECD, we stick to NATO, and that's what really counts for smaller countries. That is the only way that at the global level you can secure a position and vocal your points even more strongly. When you're alone, when you're not part of these institutions, it's extremely hard to cope. And then we're talking about technology, especially because of a lot of our smaller countries, we don't have these organically, we don't have these industries. And without the transfer of knowledge, without the support, without EU funds, we would have a very hard time to adapt, if at all adapt.
Right. Thank you, Ivane. Hafou, you come from Côte d'Ivoire, and you come from a financial sector. You have experience in banking and financing. And I'm really interested, we are interested to hear what's the point of view from someone coming from West Africa, and whether these conflicts and crises that concern us on a daily basis, like do they concern people who are not bordering these conflict areas?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank the Foreign Ministry for inviting us, and also the Academy. This was a perfect transition into my crisis, because I think one of the most important crises, especially in our part of the world, is the demographic crisis. So the African continent has 1.5 billion people, and 60% of those, almost 1 billion, are under 25. And we see a 2 to 3% growth every single year. So what do we do with this growing population? What do we do with this youth? So the security threat that come with unemployment, or all of these youth that just don't have any means to occupy themselves, there are a number of them. So we can see how we've seen illegal immigration, we can see how we've seen even security threats within the region, and within even some of our countries and neighboring countries. We can see how they can get brought up into different terrorism groups. So there's a very big security threat that is associated with unemployment. So the demographic crisis is a real one. But I also see demographic as also an advantage for the continent. It's an opportunity for innovation. It's an opportunity for the youth to go into sectors that were not even a thing when we were growing up. We see a lot of them wanting to go into creative sectors, into using social media to find jobs and so on. So these are all opportunities that is open to the African continent. But beyond that, I think it's very important to actually find new venues. So you mentioned how I worked in the finance sector, and a lot of what we're seeing is that the old mechanism, or the financial mechanism that was set up, are not really advantageous, nor for the African continent, or even for the new type of companies that are coming up or emerging. So we have a very structural system where it's bank looking to provide loans to company. I'm going to take the context of Côte d'Ivoire, where more than 80% of companies are SMEs, and you'll find that 60% of those are in the informal sector. So how is the banking sector adapted to lend to those companies that don't even have a bank account, and they don't see a reason for them to formalize themselves, because they're still operating, they're still contributing to the economy on a daily basis. So how do we make sure that we have different type of capital pool and resources for these enterprises? So that means also having love money, meaning that we are actually, and this is something that we already do, right? I'm part of the founding member of the Côte d'Ivoire Business Angel Network. And before we even formalized that whole process, we were already lending and giving money to neighbors, cousins that have a great idea that we wanted to support. So how do we channel that into more like venture capital type of work, where it's more structured and you're actually guaranteed that you get your resources back? Then we move into the next layer of VC and private equity capital, and even actually having mezzanine loan rather than these big debts that usually will take 5-10 years to repay. So rethinking the financial architecture is very important, especially when we look into the African context, when I actually intern at Moody's, and you have people sitting on Wall Street, Moody's, S&P, that are rating countries where they've never been. They don't know. The risk premium is based on what? It's based on, okay, we've had a coup d'etat and we've had wars, but you still see a level of stability within the country. You see some growth. the African continent is the only continent that has seen 6 to 7% growth in the past couple of years, like in the last decades, right? So how do we take that in and not give a risk premium to an entire continent with 54 countries and 1.5 billion people just because we think, it's a global south, it's risky, and we have definitely a lot of political unrest. And then the last point on the crisis is one that is very important to me, is on how we as human, and you mentioned how the proximity is a big thing, because we're all the way across the world from Europe, actually not that far, but for a few countries, from Morocco, it's an hour to Spain, but for Croatia, I did fly for about 14 hours. A lot of our conflicts are not related or as shown in the media as some of the crises that you're dealing with. So we've heard for the past 2 years about the Ukrainian war, but when I look next door in Congo, that is one of the deadliest wars after World War II, where you had 5.4 million people that have died. You've had over millions of people that have been displaced. This conflict has gotten, even in the past 5 years, much less aid than any other conflicts. And even when you think about the Ukrainian conflict, they've raised more in the past 2 years than this conflict over the years, right? When you think about Sudan, where you've had 10 million people displaced or refugees over the past couple of years, 25 million people affected by famine, and over 150,000 people dead just in the last 2 years, you're thinking, okay, do we place different value on human life? Or is it just a matter of, oh, this is too far, this is an African problem, let them deal with it, right? So then when we hear of a Ukrainian war where, the displaced are being, they're getting on buses and they're being driven to the refugee camp. This is a fancy war. It looks like a very, high-class war, very well covered. So for us, it really feels like there's certain wars that are more important than others, and there's more value placed on different lives, and not from a judgmental place, but it's more of a, this seems closer, and because the media, whether we want it or not, is controlled by the West, this is what we're going to see as a priority. But when you get to certain countries that are faced with bigger conflict, it becomes maybe the 4th, 5th topic top of mind. So it's really important to really reassess our perspective. From a Europe-centric perspective, this is the biggest war. But when you go a little further, even into the Middle East or Africa, this is probably like, this is another little war that is happening somewhere in Europe. So very important to decentralize ourselves sometimes when we speak of certain things. That's really what I wanted to share in terms of conflicts and what is the biggest crisis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's a very important perspective that we quite often lack. And some of the introductory speeches did mention biases and double standards. Exactly. And I am wondering if you could elaborate more on what's the personal response to these biases, not only for you, but something that you see in Côte d'Ivoire, and you travel a lot, Africa as well. Yes. Is the global north and the west, does it still hold the attractiveness, and what's the attitude? How high or low is it valued these days?
Yes. So I think, and I love that, this new generation is so interconnected. We have the internet. We don't actually need the media to show us everything, right? So we have all of these videos and photos, and we see actually what is happening on the ground. So you do find that there is a certain level of interconnectivity. And the West, again, still has a lot of hold into, a lot of our countries, as you know, Côte d'Ivoire being one of them was colonized by the French, but most of the African countries were either colonized by the British, the French, the Spaniards, or all of it. So we still value the opinion of the West, but for now, I think even more in the coming years, we have different partners that we are working with. So, you have the Chinese, you have the Middle East, you have India, you have so many different partners that it's no longer a matter of we have to work with Europe, we have to work with the French, we have to work with the Brits. It's more who is the best partner for us. And then we do see that when the West is at war or has decided that this person is no longer serving their interests, they want all of us to now start, hating Russia. They want all of us to now start not dealing with China and all of those things. And it's like, well, if they're serving our interest, we need to also look at what is best for our country, right? Because it's very, again, the double standard exists because when you know, a lot of our democracies are still relatively young. We had our independence in 1960. So you're talking about countries that have 65 years of independence, and a lot of the, at least financing or capital that comes with Europe comes with a lot of stringent constraint. They will want, you know, let's make sure that the environmental clause are respected. Let's make sure that we are, for example, you know, especially in the cocoa sector, we're the largest exporter of cocoa. They would say, don't hire anyone under 18. And all of those rules that make it very hard to actually access the capital. So the capital is there, but no one can touch it. I have worked with the African Development Bank, and we have over 2 billion of capital that is just sitting there untouched, right? So there are other partners, maybe the Chinese, they don't have all of these clauses, and they make sure that the job gets done. So why should we only work with Europe when it actually comes at a risk and at a cost for us? So it makes it that now the world is open, we have different partners, and we align with whoever serves our best interests. And then in that same vein, it's important to look at, okay, are we making sure that we're also not being taken advantage of in being swinged in any direction that the wind blows? So it's important to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. Mohammed, you've been working very closely with the American government in the recent years across 3 administrations, including the current one. So have you experienced firsthand these double standards? Obviously, in the last 10 years, since you've been, more than 10 years, you've been active with the Syrian conflict. There were other conflicts raging throughout the world, and it seems to me that your experience and your view could be quite valuable in this matter.
Yes, so not just me. I probably, because like I was a sort of like a first respondent, frontline type of person, I would say yes, I got a front row seat to experience that, but I wasn't the only one. In the entire Syrian population really lost faith in the international system, because a lot of defenseless civilians needed some sort of protection, and the international system continued to recognize the government in Damascus simply because it was the government of the day. Despite its crimes, they continued to extend recognition, to extend privileges in New York at the United Nations to the government, being completely oblivious to the fact that this government completely failed in terms of its responsibilities. Like, number one responsibility, you should not be killing your own citizens. And so that was a shock to our system. And then again, maybe we started out from a position of naivete. So for example, we assumed that the rhetoric at the time, like 15 years ago, about democracy, an interest in promotion of democracy was going to apply to our case, and then quickly realized that actually realpolitik and other aspects dominate the day, and that, you know, that sort of rhetoric, that's not how policy is made. I mean, yes, I do have a PhD now in how policy is really made, how the sausage is made, and I can tell you that at least, you know, especially now, I would say, these considerations about democracy, human rights, and so forth really does not figure, let me put it very diplomatically, does not figure prominently in the decision-making process. So, for example, recently in the United States, the entire department responsible for international aid was completely shut down, and the Department of State came out and said, we are reorienting our policy. This is not charity. This is about our own national interest. I think if we had known that 15 years ago, it would have been easier to deal with the international system. But at the time, we were flooded with messaging about democracy and human rights and so forth. And a lot of us, including me, we bought into it. And then we got a rude awakening. Now, the last thing I'll say is that whether it's the United States or other countries, yes, sadly, they got Syria and their Syria policy spectacularly wrong for a long time, and that spawned crises that impacted them. Tell me, like, can you point to any European country that was not impacted by the refugee crisis? by the Syrian refugee crisis. Even European politics, with the rise of the far right in Europe, was impacted by that. Nigel Farage in the UK literally campaigned using billboards, using Syrian refugees as the boogeyman. And so when these things happen, they are not, the consequences, the repercussions are not limited to their context. These things were not limited to Syria. They travel across border. They become transnational and international problems. So yes, we are eyewitnesses to the doublespeak and the double standards. Not all lives matter. At least not all lives matter equally. There's certainly an order. However, you know, this is like I'm not here in order to bash anyone. So I also, for the sake of objectivity, I have to tell you that the U.S. recently actually is doing very well as far as Syria is concerned. The Trump administration made a decision. Of course, we urged them, partners in the region, other countries, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, other partners of the region, urged the Trump administration to lift sanctions. President Trump came out and made that very good decision to lift crippling American sanctions and to give the country a chance to rebuild. We have an excellent special envoy to Syria. His name is Tom Barrack, who's doing a spectacular job. Trying to provide assistance without really trying to get involved, micromanage the transition. This is so refreshing. Of course, there are shortcomings. There is no aid right now. It's completely frozen. There's huge room for improvement. But by and large, if we had had this sort of policy 10 years ago or 15 years ago, I think we would have spared the international community issues with terrorism, with refugees, and so forth. So we've seen improvement recently. Yeah. We're very happy with it, but sadly for 14 years that was not the case.
Right. Thank you so much. You've mentioned the end of the USAID program, and I wanted to link to that before I give the floor to the audiences. So just so that you know, I will allow for questions from the audience. So if there will be some, we will take it. But one of the reasons this panel was organized is because of our millennial, generational perspective. So covering people born from 1980 to 1998, popularly known as millennials. I read somewhere that the best contribution to civilization thus far that we've made is that we've quit on ironing our clothing. Now, I did iron my shirt this morning, so I don't know if that makes me a good or bad millennial, but I would say that our time is coming. Obviously, we live in it, but I am wondering how do we as a generation, I mean, you in particular as members of our generation, how do you view this apparent trend and shift from soft power to hard power? Very recently, we've seen all NATO member states, bar Spain, committing to 5% of GDP being spent on defense, and we've seen the EU doing something that 10 years ago was unimaginable, prepared to take loans to fund EU defense systems. And obviously that money has to be taken from somewhere. And so are we seeing a shift from soft power to hard power, and how do you think this is going to influence how the rest of the world views the EU, how it views the global north, and what are going to be the consequences for this relationship? Is this the good way to go? I'll start with you again.
One thing I would say, because my family is from India, one thing I have noticed every year when I go back is countries from global south are now not looking for validation might be the right word from north compared to before. Before it was I don't know if I say this particular statement, what would a particular country in West would think, and certain sanctions or certain help, what they were receiving, would that be barred, was the thing. But now they feel okay, why should I look for validation is one thing. Second thing, I can have my own opinion, because I'm also rising Economy-wise, they have like very young population, they have great ideas, they have the power to execute today. So they're not looking for help. They're saying is like, let me be me, but at the same time, where can we collaborate is what they're looking for. That's what I noticed from the global south more and more, whether it's India, China. Of course, the double standards are there. There's no doubt about it. As humans, we have both sides, right? At the same time, I feel like the global north is a bit threatened on one end, but at the same time, they're also looking for opportunities during this process. Okay, what are they good at? What can we learn from them? It goes both ways, and that might bring us to a better world. To your point, I think millennials can do a better job of helping that dialogue, execution, and things make it happen, rather than just leave it to statements or like all these proposals and all these things. And to one point, I wanted to say, like a few years ago at FAO, at one of the conferences, somebody said, why does money have to be from one particular country, just like to what Hafu said? Investment is an investment, and we need chances to grow there. Why wouldn't you take it from global south when somebody is coming with less things, instead of coming with more conditions and saying like you're allowed to do only this way? Money is money. And I remember a particular African country said, why should we choose? Yeah. And that dialogue is getting more and more stronger from what I'm seeing.
Right. Hafu, you've been nodding.
No, I totally agree. I think. Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. One thing that I think this generation is much more aware of is really anything related to propaganda. So anything around soft power that we used to consume as kids and say, oh my God, these are these great nations that we need to admire and that we look forward to going to. Now, I actually did a reverse migration after living in the US for 12 years. I was counting the minute to go back on the continent. And I remember when we were recruiting in business school, everyone was like, oh, this is Madame Africa. She wants to go back to Africa so bad. Because I was like, well, I don't actually like living in the West anymore. And I want to go back home so bad that I even moved before I even found the job. That's how bad I wanted to move back. And this is how much this generation really thinks highly of not only their countries, their continent, but they actually think that they can bring value and that there's so much more to do there than in the US, where almost everything has been done, or in Europe, or so many other places. So I think that has created a bit of that shift where these nations are saying, okay, our soft power isn't working as much. And when we want to make this decision, what is one thing that we have? It's money and it's power to arm ourselves, so that if we want to actually go to war with anyone and we know we are not in the right, then we can just use our, military power, which is kind of risky in a way that you're thinking, okay, so we are no longer holding them accountable to those standards of peace and collaboration and democracy. But on the other end, you're also realizing that no one wants to just be beaten over the years, right? You're finding other ways to fight back. So peaceful protests, social media, you're seeing that these small countries are actually fighting back using other resources. And I think that is one of the greatest contribution our generation is using that same soft power that these countries have used in the past to actually bring light to situations that we wouldn't normally see in the media or that we wouldn't be aware of, and saying, oh, this is what they're doing. At some point, they need to be held accountable. And we've seen how that has made some impact. Like Apple had lost part of, their profit when people realized that actually all of the metal that is going into making iPhone is coming from Congo, and this is why we have this terrible war there. So what are we doing? We've seen a lot of people, just deciding to no longer purchase or to actually ally with other more clean ways of providing these minerals. So there's different ways that we can actually fight back that doesn't involve like hard power. Yeah.
Thank you.
My thoughts. Firstly, I think this is really, I'll get back to one point that I heard, and I think this may be, from my perspective, one of the most important things in the world today, especially in this panel. Firstly, when it comes to values, you can't cherry pick. The problem with Ukraine is that they are violating somebody's sovereignty. And this is an issue for every single country in the world, where there's a precedent when somebody can say, I want half of your territory or 10% of your territory, or I want your resources. And I think that cherry picking is something that we can't allow. I understand the transactional aspect where some project is maybe cheaper, better, but when it comes to values, we really can't do any kind of flexibility here. And that's what, as Croatia, we always say, when you look at enlargement, the next word is merit. It needs to be merit. We need to adhere to our values. And I think one thing you learn from this panel today is no matter where we are from, I was also Mr. Croatia when I was studying abroad, but ultimately, if you did a survey among young graduates in the world, where would you like to do business or work or study or form a family, it would be the Euro-Atlantic area. Because of our social models, because of our way of life, because of our democracy, and also because of our strong economy, which is also very much because of the fact that we are free to speak, to do whatever we want, and to develop our projects. So I think this is a really important point because it's a value issue. There are many countries that are much more advanced than Croatia or Germany or Denmark, but people don't want to live there. And that's why values are extremely important. And I have to get back to these transitions. If we don't get this right immediately, imagine the combination of AI and total surveillance and a totalitarian country. Yeah. So I think this is a extremely important point to share with everyone today, and also a bit of optimism. We are a country where we had naked aggression on Croatia. The reaction was, there was reaction, there was support, but what we've seen in the case of Ukraine is basically universal support of countries who care about values. So we made huge progress. Of course, it's always a question, I have to get back to proximity, because a lot of us don't know what's going in those countries. That's why the Republic of Dubrovnik had, I don't know, 3,000 people at the time, but 200 consulates to know what's going on. But in Ukraine, we know what's going on. It's very clear, it's transparent. You can see it on YouTube every single day. And here we are clear. I think we made huge progress as, I don't know, the global democratic world. And also, I think that even small countries like Croatia in many of these crises are providing serious support, also in times when some of the public is very concerned about this and this costs. But even Croatia had very serious missions throughout the world, which were not always very welcome in the public. And also, I have to say, our social model costs. But there is no dilemma in the Croatian public about, realistically, about sending support to Ukraine. Right. We had 13 packages up to now, and I think this is the way to go. Of course, we learned a lot through this. But the reaction to this whole situation that we're having in Ukraine is a stronger EU and is a stronger NATO and is higher defense spending because it's necessary. So my point being is that many times, in the case of EU, I am at the ministerial meetings. A lot of times it feels like you're in the roundabout on many files, but ultimately we've created a model that is attractive. And it's because there's no cherry picking. Right. It's values and it's economy, but it's both.
Great, thanks. Mohammed, you do come from of all of us, the only country that is now in the process of post-war and rebuilding. Do you have a different perspective on this hard power, soft power option, if it's a choice?
Okay, maybe, is this working?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe as a millennial, member, someone who belongs to this millennial generation, let me toot our horns a little bit first. What millennials believe or think actually really matters, and I'll give you an example. Right now, millennials are literally running Syria. The current president is 42 years old. His foreign minister is 37, 30, 80 years old. The whole cadre at Syria's new foreign ministry are people in their late 20s and 30s. It's a very, very young government. They're literally running the country. So their beliefs and so forth matter a great deal. Now, if I were to identify one thing I would say about my generation in Syria is that we no longer really believe or buy into what we in the international system. To us, it's something that we did believe in at one point, turned out to be a myth. Children were gassed to death. And there was a line in the sand. It's like, you're not supposed to use chemical weapons against civilians, and if you do, there will be repercussions. And then there were no repercussions. So I think there is more interest in self-reliance. There is more interest in sort of like making it on your own. And it's good and bad at the same time. It's good because, you know, this is life. At the same time, it's bad because this is not good for us as a global community. That's number one. Now, the second thing about soft power and this shift, there's definitely a shift, and we see it on a daily basis. the United States, for example, right now is shedding away a lot of its soft power and expressing more interest in hardball politics and other means and expressions of power. I would say the post-World War II order that was created by the West, particularly by the United States, was a marvelous thing for the West. It created so much wealth and affluence, created a period of uninterrupted peace for the West, not necessarily for the rest of the world. Like, for example, the modern state, in our case the Syrian, was not a good thing because they had a claim to, again, being the government of, recognized internationally as the government of the day while they were killing their own citizens. But for the West, it actually worked very well, created so much wealth. Now we see the system fraying at the seams. This lack of consistency in enforcing what you believe in and in your values is definitely having a huge impact. And I would say it's for the West, it's a net loss. Again, because the system was working, at least for the West. And now you're reverting to an older form of politics that was with us for thousands and thousands of years, that we're no strangers to. And we know that eventually it does not create a lot of peace. So yeah, it's sad, but it is what it is, and this is where we are today.
All right, thank you. I'm acutely aware that this is known as the most dangerous panel because it's just before the lunchtime, and I will allow for a question. If there is a question from the audience, if you promise there is not going to be any hungry violence towards me and my panelists. I do have one last question if there are no questions from the audience. So you are hungry. Okay, no, there is.
There is a question.
There is a question from Lucas. Felix, if you could introduce yourself and tell us to whom the question is directed to.
The whole panel. I'm Felix Lucas, sports entrepreneur and a proud member of Academy for Political Development and a proud millennial as well. So you spoke about a lot of things today, but you mentioned values and cherries, what I remembered, cherry picking. So we live in a world where individualism was really growing and promoted all around the social media, but we can see it doesn't bring result. We live in a really dangerous world and not a happy world today. So we are the last generation that remembers the time prior to the smartphone invention. And you can see now with the introduction of artificial intelligence that the world is going to alienate even more people, and people as humans, we cannot be separated from a social responsibility for being part of the community. And you cannot even achieve happiness if you're not contributing to the society. But everything we see today in the social media, in any media, even in the world of politics, and particularly in the world of superstars, being in a sports, in a pop culture, it's people with no values at all, or terrible values for humanity. And because of the profit and a large tech industry who are making this profit, young generation is becoming more and more addicted and depending on pills and other drugs. So how millennials, because it's our responsibility, we are that generation that needs to change, and we need to educate new generation to come to become back again social responsible. Why I mentioned cherries, for example, 50 years ago, I'm from Castela, cherries were famous there, and if you steal a cherry, society would separate you. And even your family, next generation, they would say, don't hang out with this guy. They're thieves. But today, if you steal a cherry, you make a lot of money, and you present it on a TikTok as a cool thing, you're a superstar. So how do we address this huge issue in the world?
I feel like this is also a critic of the Gen Z, of the upcoming one, yeah. Yes, of course.
Maybe I'll try. Of course, from my perspective, I'm the youngest member of the Croatian government, the youngest state secretary ever. I don't know if that's good. We'll see in time. But in any case, so I'm 36, going to be this summer. Very tragic. And then whenever I go to meetings, people see you as a young person. Yeah. But ultimately, globally, when I go to, for example, awards for young entrepreneurs, The people who are changing the technological world, I mean, sometimes they're even students. They are shaping the world we live in, and then older people try to regulate it. The people who are today attacking Ukraine, I think 96% of them is below 35. The people bridging the Mediterranean, also 90% under 35. Somebody needs to talk to these people. Somebody needs to interact with these people. Somebody needs to tell them about the values that we should all hear you and agree with this whole argument on selfishness. Yes, we're becoming selfish. And even if you're not idealistic, you need to be pragmatic. The world is so connected that something happening in the Sahel will be visible in our system in Croatia in roughly 3 or 4 months. It's like in a tree. So my working day starts with data. Every time there's a crisis, we see these people coming. Yeah. So our initiative should be, especially in the EU, to continue with our soft power, to continue with our programs of development, serious development, not just the infrastructure that we need. And I think the EU has been doing this constantly. Of course, it can always be, you could say, more profound, more intense, but basically it's a question of pragmatism. If you don't solve the problem of these people, it will be our problem soon, because the world is extremely connected. Data comes in seconds. Communication is, completely different nowadays. I'm currently talking to a foreign government. I mean, we talk on a daily basis. It's not messages and emails anymore. Yeah. Everyone knows that Europe is attractive. So if you don't solve crisis at the root, you're going to face the results. And I think we're still adamant in this case. I'm really sorry that maybe some other countries feel the shift and cut this aid and soft power. I think in the long term, this is not a good idea.
Quick thing. So I'm actually a bit more positive, and I have a more positive outlook on this whole situation, because I choose to look at the glass as half full instead of half empty. I really do think that this new generation, like he said, they're the ones that are actually changing the world, and it's us millennial and the generations before that need to adapt. I do think that they're a lot more vocal. They're a lot more interconnected. They actually deeply care. They might not care in a way that we cared before. They might not be as socially constructed. There is this whole thing about self-care, individualism, and all of this, because they do believe that you need to be full and whole and healthy to be able to help others. So there's a sense of, okay, I'll take care of me, and I also should take care of the world. And for me, it's very basic, right? It's the pyramid of Maslow. Obviously, if I have shelter, if I have food, if I have all of these things that are already necessary for my own existence, then I can start caring about, mental health. Then I can start caring about all of these other issues around the rest of the world. But if I'm actually not even able to feed myself on a day-to-day, how am I supposed to worry about a war in Ukraine when I'm just looking to eat on a day-to-day? So it's really about how do we meet the basic needs of all of the humans, and then after that, let's figure out how are we dealing with all of those issues of interconnectedness. And then the last point I really want to make about this new generation is that we actually, our generation and the new to come, need to show better models on TikTok, on YouTube, and we need to make noise. I asked my dear friend here to take some videos and pictures of me, because if we are only seeing the social media influencers that are not necessarily have the best values or role models, that's all there is there to see. And we're all on those social media. So we need people like Ivan, like B, like Mohammed to be on social media, to show what they're doing, to care about the world, to share their experiences, so that when the 15 and 16-year-old go online, they can be like, oh, I want to be like Ivan. No, I don't want to be a Kardashian. I want to be this, this, and that. So it's up to us to really show these really good models without necessarily, renegating on what is already out there, because we need to overcrowd the system with the good, and then, it will kind of balance itself out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
B.
I'll just add one point. The definition of success has completely changed from our parents' time to us, or even our grandparents' time to us. So I think the values is very, like everybody says, the talk is cheap, but the action is the most expensive thing. But I think everybody talks about values, but when the time comes, nobody shows it. I think that has to change. It has to be more action-oriented. That's what will bring the change at the end of the day, because we can talk all the time, but if there is no action to it, there's no way. And I feel like I always say, I was even talking to Ivan about it, it takes a village to raise a child. If they're seeing like the success is like making more money, or the success is like being more famous, but success is not being honest or living with integrity, so the success definition changes, and that's what they aspire to be. So I think that's where we need to step in. And by the way, like Pete Seat from MLP program always says, it's not next generation. Millennium Fellows are now generation leaders. They're already doing it. So
thank you. Alain, last words, brief from you on the question.
On the issue of social, I mean, so it's a double-edged sword. For us, for example, back in 2011, Facebook was the way we circumvented censorship. And the original call for peaceful protests in Syria was made on Facebook. And to communicate, we use Skype. And so, at least in 2011, 2012, the Syrian revolution was called the Skype revolution. We also were able to use YouTube in order to upload. We didn't have to rely on legacy or traditional media for documenting war crimes and atrocities. We had YouTube, we had access to YouTube, and we were able to upload, literally millions of videos documenting these crimes. So in that sense, social media was a blessing. But at the same time, like I said, it's a double-edged sword, because social media also gave access or created platforms for people who are not necessarily experts on certain on issues or well informed on certain issues. So misinformation, disinformation, people like completely clueless on certain issues, talking and pontificating about it, and like you said, getting hundreds of thousands of likes or gaining currency on these things, and that created the issue. I think it is something that we have to deal with. We have to continue, I think, to think of ways in order to harness that good and mitigate those bad consequences. And so, when your suggestion is a good one, we need to flood the system with good, and eventually hoping that the good currency will drive the bad one out.
Thank you all for very much. I do hope you will excuse us for extending our panel for 5-6 minutes. I hope that we were interesting, that we've opened some very interesting and important topic. If we do want to shape our future, and I think we already are, I think listening, and not only listening, but hearing is the key. And I do hope that we will all take, not only from this panel, but this forum, that the glass indeed is half full, and that we will actively decide to fill it and not to drain it. Thank you all so very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
No, we thank you for a great panel. Just to remember this moment, can all the millennials raise hands just for a second? Do not believe the AI, because it says that we are already Gen Z if we were born in 1981, which is completely wrong. So do not trust AI at all the moments. Give them time to learn something. Cherish the moment with these perfect youngsters who shape the world future. Well, youngsters, it sounds much better, right? It's talking about my generation. Warning, important message coming. The lunchtime already started. At the 7th floor of the hotel, you have finger food and everything you need to cherish, low calorie, so we can go throughout the day. But remember, we start at 2, and be like Croatian. Never has ever been settled on a panel discussion nor on meeting, but during the lunch, everything can be done. That's the way they do it in Dubrovnik for a few thousand years. Enjoy. We say dobar tek, bon appetit. Yes, dear friends, and congratulations. This is the record comeback after lunch in this part of the world. Compliments from my side. Well, well, well. You always have two very tricky moments. A panel prior to the lunch and the first keynote speeches and panel after the lunch. But in this part of the world, we always say time is relative, not precious, but knowledge is something which we share as a precious thing, and that's the reason why we carry on with our program, with emphasizing something which will be included in the theme of connecting economies, empowering people, the new pact for the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is huge part of our culture, our history, which connects us. There is old Croatian statement which always says, put a finger in the sea and you're connected to every friend in the world. And that is actually true. So prior to the panel, we're going to start with the keynote speech. That is a very hard task, which will be done in such an easement because this lady knows this part of the world quite good. She is a former mayor of this beautiful town, a part of a Croatian parliament for many years, then on very high positions in European Parliament, Commission, and every other job she has to do, and some of them remember her as their teacher of English as well. So now we're going to carry on with our program with first keynote speech of the afternoon. I hope that you're ready and good to be back in your hometown. It's a pleasure to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker for the day, Dubravka Šuica, Commissioner for the Mediterranean from the European Commission. Nice to have you and welcome back home.
Thank you very much, dear Frane. Dear Minister of Economy, dear Ante Šušnjar, dear Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean, dear Nasser, dear Secretary General of Gulf Cooperation Council, Jasem, dear Jasem, dear State Secretary of the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dear Mr. Štucin, dear Executive Director of European Maritime Safety Agency, dear Maya, and honorable guests, dear everyone, dear Madam Metelko, dear Andrea. So thank you very much for coming here. I want to host the organizers for yet another Dubrovnik forum, very established platform for international dialogue, providing space for reflection and debate. As you already heard, this is my hometown, so I feel really at home here. And as you know, Dubrovnik was always a bridge between cultures, bridge between religions, a bridge between peoples. And this is very important to know if we know some more facts from Dubrovnik history and during the time of Dubrovnik Republic. I think that there is no better place which fits better for our exchange on the new pact for the Mediterranean. Just to understand what is this about, President von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, decided to establish new portfolio on Mediterranean. The reason for it is that somehow people in the Mediterranean felt left behind and abandoned due to our focus on Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Eastern Partnership, due to our focus on Western Balkans, so people felt abandoned. So it's not only symbolically, but it's about substance. So she decided to establish new portfolio. But it's not only portfolio, which I have a privilege to be chairing this. It is also new Directorate General, which is DG MENA. So we have completely new service, which is in charge for this part of the world. When I say MENA, it's Middle East and North Africa. So this is a very important part, and knowing what's going on in the world nowadays, we think that this was a good move from her side. Connecting economies and empowering people, which is the title of this panel, must be at the heart of our strategic vision. We know that the Mediterranean has the potential to be a hub of innovation, trade, and inclusive growth. So what I'm entitled to work on? I'm entitled to work on bilateral comprehensive partnership agreements with different countries. So one side of the story. Another side of the story is regional approach, so both. What we have been doing until now, as you know, we have already 3 agreements, one with Tunisia, one with Egypt, and I signed myself 2 months ago the agreement with Jordan, which we consider as the most stable country in that part of the world. What I will be doing, continuing working on these strategic partnership agreements. Now I think that the next one will be with Morocco. And I also, during my visit to Lebanon, I offered them that we start negotiations, so the next country will be Lebanon. Of course, as I see a representative of the Gulf countries are also very important, although Gulf countries are not Mediterranean as we know geographically, but Gulf countries are very important for us because we cannot imagine peace, security, and prosperity of the Mediterranean without involving Gulf countries. And this is why we want to be much closer to you than we have been before. As you know, there are security threats, there is erosion of multilateral order in the world, and the fading away of alliances. We are trying to establish this again, and this is why we have to boost our resilience, and we have to boost also our geopolitical influence. Just to understand, there is our new motto, which says Europe wants to be player and not only payer, because knowing at this moment, Europe represents 16% of the world GDP. At the same time, we represent 42% of the world development aid. So this is totally imbalanced. Knowing what's going on with new American administration, it could increase. This is the reason why we want to really to show that we are a player, and we will pay, we will continue doing this, but at the same time, we have to have a much bigger influence than we had earlier. When I say this, it's also about Israel, Palestine, it's about Syria, about other countries, also North Africa and Gulf. So what we are doing in this commission, everything is looked through the lens of competitiveness, because we have our 3 priorities, as you know. First one is competitiveness, second one is security, and third one defense. These three priorities, whatever we are doing or whatever we have been doing is about that. So when I say competitiveness, we want to create better connections with that part of the world. Now I'm speaking about energy. All of you know that we want to get rid of Russian fossil fuels. This is a known fact. How are we going to achieve it? We are trying to achieve it, but still we are dependent, as you know. So knowing that this part of the world has plenitude of solar energy, wind energy, hydrogen, so we want to produce renewables there, knowing that 1 megawatt hour is produced in Europe at 60 euro and in Middle East and North Africa at 30 euro. So what do we need? We need to build interconnectors. We need to build grids in order to bring this energy to Europe. This is one of the ways how we see how to use the potential of energy. It is very important, and I'm working very closely with my colleague Jorgensen, who is in charge of energy. It's not only about energy, it's also about trade, it's about digitalization, it's about education, it's about development, it's about people-to-people contacts. You know that we will be celebrating or marking 30th anniversary of Barcelona Declaration. This will happen in November, so far as I know until now, and our new pact for Mediterranean, on which I have been working since the beginning of this mandate, will be promoted there in Barcelona in November on this occasion, but we will adopt this pact at the college on the 15th of October. What is this pact about? It is about document, but it's not document. We want to make it genuine pact, to start different approach with the countries of Mediterranean. We don't want to impose anything. We don't want to preach to these countries. We want to treat all the countries as equals. Of course, due to different regimes or to different democratic status in different countries, sometimes we always try to communicate with governments, which is very important, but sometimes we have also to consider and to consult others, which is think tanks, civil society, non-governmental organizations, academia. And at this moment, we are gathering different contributions from different interlocutors in order to make pact, real pact, just to understand. It's not imposed from Brussels. It will be made in cooperation. So we are in the mid of the consultation process. During summer, we will gather everything, and I hope that this will be a good pact and everybody will be happy. On Monday afternoon, there will be a meeting of southern ministers will come to Brussels from all the countries now, and we will discuss, of course, this pact and the future of the region, just to understand that this is also one step in this process which I'm trying to explain. As I said, people are at the center of this pact. People are at the heart. When I say people, people-to-people contacts, we think that young people are the most important in order to exchange, in order to communicate. It's about professional training, it's about jobs, it's about skills. And what we want to create and what we want to have as a legacy of this portfolio is network of Mediterranean universities. This doesn't mean that we will build new premises. It means that we will try to add curricula to already existing universities, be it in Beirut, be it in Alexandria, be it in Marseille. So we will try to create network of universities where we can have young researchers, students. We can see our Erasmus Plus program, our Horizon program. Everything will be done there. So, and we think that Croatia is also very well placed for this, network of universities, but let's see how this will go on. So first pillar is people. Second pillar is potential of economies, which I already mentioned, energy. It's about Trans-Mediterranean Energy and Clean Tech Cooperation Initiative, so-called TMED. So we will work on this with North Africa and with Middle East. So our job and my job will be to break the regulatory, financial, and infrastructural barriers, because we have to admit that there are barriers, and we have, you know, that we are working on simplification now in European Union, but we have also to adapt laws and regulatory systems there. Just to understand, nobody will invest in the countries where there is no rule of law, fundamental rights, democracy. Nobody will put his or her capital there if it's not safe. So this is important that we have in our organization, our institutions like European Investment Bank, International Monetary Fund, World Bank. So these institutions should be there. And this is the reason why we are trying to help and cope with these systems and countries to use all this. But otherwise, also European companies wouldn't feel safe to invest there. And I think that Croatian minister, my dear friend and colleague Ante Šušnjar, will speak or will share his perspective on this. When we speak about connectivity, this is also very important. It's not only, it is transport, but there is digital connectivity nowadays. Nowadays, we don't ask someone where you are, but how well you are connected. This is the question nowadays, and this is important why we work on Medusa, which is, I hope that you are familiar with this, digital submarine fiber cable, which will connect all the countries. We also talk about ELMED, which is electricity link between Italy and Tunisia. When I mentioned earlier Tunisia, Egypt, and Jordan, these partnership agreements contain energy, trade, people-to-people contact, digitalization, and migration is always there. Unfortunately, in public, there is a, I would dare say, there is a wrong perception that is also that everything is about migration. Migration is only one part where we decide how to deal with this. You know that I'm also in charge of demography. It's not only Mediterranean. Knowing that more than 50% of people in that part of the world is younger than 25 years. So there is a lot of potential there. At the same time, knowing that Europe is shrinking and Europe is so-called aging continent. We are trying to change the narrative nowadays. We don't call Europe anymore aging continent. We are saying we are longevity continent. But this is based on the fact that we live in last 50 years, Europeans live 10 years more on average, which means that we are really longevity continent. This is another story. We have to rethink, reconsider our regulations, laws, and everything, because everything is adapted to 65, 70, and it's over. Now we have to adapt to 80, 90, and 100 years old people, and this is another story which I have to also to develop. But just to know that there is a lot of potential there. We lack here in Europe, we lack human capital, we lack people, we lack skills, and we need to import some of them. This is why I'm connecting this with migration. I'm talking about legal pathways. I'm not talking about illegal migrations. For those, we have new return directive, and those who are not legally here in Europe will be brought back, not to say expelled. This is our position in the Commission. So what are we doing in order to create legal pathways? We are signing talent partnerships with these countries. So we have already talent partnership with Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia. We will continue working on it. What I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say that we want to be politically correct, and we don't want to create brain drain there. So if we take all doctors, all engineers from that part of the world, this wouldn't be correct. This is why we are signing balanced talent partnerships in order to make situation okay there and also in our countries, just to understand it. Everything is about that. I know that the topic of migration is very sensitive, and in some countries it creates a lot of tensions, but this is about legal migration, just to understand. So Elmed, Medusa, Great Sea Interconnector between Cyprus, Israel, and Greece. Then there is a Gregi Interconnector between Egypt and Greece. Then there are many other. Also H2Med project, which is green hydrogen corridor linking Portugal, Spain, and France, with the potential extension to North Africa. So, and I have to mention IMEC here. You know that Prime Minister of India was 2 weeks ago was here in Croatia. IMEC is one of the very important projects, one of the most important projects, how to connect Asia and Europe. It will start in India and it will finish somewhere here in Mediterranean. So it's very important to know that this India, Middle East, Europe corridor is going on, and it involves investments in ports, in energy transmission, in digital transformation, infrastructure from India, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Israel, Jordan, Cyprus, Greece, and Italy at the moment, just to understand. And coming back to the third dimension, I mentioned people, I mentioned economy. The third dimension is security. Security, as all of you know, nowadays it's one of the most important topics. We speak about disaster preparedness, we speak about combating migrant smuggling, and we are speaking about maritime security, which is also very important, knowing what's going on. And I welcome participation of European Maritime Safety Agency and Mare here, because it will, I hope it will bring some novelties to our discussion on this. So we want to deliver on ground by fighting terrorism and organized crime, while also preventing radicalization. This is something which we have been working on. And as I said, legal pathways is something which is very important. So just to mention Union for Mediterranean, because I see my dear friend Nasser here, who is now chairing this organization. We see Union for Mediterranean as our implementing partner. Is it partner? Implementing partner. So someone has to implement what we have been saying, what we adopt. So who is going to do it? So we think that the most important organization is exactly the Union for Mediterranean, because this is the only organization, it's not now political, this is the only organization which brings everyone around the table, which means all the countries, including Palestine and Israel, just to understand. This is the only organization where everybody is sitting at the same table, including Turkey, including Western Balkans, Mediterranean partners, and that's it. So we are relying on you. So there will be a lot of deliverables. Med9, as you know, Croatia is also a member of Med9, platform of Southern European Union members, strong Mediterranean voice there in the Adriatic dimension. Next year we will take over chairmanship of Med9 presidency from you, from Slovenia. And let us, to conclude, let us not forget the 3 Seas initiative. 3 Seas initiative linking the Baltic, Black, and Adriatic regions, where Croatia is holding the presidency again. So this is something which is very important and fits well in my mandate, just to understand, although I'm not representing only Croatia, but all 27, just to understand. So we think that this 3 Seas initiative can become a key driver of regional cohesion and connectivity, bridge gaps, and strengthen resilience across the Mediterranean region. So looking forward to cooperate with all of you. I think that this is good opportunity to discuss all these issues. Maybe we can, as I don't know what will be the conclusions of the panel, but we can take from you today conclusions and try to make them part of the new pact for the Mediterranean, because we surely have forgotten something. So this will help us, this will enrich us, and thank you once again for coming here to my hometown, Dubrovnik.
Thank you, Mrs. Schulze, for joining us as the Commissioner for the Mediterranean of the European Commission. As you've heard, Croatia is all about diplomacy and legacy. Diplomacy was shown by hometown Dubrovnik because they were the best in diplomacy. Even though we are talking about Mediterranean, we called our friends from the Gulf region because when we calculate the Suez Canal, then we are connected and it's approved. And legacy is something also that connects Mediterranean. In 1979, in a beautiful town of Split nearby, the Mediterranean Games were held. And since 1979, because of one Croatian guy and designer, all the Mediterranean countries have the same emblem, because Croatia connects. So you know that one, but it was a long time ago, so it's time for new challenges and maybe some economy statements so we can improve even better. That's the reason why we carry on with the panel discussion about economies, empowering people, and the new pact for the Mediterranean. I hope that you're ready. I'll be calling all the panelists, and at the end, lovely gentlemen who will be asking hard and tough questions in about 32 minutes. Hopefully. I'm just joking. Ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for Minister of Economy of Croatia, Ante Šušnjar, joining us for this one. Nice to have you. Welcome. The seat is yours. We call the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council, Yasser Mohammed Al-Budaywi, to join us as well. Your Excellency, welcome. So we have Croatia, Kuwait, then we carry on to the land of Pharaoh, Secretary General Union for the Mediterranean, Nasser Kamel. Nice to have you from Egypt as well. Then we're back to Croatia, thanks to Executive Director of the European Maritime Safety Agency, Maja Marković-Kostelac. Thanks for joining us. And we have our dear friend, najboljši sused from Slovenia, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Marko Štucin. Hvala što ste s nama. The moderator of the panel will be dear and lovely colleague, Executive Director of the Arab Reform Initiative, Nadim Hori. So please, Nadim, the place is yours. Everything is heated and settled for the new pact. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction, and thank you for being thank you, Croatia, to hosting us today. So we have about 40 minutes to discuss what are major challenges. And Commissioner Suica put it well, I think, the task ahead of us, which is, can we turn these aspirations, this vision for renewed energy around European and Mediterranean relations 30 years after Barcelona into concrete projects, into something tangible, because I think we would all agree that there's a high level of skepticism these days around the world about just speeches, commitments. We need to show that this can work, that there is new energy. Some of the themes have been mentioned. This notion of joint ownership of this pact, that this is not just an EU-driven proposal. Notions around the importance of people, mobility, a touchy, complicated subject, but also trade, energy, particularly renewable energy, investments, education. And we have a fantastic panel to try to see, each from your perspective, how we can turn some of these ideas into concrete projects and proposals. And I will ask our panelists to try to be short so that we have at least a chance to 2 rounds of questions, if you allow. And I'll start with our Croatian hosts, Minister of Economy, Ante Šušnjar. You have been, as minister, very keen to turn Croatia into a regional energy hub and, in a way, connect and knit together some of the Adriatic assets on renewables, on LNG ports, into wider Euromed corridors that are being discussed. From your perspective, what energy projects do you see could anchor this pact, could give it concrete meaning, and what would you see as, from a Croatian perspective, the main priorities for renewed energy, for a new pact for the Mediterranean?
Thank you. I would just highlight before that I start with energy that, and I want to thank Commissioner Šuica for the interesting presentation. And just to highlight one thing that she mentioned that is also in her scope, it is a demography. It is a key factor of the regional stability, and we as Europe must be aware that if we continue with this trend with the demography, it won't go well. We will need that amount of energy. So this is scope number 1 from my perspective, even though I am a Minister of Economy and Energy also. We as a Croatia, we have a strategic geographical position, and we already provided our solidarity to our neighbor countries by developing our infrastructure. It is developed in a way that it is more than sufficient for our domestic needs. As you know, we invested in 2021 in LNG terminal, which is 2.3 billion cubic meters capacity, and we are increasing it this summer to 6.1. Croatian needs are around 2.5. The rest is for our neighbors, for landlocked countries, and this contributes to the country's growing role as a regional energy hub for our neighbors. When we finish the pipelines also increasing the capacity, we will be able to provide the energy towards Slovenia, Hungary in greater capacities than now, but we will also be able to provide the LNG gas to the Bavaria also. Very important to mention, these pipelines that we are building are already hydrogen ready, and we are ready for the renewable energy. In response to these developments, also in the parallel, the Adria pipeline continues to serve as a crucial component of the regional energy infrastructure and enabling the reliable transit of the crude oil, especially for the landlocked countries, in a context to abandoning the Russian fossil fuels. Also in Croatia, we see a great potential in our geothermal, because in the Pannonia area we have a great potential to explore and develop this geothermal for the heating, but also for the electricity production. And these are the pillars that will improve Croatians' resilience in food production, also in energy production. But when we see how world is developing very, very fast, we need huge amounts of energy. And also, we are amending our laws, and we are planning to develop the nuclear power plants on Croatian soil, and especially we see the opportunity in small modular reactors. Also, connectivity that Commissioner Šuica was mentioning in presentation, we are intensively working with the Italian side with the electricity interconnector. We are very well connected with our other neighbor countries, but there is huge space to move forward with our internal grid, because as a geographical position of Croatia, we need to improve our internal grid because of the resilience and transfer of energy from south to north of the Croatia. But this geothermal potential is highly valued from our side, and we are keen to develop it because it is a base load energy. It is energy that is produced 24/7, and it's 100% renewable.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to move, we're talking about energy, we're talking about investments, so we're going to talk about the GCC. So, Secretary General, Your Excellency Budayri, the GCC has emerged as a key investor around the Mediterranean, but also in recent years as a key geopolitical player, as well, leveraging relations with Europe, with the US, but also increasingly with China, India, and other powers. From your perspective, so I think, and we've heard the Commissioner, everyone is looking to the GCC to become a key Mediterranean player. From your perspective, what role can the GCC play to support a pathway to prosperity and stability in the region as part of a new partnership with the EU, particularly when we know the challenges that face us in reconstructing Syria, hopefully soon starting rebuilding Gaza, Lebanon, Libya, the economic challenges of a number of countries in North Africa. What would you like to see from this pact, and what is the GCC willing to bring to the table at this point?
Thank you, Nadim, for hear me? Okay. Thank you, Nadim, for this introduction. I want to start at the outset to thank the Croatian government for inviting me for such an important forum. I'm honored to be the first GCC official to actually participate in this. The GCC, as you are all aware, has been engaging with many strategic partnerships, is keen to develop its relationship at different level with everybody, whether countries, states, or regional organizations. We truly believe that there is potential for a cooperation and development with the Mediterranean. I had the honor to sit today with my colleague Nasser, and we talked about it. There are so much we can bring to the table. We just need to study it first within us. This is now the first contact. Even though the GCC countries are already engaged with the Union for Mediterranean, with the Mediterranean countries, through the Arab League, because the Arab League has the status of observer in the Union of Mediterranean. So, and since the 6 of us are part of the Arab League. But what we would like to do is entertain the idea of coming as GCC to the Mediterranean to see the possibility of cooperation as we do with the Caribbean countries, Mercosur, ASEAN, C5, European Union. We have partnerships with everybody. We have regular ministerial meetings and regular summits. Why not with the Mediterranean? They are closer to us than our friends in the Caribbean, so we might as well initiate this move. But what we need to look at first, and I'll talk in the second question, I'd rather concentrate on the maybe the challenges. But now let's talk about the positivity, what we can bring to the table. Commissioner Sweka talked about people, activities. She talked about energy, connectivity, electricity, and security. These are our specialties, and we've done so much with them. The electricity, the 6 of us are connected with each other with an electrical grid. A problem in my own country, and which has the most problem with electricity for strange reason, Kuwait, get cut. We get electricity from the furthest city to us, which is Muscat. So we're very good. We can help out with this. We have an authority, a GCC authority for that. Of course, talking about energy and renewable energy, as the minister just mentioned, also Madame Sweka knows that this year we're having first of its kind energy conference, GCC EU energy conference. I think talking about cooperation with the Mediterranean with renewable energy could be one of the subjects that we could entertain. But I want to go through a few numbers, and I hope I still have 1 more minute.
Sure.
You're talking about a population of 57 million, almost half of which are under 30. You are talking about growth in 25 and 26, economical growth 4.2. You are talking about GDP 2.1 trillion, the 6 of us, in 2023. We are expected to reach 6 trillion in 2050. Our GDP, as we speak in 2023, makes us the 11th economy in the world. Our total value, our sovereign fund value, controls almost 34% of the whole world's foreign investment, with the amount of 4.4 trillion. Our our value, market value is, our sovereign fund is 4 trillion. Our market value is 4.4 trillion. So these are numbers that we are so proud of. We made them in such a efficient and the right time, and we'd like to share them with others. We've been doing that with many other organizations. We are ready. We will entertain the idea, as I promised my friend Nasser, to see what are the possibilities of GCC positive cooperation with the Union for Mediterranean.
Thank you very much. And these are fantastic numbers, which the region obviously needs to address the many challenges, including adaptation to climate change, rebuilding, security, and training our talented youth for the future. Which brings me to His Excellency Nasser Kamel, Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. I mean, your organization, all eyes are on it. You are the space where the EU and all the states around the Mediterranean, including, frankly, many states that don't talk to each other, are members. And if there's going to be a space to dialogue, to discuss, to turn this ambition into real regional collaboration and not simply bilateral relations, it's going to be through the Union for the Mediterranean. Can you tell us how you see the ability today of the Union for the Mediterranean to bring together states that often don't want to talk to each other these days? And I mean, we know the divisions, and they're not just in the Middle East, there's some in North Africa, other parts, but also to bring together not just the national actors, but something that you've emphasized in a lot of your interventions, that Union for the Mediterranean is also about relations between municipalities. It's also a relationship between the civil society, the business sector. Tell us a bit what you hope for this new pact, what is the energy, and what the Union for the Mediterranean can bring to the table in this very challenging context.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very important question. But let me echo first what my dear friend and colleague Jassim in thanking the Croatia and Dubrovnik for their hospitality and this very important gathering. And also point out to what the Commissioner explained eloquently about the significance of creating a dedicated commission for the Mediterranean. This is geopolitically extremely important, and I would also point out to the choice of the commissioner, having chosen a true Mediterranean to lead that commission is in itself a very clear message about Europe's commitment to that region. And also what she mentioned in terms of how this pact is coming to life, this inclusive consultative process that you have led, not only with us as intergovernmental organization or with the countries involved, but having included all the stakeholders, youth, academia, and everyone, makes it a collaborative project, and it will end creating a pact that will be based on co-ownership and based on partnership and not a donor-recipient type of relationship. In that context, as you rightly mentioned, the UFM, or the Union for the Mediterranean, is called upon to play an important role because of its regional dimension. As the Commissioner explained, there is a bilateral, very important, strategically important dimension, and there is a regional dimension, and this is where we can bring a significant value added to the pact, especially that our new strategic vision actually is based on connectivity. By connectivity, we are talking about connecting people, connecting countries, and connecting economies. If you look at the pact, you will see that our strategic vision does echo very closely with the pact objectives. So the UFM can use, number one, its inclusive membership, as you mentioned, and as you both mentioned, the Commissioner and yourself, in terms of having everyone around the table within a very balanced governance structure. It's not a north-south or donor-recipient, it is a balanced governing structure. Using our convening power, and you mentioned, we bring people around the table who are not necessarily bilaterally on the best of terms. But when we bring them around the table, what we notice when we talk climate mitigation and adaptation, when we talk trade, when we talk gender equality, you would be surprised to see how much those countries are engaged and willing to work together towards achieving common goals when it pertains to sectoral activities, sectoral cooperation. So they can differ on geopolitical issues sometimes, but when it comes to real cooperation on the ground, I see a willingness even between those who do not necessarily agree. We can also help in terms of our the knowledge we build and the structure for cooperation that we build and the dialogue platform that we have to help coordinate many of the initiatives that will come out of the pact, especially when it pertains to renewable energy and clean tech. The case was made obvious by the numbers, $60 here or 60 euros here and 30 euros there. And this is not only about economic rationale, it is also about employment. It is also about investment. And it's also about dealing with the galloping demography in the South. When you create those economic opportunity, you are creating the condition for those young men and women to stay at home and contribute into their country's economy, but also into the wider region, the energy independence. We can help also in our, by using what we demonstrated in terms of mobilizing political, technical, financial resources for specific projects, and I can give example if you want. So all of this, and also as you rightly mentioned, the fact that many of our layers of governance and many of our structures do deal with the civil society, with the private sector, with the youth. We have a youth strategy 2030 that is ongoing, with the women dimension, which is extremely important. Studies are showing if women are fully integrated in the economies of the southern Mediterranean countries, our GDP is poised to grow by 30% more than it is today. So gender equality is not only about ethical values, it is about economic progress and economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think that the potential is there, but one thing that's been very present today in the conversation is the issue of this sort of security aspect, and how do we overcome the security economy nexus to make sure that we have sustainable growth and that the region prospers given everything that is going on around us. So I want to now turn to Maya / the Executive Director of the European Maritime Safety Agency. We know that shipping is the bloodstream of the Med trade, right? When we think about the Med as a region, it's going to be about shipping, it's going to be about the safety and security of the ships, but also, let's be honest, many people have started describing the Med as a graveyard in recent years, given the number of migrants dying trying to cross. There is also the broader issues of disruptions to supply chains, as we've seen, sometimes with conflicts that are not immediately on the Mediterranean. Can you tell us about some of the ways, from your perspective, from the European Maritime Safety Agency, how you are approaching the questions of safety and security for all across the Med, and what are some concrete projects that you think can really energize, benefit this new pact for the Mediterranean so that we can live the potential of a Mare Nostrum, a sea that really everyone finds themselves in?
Thank you, Nadim, and let me first of all thank the Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting me to participate in this panel and giving me the opportunity to put a bit of spotlight to maritime affairs and maritime transport in general. I would also like to thank Commissioner Šuica for giving us the thorough presentation of the objectives of the pact, which immediately triggers the idea of how we can really integrate the maritime pillar of the future pact. Indeed, as you said, shipping and ports, so the maritime transport is the backbone, not just of the Mediterranean, but on Mediterranean certainly, but I would say global economy. We all know this famous 90% of everything that we use or consume has, in this or that form, been transported by the sea. So, although the resilience of the maritime sector has been proven in the last 10 years, ships were sailing irrespective of all crises. I have to say that according to the data that we host in EMSA, these recent attacks, particularly in the Red Sea, directly of international shipping over 100 times, is a precedent that will have long-lasting consequences. More than 70% of international shipping has been rerouted from one of the previously most busy transport route. Still, in Suez Canal, more than 50% decreased traffic, with the impact, of course, to Eastern Mediterranean and general Mediterranean, but particularly Eastern Mediterranean ports, and a long-lasting impact to sustainability, because the longer route means more oil burn and over 70% of more emissions. So certainly safety and security are the elements which are in our great focus, and although we are a European agency, we are presented and present in the Med region for over 8 years now, with a very concrete and tangible results, I would say, in raising safety standards, first of all, building the capacity of all Mediterranean states in addressing the challenges related to maritime safety and security. And we can do more, I would say, by putting the whole portfolio of our toolbox when it comes to increasing the capacities of Coast Guard authorities around the Mediterranean, when it comes to capacity to meet the challenges of pollution, of ship-to-ship transfer, which has raised in the Med due to the transport of Russian oil, mostly, for over 30%, which poses another safety and environmental challenge. So addressing these issues by using the capacities that we have, being that the maritime surveillance toolbox from the entire maritime picture to Earth observation to drones, which supports the from search and rescue. You have mentioned migrants, but from search and rescue in general in shipping, but also to identify better and earlier the potential pollution in the Med region. We are also, when it comes to maritime transport and shipping in general, in the very exciting transformation process towards less sustainable, more sustainable, towards decarbonized maritime transport. This is something that is, of course, a very challenging process, but on the other hand side, it's a very potential and absolutely necessary process. So MED has here the great potential, as Commissioner Šuica also mentioned, to become the real hub for the production and supply of different alternative fuels. And that would really have the immediate effect to the decrease of the environmental footprint in Med. Unfortunately, we are at the beginning of the process. Fortunately and unfortunately. Fortunately, because we are in the process. Unfortunately, we are still at the beginning. So we still face in Med, for example, the increase of 15% of CO2 emissions only in the last 5 years. We have now 200% increase of methane emissions due to the intensive, among other things, intensive transport of LNG. So everything has its pros and cons, and what is important is that we work together with all those who play the roles in different countries at the partner basis. Because when you bring people together, and that is which connects us with the people-centric element of the pact, when you really bring people around the same table, you not just create a network, you create the new energy. As our colleague from Union for Mediterranean said, you gather people around the same idea, the same objectives, and then the differences becomes less. And this is what we have witnessed through the implementation of SafeMed project. Over 3,000 people so far have been directly involved in the implementation in the project in the entire Med region, and we hope that this is going to not just continue but also increase.
Great, thank you very much. And continuing on this, moving to State Secretary Stucin from Slovenia. Slovenia has been heading the informal Med9 group, which is the European countries around the Mediterranean. And you know, I listened to one of the speeches you gave last year. You talked about the importance of connecting climate security, a secure neighborhood, and global competitiveness, themes that Commissioner Šuica has also mentioned this morning. Can you tell us how you see perhaps this new pact from your perspective as Slovenia, but also as leading this Med9, see the new pact as a tool that can address this notion of addressing security concerns, but also creating growth? You know, I think this is the inherent tension we're hearing a lot about. We're going to have to be able to deal with hard security, but at the same time, reignite the imagination, re-excite people, bring people around the table, new projects. How do you see that? And is there a role here for Med9 to play to address some of these issues? And we know that Croatia will be, I guess, succeeding Slovenia at the end of the year.
First of all, let me thank our Croatian southern neighbors for this hospitality. I'm really happy to be here in this panel. I will probably not be so open as the Speaker of the Parliament, but I promise to at least answer to your question. When it comes to Mediterranean and the questions that you posed, I would say we come probably from, we experienced probably the same story when we were joining European Union 20 years ago. So as the independent country, we were on the margin, so outside in the neighborhood of European Union. And then with our integration, we went through all these questions, so security, economic cooperation, political cooperation. And with this experience, probably we can also play some role when it comes to deeper cooperation with the Mediterranean countries. Now, I would like to point out that Slovenia definitely sees Mediterranean as from the positive angle. So our port of Koper, for example, is not only our only port of Slovenia, but it's also the biggest port for Austria, for countries without access to the sea around us. So it's really important pillar of our economy. And of course, everything that comes to Port of Koper goes through Mediterranean. Then the gas that we import the most of our gas from Algeria. And there are other examples where you have a lot of positive examples of the cooperation between my country and the Mediterranean countries. You mentioned our presidency of chairmanship of Med9 format. It's informal format in the European Union of 9 countries along the coast, from Portugal to Cyprus. And we try through this Med9 format to advocate for this positive approach to the Mediterranean. And I'm really glad Croatia will follow us, so we can also jointly, from our perspective, continue this story and back up this process of new pact. We are also a member of UN Security Council this year, last year, this year as well. So the topics, everything that is happening in Mediterranean is something that it's very close to our decision-making process at the moment. And when we are talking about the approach, peace is the first thing that we need to address. Peace in Mediterranean, peace in Gaza, peace in Middle East. This is a prerequisite for all other forms of cooperation. With peace, we get security, we get economic cooperation, we get people-to-people contact, and then we get a positive spiral of cooperation. And this is basically the idea that we are advocating. We are going to continue with this support. We don't have any burdens from the past, colonial issues or whatever. So we are really approaching our relationship with Mediterranean countries from this very positive angle, and I think we will keep pushing on to stay on European agenda, to stay on the as a discussion at the various councils. And I'm happy that next week we have a ministerial meeting with Southern Neighborhood, but also there's a point of the agenda, the Foreign Affairs Council, that we advocated for, and we think this is the right way forward, and this is our share in this topic.
So I'm very mindful of time, so I'm going to ask the organizers for 10 extra minutes, just because we started a bit late after lunch, and I'm going to ask you fire questions. You only have 1 minute to 90 seconds to answer. My apologies, it's just this thing is beeping red in my face. So, Your Excellency, Minister Shushnyar, you mentioned very big ambitions on energy. We know these are massive investments. Very, very briefly, what are your thoughts on how to best de-risk and build for the future? What would you like to see very concretely happen from the EU in the next 2 years, from the countries, from everyone around this table, so that these projects proceed forward? And my apologies, in 60 to 90 seconds, please.
First, as we have now also, it's a more deepening cooperation, and we are addressing very directly our questions and our intentions to the Commission. We need great support to develop these interconnections, to develop our ports. We are finishing our investment in Port of Rijeka, as a colleague from Slovenia mentioned, for their port. We have a port in Rijeka and Ploče that are ready to provide the goods, to meet the goods from the east and the west. And we in Croatia see our ports at the gateway for goods from the east to the west, and vice versa. And developing the programs on the EU level, and we are expecting now the announcement of the new financial framework to develop the geothermal energy, to develop interconnections, to develop and unify the grid on the EU level and also on Mediterranean level. So in conclusion, with a coherent and inclusive response, the Mediterranean can not only avoid fragmentation, but emerge a more integrated, resilient and strategic region in a global economy.
Definitely something we all hope for. Thank you very much. Your Excellency Budawi, hearing you speak, the potential is there, right? But there seems to be some challenges that are preventing this great potential, which seems natural to take its full shape. We know in the last 2 years we've seen an increase, at least in the frequency and intensity of exchanges between the EU and the GCC. A lot more summits, a lot more forum you mentioned as well, but potentially a summit over renewable energy. What are the key current challenges that are hindering, in your view, cooperation between the GCC and Mediterranean countries on a regional level? And what would be on your wish list, again, in 90 seconds maximum, please?
Well, let me reassure everybody before I go into the challenges that we are really considering and entertaining the idea of further cooperation and development of our relationship with the UFM and other countries. So is that clear, Nasser? I can see 3 challenges. First of all, we need some sort of governance for this relationship, and that's why Nasser and I were talking, and we talk further. We need something to put on the table so we know exactly where to go. Number 2, security, and I think Maja was very, very spot on. We know with our own experience what we are facing with the Houthis in the Red Sea. We need also to make sure that there is a clear security in the Mediterranean, because this is a huge part of their relationship or developing this relationship. Thirdly, I think Israel might be, one way or another, a hurdle for our relationship with the Mediterranean. Israel needs to take its responsibility. Israel needs to know what to do in order to let other partners get into this.
Thank you very much. Very concrete. And moving to Your Excellency Nasser Kamel, you know, we want the Med to be a bridge and not a dividing line. This is something that you wisely said, have said in the past. How do you know, and commissioners start by saying that this new pact is supposed to be people to people, right? Not just governments. I mean, we understand some of the big projects are going to be government to government, big institutions, but the real energy for the Med relations is going to be from the people to people, the younger generation, the civil society, the business connections, the municipalities, all of this. Where do you see, how do you think the new pact can better engage everyone around the Mediterranean to really reach its potential of people to people, knowing full well that the last few years have not been easy? We're seeing more, I mean, this is not where we were 30 years ago in Barcelona, where everyone was excited. There's increasing cynicism, there's increasing incomprehension on different sides of the Mediterranean. What would you like to see, and what can the Union for the Mediterranean, if there is the right support from the EU, hopefully as well from the GCC, can really step up to be that platform for people-to-people exchanges?
Well, I'll be blunt in my answer by saying, and I'll echo what Jassim has just said, my friend, is that the recent development since October 7th in Gaza has definitely impacted the perception of Europe on the southern Mediterranean side of the Mediterranean, including in the Gulf, of course. And this, I'm talking here about the people. I'm not talking about states, more the people than states. I give always the example of my own children who are not really political at all, and in the last couple of years they are extremely agitated by what they see on the screen every single day, and they ask us, Europe is talking about a rule-based order, about respect of human rights, about what is Europe really doing? Is it just declaratory diplomacy, no action taken? And that is an issue. So I'm hoping for the pact and the Commission for the Mediterranean and the UFM to be able to fill that gap by increasing the intensity of people-to-people exchange. This will be done by mobility scheme, as you just mentioned, would be done by enhancing and improving Erasmus. And I'm dreaming not only to create, to enhance the Erasmus Plus program, but to have an Erasmus Med, where a young European comes to the Southern Mediterranean and vice versa, and also by this idea of bringing the academia together. Working on the civil society, and we are very well equipped to do that, working on the real stakeholder would definitely has a huge impact on the policy, and we shouldn't deal with the youth and the stakeholder as just a listener. They should be part of the decision-making process when it comes to cooperation between the north of the Mediterranean and the south of the Mediterranean.
Thank you very much. And Executive Director of EMSA, in your view, what would be the sort of single EMSA tool or program or initiative that, in your view, could deliver the quickest impact if the right support is given, and we're talking in the next couple of years, to give this new impetus to the pact? What would you like to see? What's on your top of your wish list?
Thank you for this question. I wouldn't say it's a single tool. I would say it's an integrated toolbox. We call it EMSA, Integrated Maritime Services. So I would like to see our ability to support the implementation of the Mediterranean Pact by all the tools that we have built and we are constantly building in the house using state-of-art technology, being that Earth observations, so satellite images, drones, underwater drones, very important for critical maritime infrastructure, which we didn't tackle today, to, of course, the integrated situational awareness. State-of-art technology, but you can have fantastic technology. If you don't have people, you have nothing. So I would say the key pillar is the capacity building, harmonization of procedures, and working together. So this is what we are also offering through EMSA Academy.
Great, thank you. And I will conclude with you, State Secretary. You've mentioned in the past climate security as a strategic issue, and it obviously is for the Mediterranean. From your view, what would be the sort of Mediterranean project, so not bilateral, a Mediterranean regional project or priority project that, in your view, could best translate that concept of a regional climate security initiative that would bring everyday benefits to citizens, so people would feel this is, this is our common space? Is there something that you feel, either from discussions from the Med9 or elsewhere, that could be expanded to include other parts of the Mediterranean?
Well, I would not go into the discussion about the concrete projects, but because we don't have time. But I would just say the only way for such projects to happen is more political cooperation, because the European Union cannot by itself achieve really high goals without neighborhood cooperating with it. So I would answer by more political cooperation would also mean better results in this field as well.
I think this is a great way to conclude. We need a new political energy to accompany the new pact. Please join me in thanking our panelists and thanking Commissioner and thanking our host. Thank you.
how it is. When you start networking and connecting everyone with everyone, then it's a waiting time for all the others to arrive. But we now strive with the next theme and subject, which actually connects us all. We'll be now talking about the mother continent. They say that we all started over there, no matter where we live in the world. And now we're going to talk about Africa as a big potential. I had the privilege to have a father who worked for many years in Nigeria, so I learned a little bit about the culture and everything that happens in that part of the world. But now, if you are going to stay with us for the keynote speech and the panel, you will see that it is really a continent of opportunities and a continent that could really be a special lighthouse to new opportunities, new economy approach, and broadening cooperation not only on the continent, but with Europe as well. That is the reason why my great privilege is now to call the keynote speaker prior to our panel. They say a legendary Minister of Foreign Affairs who is very good in negotiation, and if you have any problem, not only in Africa, you can always call him to share his knowledge and experiences, especially at the negotiation table. He's originally Togonese abroad of Togo. Your Minister, Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to have you in Croatia. Mesdames et messieurs, pour vous, Monsieur Robert Ducy, bienvenue. Le microphone pour vous était. You can clap your hands. Mr. Ducy will be doing the keynote speech, and after that one, we carry on with the panel. The microphone is yours.
Thank you so much. I would like to try to speak in Croatia. Dobar dan svima. Something like that. Thank you so much, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. In a meeting of this kind, many are used to talking about Africa without Africa, or even in the absence of Africa. Our panel, or this panel, provides a platform for African voices to present our perspectives on the role and positioning or repositioning of Africa in the ongoing global reshuffle as a non-negligible geopolitical entity. I would like to thank all of you, specifically your minister, Madam the Director General or African Director General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Croatia, and all the promoters of the Dubrovnik Forum, who have chosen to involve African voices in their framing effort aimed to challenging the transformation of the world that is still underway. Channeling efforts, I hope, will help guide the world toward greater justice, respect among people, equality, and co-responsibility. Dear friends, while the world is in the midst of transformation, I would like to be sincere and frank with you, because as you know yourself, in Africa, we are very open in our continent. We are sincere. Everyone is our friend, our brothers and our sisters. The sincerity is clear. Africa no longer wants to let a destiny decided elsewhere be imposed on it. In Africa right now, the new vision what we are sharing is to be ourselves, is to decide for our self for our own continent and our countries. Africa has for some time shown the desire to be at the center of its own decision, to self-determination, to speak for itself, and to bring its own voice freely and independently on the international stage. Yesterday, people spoke on our behalf without even being mandated. The Africa of our time intends to speak its own name and definitely leave the status of adjustment variable on the international scene. This is a qualitative development that should persuade African partners to move towards a renewed partnership within the framework of renewed global cooperation based on new foundation. Not long ago, we held the third ministerial conference of the African Political Alliance. African Political Alliance is a new, but it's not an organization, it's a new movement. Took place 3 years ago in Lomé. If you don't know Lomé, Lomé is the best capital of Africa, the capital of my country, Togo. The theme was Africa's place in the changing world, challenges of a strategic and diplomatic repositioning. This conference, one of among many others, was an opportunity for us, African countries, to revisit in the current context the legitimate question of Africans' place and role in the world. In the question of Africans' place and repositioning arises, it's because the place and position that the continent occupies on the international scene are becoming unacceptable. Those whose origins go back in part of the Berlin Conference in the late 19th century and mean that Africa is often called upon to take a stand for or on sides on major international issues. Our objective is to get out on this unacceptable position more than 60 years after our independence and to get rid of the traditional checklist. The desire of Africa today is to get rid of the legacies of the Berlin Conference, is to get rid of 80 years of exclusion and underrepresentativity in global governance, is to get rid of an iniquitous international system that is struggling to reform itself, yet which is condemned to reform itself in order to once again deserve the confidence of the peoples of the world, those of Africa in particular. I would like to be frank again with you. Africa cannot remain on the sidelines of the major decision that structure the world order. The behavior of our states on the international scene at this time of high tension reflects the new prevailing state of mind on the continent. The new African state of mind, for those who do not know, is that on our uninhabited Africa, strengthens boots and developing its own apprehension and understanding of current international politics. On Africa's aspiration to define by itself the term of its participation in a global governance. It's very important to talk about our own decision. Because as you know, few years ago, or more than 20 years, some people, some countries, decided and think a lot of things on behalf of us. Now we say in the new vision what we are sharing in our continent is very important, because I am sure you are adult. Please, I'm adult, right? But she say not sure. We are adult and we can seriously, we can and we have to decide ourselves. Moreover, in an international environment marked by the profound upheavals and the intensification of hegemony, Africa faces the challenge of ensuring its own security, protecting and defending itself by relying on autonomous means and strategies. Faced with the resurgence of a crisis and the effectiveness of multilateralism is clearly behind question, where the United Nations Security Council, for example, seems to be functioning to the benefits of the great powers, and where traditional alliances are behind strongly checking. Africa is reflecting on the contour of its autonomy in terms of security and defense. In conclusion, dear friend, I would like to emphasize that recent developments in the world have led us in Africa to take seriously the issues of the types of alliance, strategy, and repositioning that are conducive to the emergence of our continent as a major player on the international scene. The challenge is to reposition Africa as a key player in our time and in the world tomorrow. Thank you so much. Mvalavan.
Merci à vous, ministre. Thanks for joining us, for learning Croatian as well. That's how you do it properly. The seat is yours. You'll be a part of the panel, but everybody was listening now, and they'll probably wait for just a question or two for you to confirm. But I now will call all the colleagues of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're still with us, clap your hands for our next guest of the panel, Maître Sarr, advisor of the President of the Senegal. Bonjour, bienvenue. Oh, so it's a senior advisor. I apologize. This is what I got, so I sincerely apologize. Okay, it's okay. So that has to be changed in the agenda. I will be calling now also the Siraj Rashid, the Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Ethiopia, to join us. The seat awaits for you. Welcome to Croatia. Thanks for joining us. I call Tatjana Holovejeva, Director General, United Nations Office at Geneva. Dobre požalstvujte. We have also Linda Sanchez joining us as a representative of the US Congress from TNCNA. Hello, nice to have you. I now call Antonio Gomes, Deputy Director of the Financial and Enterprise Affairs of OECD. Benvindo. And for the end, Max Primorac, Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom, Heritage Foundation. They say he knows this part of the world because his ancestors were nearby. And there is also one lovely lady who will be joining you for the panel. She will be asking all the questions. My dear colleague for the Croatian Radio Television, I bring you your moderator, ladies and gentlemen, with us today, Tamara Markovic.
Thank you, Frano, for the nice introduction. So we have like around 45 minutes left to discuss Africa's role in these changing global dynamics. We will talk about peace building, diplomacy, but also investments and multilateral responses. Since it's actually eight of us here, I'm not going to talk much to leave more space for my panelists. We heard the introduction speech from Minister Dusi. We will move on to Mr. Sar. So, Mr. Sar, we heard Togo's position about Africa in this changing global environment. What is Senegal's position on Africa in this global reshuffle? We see many also wars, conflicts, but also a mineral race also in Africa. What are currently the risks and the opportunities?
Thank you. I want to really say that I don't speak for the Senegalese government. I don't work for the Senegalese government anymore. So I want to clarify that as well, because obviously for obvious reasons, I wouldn't want to create some diplomatic issues. Anyway, having said that, I want to thank you first of all for inviting me and for this panel. I want to thank the Prime Minister of Croatia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Croatia, and congratulating them on the organization of this event. This is a really exciting time for the African continent. I think there's, for those of us who work, and I work with a lot of countries in Africa, there is a dynamism, there is a youth, bustling youth, trying to really develop things and develop new ideas, and there is this really strong African impetus at the moment. There is a lot of talk around sovereignty from a lot of countries these days, because African countries have the choice. They have they can choose between who's the best partner, between Europe, the US, between Asian partners, Gulf state partners, and this is really important in African states philosophy these days. And it's important to understand that, because the idea of African countries is really to build bridges between the continent and traditional partners, but also new partners. And it's important to understand that dynamism that's going on at the moment for every country to really find its place as a partner of African countries rather than a foe, as it has become in certain geographies. So it's important, and I wanted to start that. And I think it's also like a good opportunity to really showcase what is going on in Africa. In terms of first of all, the challenges, right, that Africa is facing, I think it's important to put into context that Africa is a continent with 54 countries, but at the same time, it's got some common challenges that it's trying to grapple with. There is a major debt crisis at the moment, and public finance is a big issue in Africa, especially after COVID. You have over 20 countries that are at a serious risk of being in serious debt distress, even debt default. You also have 11% of revenue of government across sub-Saharan Africa that is taken up by debt reimbursements. So these are issues, and these are 11% that you cannot invest in key social programs that Africa needs. It's got a very young population that needs jobs, that needs opportunities, and if you don't invest in those young people, then they become a time bomb, and the demography becomes not an opportunity, but an actual challenge that you have to meet. There is aid retrenchment as well. It is calculated that about 1.2 billion US dollars will be taken away from special social programs in Africa as a result of USAID moving away from USAID moving away from investment in Africa, and this is again like some more money that used to go to programs like HIV, malnutrition, etc. That is not the case anymore. Climate change is a huge issue, and Africa is getting too little of the money going around on climate finance in the world because of that, right? It's getting about less than 5% of, and a major issue in Africa is especially in the Sahel. The security in the Sahel is brought about largely as a result of climate change, right? And this is important, and this leads to government, as I said, having less funds, and countries needing to compete more for investment from European countries. But this shouldn't be, fatalistic. That we shouldn't draw fatalistic conclusions, right? I think there's a lot of opportunities. Demography is a huge opportunity. It's the youngest continent. 1 in 4 people will be African in the next 30 years, and this is a major thing for Africa, a major opportunity. Trade and integration, there's a lot of room and there's a lot of political will towards integrating countries. Africa is also home to critical minerals, right? Especially the DRC owns 70% of the world's cobalt reserves, right? You have 30% of the material needed for green technology that's produced in Africa. That's also something major that Africa has going for them. And a lot of things are already being done in Africa with regards to making sure this is leveraged, these opportunities are leveraged. There is, for example, I'm going to cite one, not to be too long, the Lobito corridor that attracts like 6 billion in investment for green mineral logistics. And this is the blueprint for more deals, similar deals. And digital transformation is also something that has taken up in Africa, and that is an opportunity. So, and I'm going to finish by that. What Africa should do to leverage those opportunities fully, right? There is something that at TBI, for example, the Tony Blair Institute, we call Africa First strategy, right? It is Africa setting its own agenda to be able to build local and regional value chains, to especially in sectors like agriculture, mining, pharmaceuticals, and to build data as well and digital infrastructure, as well as to train young people. The idea is not just to train people in traditional studies, but it's also to train people and upskill people, young people, in for the jobs of the future, right? AI, clean energy, all these things that will employ people in the future, so that Africa is ready to fully leverage the changes that are going on. I'm going to stop here, and I'm happy to conduct some follow-up later.
We will come to you back later. When we talk about investment, I have recently read a prediction that says that until 2050, Africa is supposed to have 2.5 billion of residents, which creates a huge market. We have here with us a representative of the OECD, Mr. Gomez. You recently participated in the fourth Financing for Development conference in Sevilla. And also in the latest OECD Global Debt Report, you said that developing local capital markets is critical to close the investment gap. So how is OECD supporting African needs in that process?
Thank you very much, Tamara. And I also want to thank the government of Croatia for the kind invitation to participate in this Dubrovnik forum. It's a real pleasure to be here. I wanted to start by saying, because we heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Togo, and of course he said that people shouldn't be talking on Africa's behalf. And I want to start by saying how important it is for the OECD that the work that we're doing with Africa is a partnership with Africa, and it's a partnership with Africa on equal footing. And there's a lot to learn and a lot of value it's mutually beneficial, let's say, to have this partnership, this strong partnership between the OECD and the African countries, the African regions, and also the continent as a whole, and also the African Union Commission. I wanted to start by saying that one of the areas that we've been looking at a lot is the development of local capital markets, and as a way to improve sustainable development, also to face the climate challenge that we have, and also the biodiversity challenge that we have. And what we see is that in Africa, capital markets are relatively underutilized and underdeveloped. And this reality actually contrasts with other emerging markets and developing economies, notably in Asia, where market-based financing has had a considerable growth in the past 2 decades. If we look at the World Bank Enterprise Survey, for example, they identify access to finance as one of the biggest obstacles to business in Africa. And the underdevelopment of African capital markets is really holding back growth. And we need to see this in the context, and we saw Maya Korsar just mentioning, in a context of declining ODA, in a context of public debt sustainability challenges, in a constant context of increasing debt servicing costs, developing local capital markets becomes even more important. And the OECD has recently published a policy brief in the context of FFD4, precisely of the UN Financing for Development conference in Seville, on supporting EMDs in developing their local capital markets. And this policy brief is a long brief. It highlights 8 priority reform areas, but I just wanted to mention 3, but of course I encourage you all to read the full paper. The first one is the need for a transparent corporate governance regime, and this is essential to build trust. And here the G20 OECD principles on corporate governance sets the global standard. The second one is a greater retail investor participation, and to achieve this we need financial consumer protection, we need financial literacy, and the standards of the OECD on the G20 OECD high-level principles on financial consumer protection and the recommendation on financial literacy are also important. And thirdly, the inclusion of MSMEs and startups. They are key drivers of Africa's economy, and improving their access to capital is fundamental if we want to have growth, if we want to have innovation, and also job creation. And here the OECD recommendation on SME financing and the high-level principles of the G20 OECD on SME financing are quite important. Just to finalize, I wanted to say that we're very, very committed in partnering with African countries to enhance their local capital markets. And in partnership with Mauritius, we are launching a new annual roundtable on banking and capital markets in Africa. The first edition will be in November of this year. We'll be focusing on developing domestic capital markets. And alongside this, we will be publishing the Africa Capital Markets report. And this will be an yearly publication, really to give data-driven insights that can help promote reforms and promote and help market development efforts in the region.
Thank you. We also have here another representative of a major global institution, Madame Valovaya from the United Nations in Geneva. How can global governance institutions evolve to reflect Africa's growing role, but also the imbalance issues?
Well, Africa is historically underrepresented in international institutions. And Minister already mentioned the Security Council, for example. When 80 years ago United Nations were established, 51 countries signed the San Francisco Declaration, and at that time the majority of countries representing Africa have not yet received their independence. Since then, things have changed dramatically. Now we have 54 countries representing Africa. It's 1/4 of all the member states of the United Nations. So it's a very important and strong force. But still, there is no permanent seat on the Security Council. Still, quite often when the decisions are made, African countries are heard, but maybe their position is not always taken into account. And this has to be changed. And there are clear signs that things are going to change. Well, for example, we see that African Union has already been included into G20. That's important. Speaking on behalf of the United Nations, we are really very, very happy that last year during the Summit of the Future, when Pact for the Future was adopted, there is a clear mentioning of the necessity of giving a permanent seat to Africa. Of course, it's not that easy, because it will be for the African states themselves, of course, to determine who will represent how, what kind of formats. It's very difficult to bring, but it's already there. And I think that's for the first time when it's written that, that we have to change this historical injustice. At the same time, we have to understand that it's not enough to give the voice or the place. We really have to listen to this voice and to make Africa not only present during our discussions, but very, very influential. And it's already, we already have certain very good cases. I've already mentioned Pact for the Future, which was adopted last year. There were 2 co-facilitators for this pact, Germany and Namibia. And when at the last minutes there were discussions among the member states, it was exactly the strong position of African countries who made the adoption of Pact of the Future possible. So that applies, of course, to United Nations. But also we have a financial architecture, which was also established at the same time, post-war period. And again, Africa is historically underrepresented. So that also has to be changed. That's why also in the Pact of the Future, it starts with the need to change global financial architecture, to change Bretton Woods institution, really to give more value, more weight to African continent. So, as I said, already there are lots of good examples. United Nations are working very closely with the African Union, with African countries, including peace building. We work a lot, and we see the role of Africa, for example, in climate action. That's very, very important. We see the role of Africa in sustainable development, and that's very, very important. And to finalize, I also would like to say that we also see the huge potential with the digital development and artificial intelligence. I come from Geneva, where all this week we had WESIS 20, this World Information Society Summit 20 years later, and AI for Good Summit, and there were lots of discussions about how artificial intelligence and digital development could really give an opportunity to overcome the existing divides. Of course, there are risks which these divides could increase, but also, if we work together, we can use these tools in order to overcome existing divides and really give Africa its place in the global governance system.
So just a brief response. In your view, how would a global win-win transition look like? What would be the perfect outcome?
Well, you know, quite often we think about the transition. If somebody wins, somebody else loses. It's not the case in international relations. We can win, all of us. And absolutely clear that the resources which African continent has are immense. It was already mentioned. 2.5 billion people by 2050, youngest population, very smart population, and the use of digital devices would make this population part of the global labor force, and that's very, very important. But of course, it's necessary also to start with the basics. It's important to mobilize financial resources. By the way, Africa is today a net creditor to the world. It sends much more to the world than receives as aid. Practically, the difference is 10 times. It's necessary to use these resources to create an infrastructure, first and foremost, energy infrastructure. On the basis of this energy infrastructure, to build resilience of societies, including food resilience. Africa has fantastic resources not only to feed itself but to feed the world, but they are underdeveloped. And of course, on the basis of it, Africa could have a very important place in all these chains of trade around the world, and it's a very important role in post-industrial society, in societies where really we develop in a very sustainable way.
Thank you. Mr. Rashid, we heard already today that Africa wants to speak for itself, but can the continent speak in a unified voice? And how does Ethiopia see Africa's role in this current global rearrangement where many big players want to take their grip?
Thank you very much. And let me start by explaining my thank you to the Croatian government in general, and also to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Croatia in particular, to invite us to participate in this very important forum. Before navigating it directly to the what the Ethiopia is doing in this, let me say a few about where we are, or the situation of the global order right now. We are living in a time where the current global order is under crisis and profound turmoil, and we are in an era of the great uncertainty worldwide. And the world major powers are radically transforming the existing world order with the far-reaching consequences for the future. And the driver of these changes are diverse, and understanding of this force is imperative for the global leaders and policymakers. And the existing world order is showing sign of decline, and the reconfiguration of the emerging power on the global stage is pronounced. Moreover, some countries' economic crisis and military power are other potent factors responsible for the only change in the current balance of power. There has been a call for the reform of the global order to make it more representative, fair, and equitable. And Africa has, as my colleague said, for long fought for its right place in the global system. To enhance Africa's influence in the global reshuffle, the continent needs to strengthen its unified voice by prioritizing economic integration, fostering stronger inter-Africa partnership in representing a united front in international negotiation. This includes leveraging its resources, particularly its abundant renewable energy and the mineral resources. Ethiopia has consistently been at the forefront to push for the United Nations Security Council reform, particularly through its tenure as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council during 2017 and 2018. Ethiopia has used its voice to advocate for a reform that reflects Africa's high standing in the global peace and the security framework. And Ethiopia supports this initiative that foster inter-Africa trade and investment, aiming to create more a robust and unified African economy. And the country believes that Africa needs to speak with one voice on issues that affect the continent, demanding a greater representation in the influence international forums. And Ethiopia emphasizes the need for development strategies that are both economically viable and environmentally sustainable, contributing to the global effort to address the climate change and achieve the sustainable development goal. And the Ethiopia sees the current global realignment as an opportunity for Africa to assert its interest and contribute to more balanced global power structure, moving away from unipolar or bipolar worlds. And the country, Ethiopia, believes now it is time to translate the reforms of multilateral system into tangible result that will ensure Africa's concern and perspective are adequately represented in the decision-making process regarding the global peace and security.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid. Mr. Primorac from the Heritage Foundation, you served in the USAID agency and also played a significant role in reforming the agency under the Trump administration. So I think we all in this room want to know what are Donald Trump's views on Africa.
Yeah, I was deputy head of USAID. I think most people now know what that is. But you know, I've had these kinds of discussions for many years about Africa. It always starts with the great opportunities that Africa has. And it's true, but we keep saying that year after year. And that doesn't mean that what we're doing doesn't work, obviously. I spent tens of billions of dollars during the course of my career at Aid and State Department, and it's just not working. But there might be an opportunity now that's new, and that is if we can radically break Africa's dependency on foreign aid. And that is a mental shift that has to occur not only among African leaders, but also in Europe and the United States. And I think it is happening by fact. It's not only the United States that's cutting back tremendously, it's also Europe, but a recognition that foreign aid, you don't get rich from foreign aid, other than those in the West who do foreign aid, international NGOs and all, and that it's not governments that create wealth, newsflash, it's the private sector that creates wealth. And I get very frustrated when even today there's all these development conversations about raising money for transfers of billions of dollars, whether it's the debt issue, whether it's climate and all these things. It won't work. We can spend as much money as we want. We spend hundreds of billions over the course of decades. It's not working. But through the global gateway that the EU is doing, and certainly the Brits under a socialist government, and now in the Trump administration, although we started this in the last Trump administration with Prosper Africa, is understanding that you increase trade, you increase investment, you will create wealth in these countries. Because when people from Africa come to the United States, they do the best out of any ethnic group in the United States. They do the best. They're obviously very, very talented. And when I look at the Trump administration now, I'm really excited about the prospects of it. President Trump has taken Africa seriously personally. He named as his special representative a family member who's a Nigerian American. And one of the very first acts of the administration was to move forward with a $5 billion soft loan, an Exim Bank loan, to Total to expand the LNG terminal in Mozambique. I had visited Mozambique just last fall. I like it because there's a very strong transatlantic element to it. The Trump administration giving a French company a $5 billion loan to help build the capacity of Mozambique to export something that will earn it a tremendous amount of money. We've seen just a few days ago, for instance, President Trump having lunch with 5 members, 5 presidents of Africa, including one from Senegal. It was a very long lunch, but that came on the heels of a U.S.-Africa business conference that was held in Angola. It was the largest response ever. $2.5 billion of deals were signed. That's really a small amount, but when you look at the totality of what the administration wants to do, they're looking at massive amounts of investment into the country, especially because of the critical minerals. And I heard earlier lamentations about the lack of global peace. And out of the blue, without much talking, you had the U.S. government hopefully end this conflict, 30-year conflict between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. You know, hats off to Rwanda. They're doing great things to attract a lot of foreign investment. And here you have DRC, tremendous potential. But there's been war, millions of people being killed. The scale is tremendous. When I was at USAID, I had to deal with 2 Ebola breakouts. And the biggest fear that you have is if you fail, it's going to get out into the rest of the world. What was the biggest obstacle that we had? It was the conflict. But tied to it was a strategic commerce-driven plan to try to bring Western investments into the DRC, and the Libido corridor was mentioned earlier. U.S. has just put more money into it. But the money, the government money that we're deploying is in order to mobilize a much more massive amount of capital, of private capital, which is in the trillions. Many talk about strategic competition with China. You know, we can't compete with them. We don't have state banks. We don't do state-owned enterprises. Can they compete with our capital markets? Can they compete with the free world's capital markets? No way, they can't. And so I think what we're seeing in the United States, at least a continuation of what we were doing in the first Trump administration, is using capital to provide the kind of opportunities in Africa that is more equal in terms of partnerships. With foreign aid came a lot of strings attached, including attacks on their traditional values. That's not equal partnership. That's not mutual respect. But when you have a business relationship, that's what both sides want. Both sides benefit. So if we can continue this radical break from dependency on foreign aid that keeps countries poor, and move it towards what we know creates wealth, whether it's in the United States, Europe, or Africa, I think we're going to have a really big positive change.
But how to go from aid to trade, maybe in some countries with weaker institutions?
Well, we're not cutting, contrary to journalist reports, we're not cutting aid, all of it. That's not happening. We're actually putting it into the State Department so that aid becomes a tool of foreign policy. And the foreign policy of this administration is commerce-driven. So there will be continued assistance on humanitarian issues, on HIV/AIDS. It's going to be less. Countries in Africa have to take more ownership, and that means financial ownership. I think we have to ignore funding things through international NGOs and other multilaterals that cost a lot of money, and work with the churches locally and other local organizations. That's something that has strong bipartisan support in the United States. But I think the emphasis, and I think you're going to see an accelerated emphasis, is on bringing a lot of capital to Africa because it has so much to offer.
Thank you. Congresswoman Sanchez, we would like to hear your perspective on this. As the lead Democrat of the Trade Subcommittee on the Ways and Means Committee, how do you see Trump's trade policies impacting the world economic order and especially Africa?
Sure. Well, I'm going to begin by saying that I don't agree with President Trump's trade policies. Not everybody, pardon me. Not everybody in the United States does, because he's using trade policy as a weapon in a very dangerous zero-sum game where he is trying to maximize U.S. exports and minimize imports by any means possible. And exploiting your friends and allies for every penny that you can is not in the United States' long-term interests, and it weakens the trust that we have had with our historic allies. And so I don't think that it's a sustainable path for our president to pursue. It risks some really serious consequences because trust among allies and friends is essential for security, for economic prosperity. And so when you undermine that trust, it has very far-reaching consequences. And I think that African countries, alongside with the rest of the world, are paying very close attention to what Trump is doing with trade. And they're trying to figure out, essentially, what is the end game for trade. Because there is a lot of potential in Africa. We see that the demographics in Africa are very positive. We see a lot of initiative in Africa. But we need to work with African countries to try to help create stronger ties with trade. We have AGOA, which is coming up which is due to expire in September of this year, and I think there is a lot of bipartisan interest in modernizing AGOA, making some changes to it, but I hope that there is enough will to extend AGOA so that we can, continue to try to lift up Africa's economies through trade. But some of the disinvestment that we see in Africa with respect to PEPFAR and HIV/AIDS, which have been very successful programs, I might add, and the disinvestments in nutrition assistance doesn't bode well. And I worry about that gap because you can't have prosperous countries where you have hunger, and you can't have prosperous countries where you have disease. So I'm going to disagree with the other panelists and say that I don't think that it's wise for us to be making those disinvestments at a time when Africa really has potential, and we should be working more with them to try to help them sustain and grow. So there's a lot of work to be done, and as a member of Congress, one of the things that has been most difficult is seeing the president just unilaterally announce tariffs on countries without consulting Congress when it is our constitutional responsibility to set tariffs. And so I think there is a very toxic dynamic with the president just assuming that power and using trade, as I said, as a weapon oftentimes for policies that have nothing to do with economics. And the most recent example of that, I would say, is with Brazil and his distaste for what is happening to Bolsonaro, and so he wants to increase tariffs on Brazil. That has nothing to do with economics and has everything to do with, petty vendettas or perceived insults against people that Trump likes.
Since Trump came to power, we also witness race to secure rare critical minerals. He signed a deal with Ukraine a few months ago. We also know that Europe had a draft document for Ukraine, but nothing of that happened. And recently, Trump also signed a rare mineral deal with African countries, with Congo and Rwanda. So briefly, what is your advice for those countries navigating that race?
Yeah, so critical minerals obviously are necessary for the new energy of the future, renewable energies, cleaner energies. There is huge potential because Africa is very rich in resources. But I would caution people that mining these minerals is a very dangerous, oftentimes very fraught enterprise, and we have to ensure that in our rush to secure these minerals, we are not allowing the oppression of certain people. There still remain some issues with child labor, with slavery in some instances. And so to African countries, I would say, make sure that in these agreements there is going to be assurances that you will be able to raise the standard of living for the people that are working in these sectors and provide the kinds of protections, health and safety protections that they need in order for the local population to also benefit from those agreements.
Madam Sanchez, thank you. We have 7 more minutes left. Coming back again to you, Minister Ducy. So if you can answer shortly, and then we will do like a final wrap-up with conclusions. So Togo is known for maintaining dialogue with both Western and non-Western partners. How are you keeping that in balance in these current geopolitical tensions?
Thank you so much. But in Togo, we are discussing with everyone. So we are not in left or not in right. So as you know, Togo is an African country, so we are open. We are discussing with everyone. We have a dialogue with with all our partners. It's not a problem. It's not a big deal for us. But what we are doing in our country, and specifically in the west part of the regions, because Togo is member of ECOWAS. We are trying, to maintain dialogue between the West African countries, specifically ECOWAS countries. As you know, now you have 3 countries, they are outside of ECOWAS. So Togo is playing the role of, to the mediation between the ECOWAS countries and the 3 Sahel state countries outside right now in ECOWAS.
You have also a special relationship with the European Union, actually a partnership. What kind of partnership is needed between the EU and the African countries to fully develop the continent?
Personally, I believe in the partnership what we have in Europe is very important. As my own person, so I was a chief negotiator between the European Union and Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific, so 2 or 3 years ago. So I know very well the cooperation, what we need between African continent, all African continent and Europe is very important. We don't have a choice. For me, it's simple. Geographically, Europe need Africa, and Africa also need to work with Europe. So we need to work to strengthen our bilateral cooperation and continue to promote the values what we are sharing together.
Thank you. I'm asking the organizers for a few more minutes since this is the biggest panel in these 2 days. So we can do a 1-minute wrap up. Also starting from you, Mr. Ducy, to the right. Just 1 minute shortly. What are the risks and opportunities for Africa in this pivotal moment?
I don't understand very well your question.
The risks and the opportunities for the continent in this crucial moment.
I think it's all the deal what we can have in the world. Now we have to discuss win-win. is simple. It's like Madam say, you asked the question about the Trump administration, the deal with mineral resources, the critical resources. As African continent and African, we have to have a good deal with everyone. So my vision or my idea is we have a lot of resources in Africa, so you need to deal with everyone and to have a good deal. Not, in the past time, the deal is not specifically in the advantage of African continent. Now you have to move to win-win deal. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sar?
Thank you. I think the biggest risk is the transition from aid to trade, right? That my predecessor mentioned. I think that would be the biggest risk. In terms of the opportunities and what can Africa do, there are a few things. I mentioned setting our own agenda and espousing an Africa First approach. But there's also the integrating better. That means aligning across regions to tackle the shared challenges, as well as implementing fully and effectively the Africa Free Trade Agreement. I think it's important to build stronger customs, to build digital payment infrastructure that allows Africa to be better integrated. The second thing is speaking from a coordinated position and making sure Africans work in regional and continent-wise issues and speak from a single voice. And the last thing I will mention is also rebuilding the individual country capacity, because this is something that has been unpicked with the state having been unpicked over the last 40 years. It's important to rebuild those capacities in order to bridge the gap between the ideas, the strategies, and the actual delivery that impacts on citizens. It's important because that's how you knit everything else together.
Thank you. Mr. Rashid, your final words.
Thank you. The risk is if we see each other as Africa and the other parties as a receiver in something that is going to give us as a donor, and we are not dealing as two entities together on the issues, and we want not also excluding Africa on the issues that is belongs to us. As the minister already said, we want to decide on our fate, not somebody decide on our fate and marginalize Africa. Africa is no anymore wants to be marginalized. It is a continent of opportunity, and a continent of young population. It's a continent of vast natural resources, and we want to deal as with the cooperation, with the friendly, rather than sending some issues that belongs to us. And I believe nowadays, and all entity, including the United Nations Security, it is in the forms reform itself. And if we represent it on the issue of that belongs to us proportionally, and within a short time, definitely Africa becoming to be not only for itself, but also to contribute for the development, for the shaping of the world and the UN security and the others entity like World Bank, IMF, and our World Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid, for your insights. Madame Valvaya.
I would like also to comment on this aid to trade dilemma. Well, there is no contradiction between aid and trade. Some countries, some sectors still need aid, and for them to decide. Everybody needs trade. Everybody needs investment. But the issue is what kind of investment Africa needs. Because we all know that, well, if we leave it just to private sector always would like to make a quick buck. They will invest in oil, gas, and other clear sectors. Do we need more drilling in Africa? The question is, it's bad not only for the nature and for the climate. Investing in the sectors which obviously do not have a long-term future, and not investing in the sectors which could make Africa a leader in a next stage of economic global development, that will be a big mistake for Africa. That's why, of course, it's important to have these discussions, to compare views, and of course to create platforms. For example, in Geneva, together with the financial community of Geneva and Switzerland, we created a Building Bridges Week forum, which this year will have its 7th edition. It's the place where those who want to invest in sustainable sectors are coming, and the countries, mostly from African continent, are also coming and discussing their projects. So I think when we have all these discussions, the first voice, the first say should be with African countries themselves. What kind of aid they need, what kind of investment and trade they would like to have, and how we can support the continent.
Thank you very much. Madam Sanchez, you're next.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with my panelists that it doesn't have to be either or, either aid or trade. It should be both. But the greatest risk, I think, is if in believing that trade is somehow miraculously going to lift up everybody in each African country. Because we have seen that trade agreements have oftentimes winners and losers. So the risk is that you have exploitative trade in which you are just extracting from Africa and not really helping to lift standard of living or quality of living for the workers. For me, these trade agreements need to, again, think about health and safety of workers, raising standard of living for the people who are performing the work to extract the minerals, et cetera. So trade needs to have those safeguards so that it isn't just a small set of people that are benefiting from trade and the average person is not.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, your wrap-up.
Thank you, Tamara. I think that everyone has mentioned here the huge needs that Africa has in terms of investment. And if it wants to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, just to say that in 23 we estimated a need of an extra 1.6 trillion up to 2030 to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And again, to meet these needs, you really need coordinated efforts from both the public and the private sectors. And I wanted to highlight 3 areas of action. The first one is the importance of transparency and availability of data on investment conditions. And this is if you want to fight the misperceptions of risk that often exist in the continent. And here I want to say that the OECD, in partnership with the African Union Commission, has launched the African Virtual Investment Platform to help mobilize not only more, but also better investment through better data as well. The second point is developing local capital markets that I've already mentioned. And I think that this is the best way to really have better investment, to have more innovation, to have more growth, and also building on mobilizing private sector investment. But finally, I also wanted to mention that it's quite important to ensure that companies are upholding responsible business conduct to make growth fair, to make it inclusive and sustainable, and to ensure that there is a level playing field also in trade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Primorac.
Yes, we're in an era of transactional politics, but it is a transactional politics that is suffused with a Judeo-Christian ethic, whether it's the United States or Europe, and I think that responds to the issues that the correct statement about safeguards on environmental standards, labor standards. It's not extractive, but it builds local talent. My advice would be for the governments of Africa to mobilize their own private sector and have some deals ready, because you're going to find a welcoming response from the White House.
Thank you all for participating in this panel and for hearing your insights. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us. This was the biggest panel we had. Tamara, thanks for holding it up. We're going to carry on in about 5 minutes so our translation team can take a short break and everything could be prepared for the next panel. Dame i gospodo, dajte koji trenutak da pripremimo sljedeći panel. Udahnite pa nastavljamo. Hvala. Siempre cocktaila. Come on, come on. We'll carry on with something we need to do prior to our cocktail party. That means that we need to be sharp. And we start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Nice to have you all. It's always a huge stuff to do between panels. Some of you are coming back. Really nice to have you again here. For all of you who are asking yourselves what will be now happening, we'll be singing, ladies and gentlemen. And the song goes, I'm calling SOS, but not to the world, but to some very nice, as they said, values that we'll share here in Europe, especially in the Western values we'll be talking about. So, the SOS time starts now with the Western values in distress, in front of lovely people who will be answering a few dozen questions in a short matter of time, because they know how much the cocktail party is important, and of course the OECD part as well, which arrives after this panel. So clap your hands for our guests arriving from US Congress, representative of the DPA, Chrissy Houlihan, joining us. Welcome, nice to have you. This is your spot. Welcome to Croatia. Then I call the member of the European Parliament, Mr. Carlo Ressler. He knows this part of the world quite well. Nice to have you, Carlo, again. National leader of Belarus and head of the United Transitional Cabinet, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Nice to have you. Привет. We call Katie Pavlich, Fox News contributor and townhall.com editor. Hello, Katie. Nice surname you have, very known in this part of the world as well. And we have a lovely lady, 2 surnames, but she's always one. Yvonne Dodgy-Sorin, Embassy Department Director General of Europe and Economy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Österreich. Grüß Gott. Hallo, herzlich willkommen. And the only guy who can actually ask all the questions with a smile, even though the theme is very dangerous and it goes SOS, we have a guy from the Catholic University. That means that everything will be settled as it should be. Assistant Professor Jakov Žižić is the moderator. Jakov, please take the stand and join your panel. I'll be your conscience about the time, but you can do it. I know. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, this is working. Thank you. Okay. Hello to everyone. I'm very honored to moderate this panel with very distinguished but diverse speakers. So I will start with one question for each of you. So this will be the first round with question for each of you. So my question is, what are the most important Western values that you would defend? To be defended. To be defended, yes.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Chrissy Houlihan. I serve just outside of the city of Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. I'm on the Armed Services and Intel Committee and have been in Congress for 7 years. When you think about Western values, I think it's sort of a lot of different issue areas. I think you could
But maybe name 3, if you can.
Well, you know, I think the understanding of individualism, the understanding of freedom, which is associated with that, rule of law to some degree as well, to allow us to maintain our individualism and freedom. I think also democratic values. And lastly, I would say there's also an element of capitalism in there as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ressler?
Hello to everyone from my side as well. Well, if it has to be 2 or 3, definitely liberty. Then I'm a lawyer, so rule of law and probably human dignity is something really core.
It would be expected from a Christian Democrat to say human dignity. Thank you. Ms. Tikhanovskaya?
So as I'm from Belarus, where people are really got imprisoned for defense of human rights, security, and freedom of speech, so maybe I will name these 3.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pavlich?
Well, first, I just want to say thank you so much to the government of Croatia for inviting me here today. My great-grandparents went to America in the early 1900s from just a few miles down the road, so I can't imagine they would think their great-granddaughter would be sitting here today speaking to all of you in this important forum about these issues facing Europe, America, and the rest of the world. So thank you very much, first and foremost. The Western values, of course, can be discussed in many different ways in a number of different forums, but there have been many books written about it. But first I would say sovereignty is key to Western civilization and Western values, freedom of speech, individualism, and freedom in general to be yourself and to speak out against your government. And I would say free and fair elections. The United States is a republic. We hear a lot about democracy. There's a little bit of a difference. But freedom of speech is one that is, I know, a topic of our conversation today, and I think that we'll discuss that later, but a big one.
Thank you, and I will say in Croatian, Ms. Tončić, sorry.
Thank you. So also from my side for this really topical discussion today, we saw how important it is to have this discussion today. On your question, I think it is, the values are interlinked anyway, and there is no hierarchy at all. But when it comes to defend them, I would say start by democracy. Democracy, rule of law, and independent judiciary. I think these are key to ensure the other values. So these are the things I would look at first. Thank you.
So we heard a lot of common values to all of our speakers. So Ms. Houlihan, in Western society, there is a challenge and issue of immigration that is very debated and divisive issue. There is a strong pressure to stop out-of-control immigration, to restrict immigration. Do you think that more controlled immigration policies are compatible with Western values? And also, what about policies that protect jobs and industries within nation? Are those Western values, or as some say, like nativism, xenophobia, illiberalism, national exclusivism? How do you see it?
There's a lot of questions. What I would say is I am the daughter of an immigrant as well. My dad came from Poland. He survived the Holocaust and came with his mom, who was the only other person who survived alongside him, to the New York City area in 1946, I believe it was, when he was 5 or so years old. So he came in the traditional and legal way, and I am very much supportive of that method. But I also very much am in support of the fact that there are situations, dire situations, where things like declaring that you need to have sanctuary is a fair way also of thinking about immigration. We in the United States are wrestling, as are many countries around the world, with an immigration issue and problem. We need to solve for this problem because we in the United States, just like many other nations, are decreasing in population naturally, and we need to continue to be a welcoming place, like the place that welcomed my dad, who served more than 20 years in the U.S. Navy, who is an amazingly successful citizen, and whose daughter, one generation later, is a member of Congress. And I believe that we have the appetite and the will, or should have the appetite and the will in the United States to solve for this problem without violating human rights, without sort of the draconian methodologies that we're seeing, because we are a humane and caring and Judeo-Christian based country as well.
So you would, let's say, you would link Judeo-Christian values with this hospitality and towards immigrants.
But there is a complicated situation here when you talk about the subject that we're talking about. Judeo-Christian values, I think, are very much central to a lot of the things that we're talking about, but so is secularism. So is the separation of church and state. And I think that's something that's slipping away from countries like the United States as well as other countries that we're here talking about.
And regarding this issue of, let's say, more like if you propose that industries and jobs stay within the nation, let's say if you reject some kind of economic globalism, how would you see it? Is it also...
Again, I do believe it's the responsibility of the government to protect the sovereignty of a country. Very much agree with that, and to protect the vitality and vibrancy of the economy of that country. But I do believe that we are all very much interconnected, and it's almost impossible to tease those things apart, even if we'd like to. And things like nationalism and those kinds of things, we've seen this play before. We have literally seen this play before in World War II, amongst other conflicts, where we don't need to, we cannot return back to the history that we all know, particularly in this part of the world. My dad's from Ukraine, or what was Poland and now Ukraine. We know what this looked like generations ago, 80 years ago. He's now 83, and we cannot repeat this.
Okay. Mr. Ressler, the Western world has experienced what we call cultural revolution from 1960s onwards, with more and more people embracing these progressive, individualistic and cosmopolitan values. We also had anthropological revolution that placed emphasis on individual autonomy on a pedestal of the values. But in recent years, we see some kind of cultural counter-revolution, or maybe cultural backlash, is taking place in the Western world. Do you see this value shift maybe in the politics of the European Union? And what was the impact of 2024 European Parliament elections that changed this political landscape of the European Parliament?
Well, there is definitely no doubt that we are in some kind of really serious political, social, broader upheaval. Quite a significant change and transformation, which we see also in the US, but to some extent in Europe as well. But at the same time, I would really be cautious in trying to adopt that kind of labels of counter-revolution, because I think that reality is more complex than this, and I think that this is evident in the European Parliament these days as well. In the elections of the last year, and I think that we are now maybe a few weeks in the second year of our mandate in the European Parliament, this shift to the right was visible to some extent. You can see also changes in terms of some kind of a conservative shift to some extent also among younger voters, among voters in general. You can see also this even revival of Christian faith and higher levels of church attendance, for instance, or some kind of new even Christian religion practice among younger people, especially among Generation Z. But I would not really call it as something that is very structured. So I would say that it's more something like a fragmented reaction to the decline of the values and of the atomization that we're also witnessing. And we are now in this phase where, in the European Parliament, for instance, it is becoming more and more fragmented. You can see this kind of tribalism in many different situations. This week even we had also this resolution on the remembrance of the communist victims in Slovenia, something that was quite divisive, and you could really see that clear ideological line just near the EPP. So all the political groups that are left to the EPP on such a really civilizational topic do not see it in the same way. So I think that that kind of fragmentation is something that definitely exists, and I would say that perhaps you can also say that you see part of this shift toward the conservative side, but at the same time it is not so black and white. You know that from the EPP you have three different political groups which are on the right of us in the European Parliament, and
you can make majority with them.
But it is theoretically, yes, and on some topics such as migration, such as security, such as defense, this is possible sometimes. But at the same time, you won't have that kind of majority on the European budget. You won't have that kind of majority on the geostrategic issues we are facing with. And this is a huge difference, and then it really makes this majority only a theoretical possibility. But at the same time, I think that we're also in the situation in which it is not possible that the situation continues as it did in the past mandate, to really try to ignore the realities of the elections, but also to try to ignore the realities of the geopolitical sphere and all this huge transformation which is happening. So, but I wanted to say that really there are reasons why you have even three parties, three political groups in the European Parliament right of the EPP. They have their own significant differences, and I don't think it's really possible to frame everything into that kind of dichotomy, I would say really false binary dichotomy of progressive cosmopolites on one side and angry on the other. I think it's much deeper than this, and perhaps we can also touch upon this a bit later.
Okay. Ms. Pavlic, do you think that, from your US perspective, of course, that Western values are increasingly dominated by progressive, liberal, and cosmopolitan values and policies and ethos that tend to exclude or marginalize conservative and Christian values and policies?
No, quite frankly, I think that Western values have been torn down in a lot of ways by the big cities, by the more urban environments, and they have decided that rural America is a part of the country that is racist, xenophobic, and shouldn't have as much of a voice, given that they don't have as many college degrees or aren't as sophisticated maybe as those in the big cities and on the coast who do. I want to talk about the sovereignty issue for just a second, because you asked about whether Western values are compatible with stopping illegal immigration and sovereignty. And not only are they compatible, but they're essential to keeping our countries with Western values and to keep it so that they are a reflection of the people who are citizens of that country. What President Trump has was that the majority of Americans were tired of seeing millions and millions of illegal immigrants coming into the country. The former president allowed something like 15 to 20 million illegal immigrants who broke the law. We talk about rule of law when it comes to Western values. That was completely thrown out the window. And so this president listened to people from all across the country, in big cities and in rural America, and won every single swing state in the country based on the idea that he believes that citizenship should mean something, and that the rule of law when it comes to illegal immigration should be upheld. And that's what you're seeing with his policies being carried out. So I think that we've seen with the cosmopolitan left, as you say, in America, they've for many, many years operated in academic theories and gotten completely out of touch with the average person in America, which is why they lost the 2024 election and why you saw pretty much every sector of politics move to the right across the country in the previous election. It's also why you're seeing President Trump's approval ratings stay steady, and he has a majority approval on a number of these issues that he's carrying out that the cosmopolitan left says are controversial, that the media deems as racist or incoherent with American values. He's doing what he said he would do on the campaign trail when it comes to these issues of upholding Western values, upholding the sovereignty of the country, reestablishing what it means to be a citizen, and then, quite frankly, going to places like NATO and requiring the same of our European partners who we say over and over again have the same shared values. So I would say that's the perspective on your question.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Tsikhanouskaya, you and many other Belarusian politicians were forced into exile. We Croats, we also have experience with exile. Many of our politicians and dissidents were in the exile during the communist dictatorship. Interesting that communist Yugoslavia enjoyed sympathies and support among different circles in the West, because there were some distorted images of Yugoslavia as a liberal socialist country. Is there any support and sympathy for Lukashenko's regime in the West, perhaps among socialist and other leftist actors, or this regime is unanimously regarded as a dictatorship?
So here I will start with the words of gratitude, to all the parties and all the governments who for 5 years stand firm and principled with democratic forces of Belarus fighting against dictatorship. And we as Belarusian Democratic Forces, we are working with all parties and governments across the political spectrum, from socialists to conservatives. For example, we have been both at the European Socialist Convention in Malaga and European People's Party Convention in Valencia. And I have to say that Belarusian topic is uniting people, uniting parliaments, different parties, uniting governments. For example, we have groups for groups of friendship for democratic Belarus in 26 parliaments. It's, you know, it's rather non-conventional approach, because usually these groups of friendship are working with government, but we people whose country is seized by dictator Lukashenko, and Lukashenko is isolated. He is not recognized as legitimate, and governments and parliaments, they are taking this non-conventional step, working with us. They strengthening agents of democratic forces of Belarus. And here I see the president of PASE, President Rosopoulos. You know that Council of Europe, they kicked out Russia and Belarusian regime from Council of Europe and started to work with democratic forces of Belarus. It's also a very non-orthodox approach, but we see that modern politicians are ready to do this, to show that we are not going to appease dictators. We are not going to tolerate their brutality. And actually, I have to say that today it's not fight maybe between rights and lefts, you know, as you say, but it fights between those who respect freedoms and between those who can tolerate tyranny, between those who think that human rights or freedom is optional, and between those who think that it's sacred. It's more like moral battle at the moment, and I see that today's society is winning this moral battle.
So you're, let's say, in better position than pro-democratic leaders of Croatian exiles in that time. It's good for you. Ms. Tončić, so we often hear that the European project is under attack. So according to you, to your view, who threatens values and norms of the European project? Who are the challengers, and what do they challenge and undermine? Is the confidence in the European project shaken, maybe even gone?
Well, talking about values in context with the European Union is a little bit a different discussion than we had before, because values in the European Union are precisely defined. They are defined in the Treaty of the European Union, they are listed, and they are protected by law. So this is not a societal discussion, it is not an ethical discussion, it is not a philosophical discussion. We have a list of European values that the EU as an institution and all member states have to implement. And therefore, we have to ask, how come that these values like democracy and respecting the rule of law, respecting equality and so on, is in the treaties? It is because in the EU, there was a kind of consensus, societal consensus on the existence of these values. So member states were able and willing to implement them jointly, and to also ensure that they are implemented and safeguarded. So this is a little bit different. So when we talk about breaking or threatening these values, you always have to look whether these are threats from within or threats from outside. And threats from within, of course, the main challenge is whether there is still this consensus on the existence of these values. So, for example, equality among all groups of society is questioned more and more. Yeah? Rule of law is questioned more and more. Why? Because there are governments that are not pursuing the way of a liberal democracy. They are pursuing the way of illiberal democracy. So these are threats from within. The threats from outside, I would say that, of course, this is a variety of threats. They are in purpose, but they also happen. In purpose, of course, it's foreign interference of many kinds. There are so many kinds of foreign interference, and they are politically motivated to erode our European way of life, as we call it. And the European way of life, as you all know, are a result of these values. Yeah? and then there are also dynamics with social media, for example, that simply change the perception of the society of what values are. And so I would say these are the two main elements that we have to look at when we talk about threats to our values.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan, there's a strong, let's say, national conservative MAGA movement in the United States. Do you see this movement in odds with Western values?
I think that it is in response, as you mentioned, to a feeling, and as Ms. Pavlich mentioned, a feeling of othering, that people are feeling that they're being othered and picked upon. And honestly, I think the same thing can be said about why we're here. We're here because a lot of people in our society, and I'm sure in the European society and other societies that value these same things, feel as though they want to be treated equally. They want to be treated with dignity and respect. And the MAGA movement, I think, comes from that, kind of this feeling of misunderstanding and othering. I do worry, you know, obviously full disclosure, I come from the Democratic side of the spectrum. I do worry that it is destructive to our nation and to what we consider to be the kind of topic that we're talking about right now. But I also am hopeful that this is a pendulum swing that will hopefully readjust, and that we will be able to find our commonalities again. I really do want to push back on the otherism in general that we hear coming from our country, as well, my country, as well as many countries here. We will not win this battle for the hearts and souls and minds of the world if we fight each other. And if we sit there and snipe at each other about who did what and when they did it, and rather we sit down and we solve for these problems. I also really think we won't do anything as legislators, and many of us here on this stage are, if we don't have the people understand their responsibility and their obligation in this, that they are responsible, no matter what their education is, for being thoughtful and participatory parts of our society. And right now, I'm not sure everybody is, at least in the United States, really engaged in seeking truth and seeking common ground and seeking talking to one another. And this speaks to what you were speaking about, which is the media is not helping, and malign influences are not helping. They are doing nothing other than trying to divide us. And if we can't figure this out, it will be at our peril. And that's one of the things that I think is most dangerous that's happening, not just in the United States, but in other like-minded nations as well. Is like, we gotta stop it with the MAGA and the liberal whatever and the, just knock it off. We're people, we have values. I'm a veteran. I also happen to be a Democrat. I also happen to be a woman. I also happen to be an engineer. Boy, that's a complicated set of things. And you can't pin one thing on me in terms of who I am based on what my party affiliation is.
Okay. Ms. Pavlich, your thoughts about MAGA and Western values, and is maybe MAGA movement possible in Europe?
Well, MAGA stands for Make America Great Again, if none of you are familiar. And it comes from the concept that President Trump has long said, which is America first. He's never advocated for America alone, but he has said, I'm the president of the United States. I'm going to take care of my people and my country first. For too long, we've looked outside our borders and allowed people who are at odds with our values into our country, who aren't interested in upholding our way of life, being true to our Constitution. And we're going to go back and change that, which is why he was able to not just get votes from Republicans, but he also got a lot of votes from Democrats. And he's really reshaped the political dynamic in the United States by bringing a number of different coalitions into the, quote, Republican tent. Make America Great Again, MAGA, is just normal Americans who want their country to do well in the world. They want to be able to make money on their own. They want to be able to take their kids to school. They want to be able to afford what they need for their families. So, of course, it's within Western values. Make America Great Again is a very religious coalition. You have the president who has established a number of prayer coalitions and committees within his administration and made sure that although he understands there's a separation between church and state or synagogue and state, that doesn't mean you take faith out of the public square, and that people should be free in a free country that serves Western values to be able to pray in public, to have their own values, and to be able to go to their churches and synagogues without fear of being persecuted. So Make America Great Again is just simply a coalition of regular, everyday Americans who feel like their needs and their wants and that their desires for a better country, for their country to meet its potential, were not only ignored or pushed aside for many years, but vilified under false smears about who they were, whether they are white Americans, Hispanic Americans, Black Americans. It's a coalition that makes up people who have a number of educational degrees all the way down to simply having high school degrees. Business owners, people from across the political spectrum, from the economic perspective in America. So it's just a coalition made up of a lot of new people to the political process that President Trump has been able, through his common sense discussion to the everyday person, as someone who has spent his life in very high circles, has been able to really redraw the political map and the political landscape in America for the time being.
And is it possible, maybe in Europe, something like that? How do you see it?
I'm not a European, so I'm not sure. I know that we all, the United States has a different constitution than many countries in Europe, but I think the concept of Make America Great Again, you could apply it to any country. Someone was asking about Africa in the previous, what is the White House's perspective on Africa? And I think if you would ask the president, I don't speak for him, but if you were to ask him, he would just say, make Africa great again. I mean, he just thinks that everybody within their own countries or as individuals have the potential to do great things. So whether you're France or Germany or Croatia or any other European country, you have the potential with the resources that you have in your country and your people to make your country what you think it should be based on what the people in your country want.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ressler, there are some people who are saying that this main dividing line in the European politics is not more between social democrats, liberal, Christian democrats, that the main line is whether you are Europeanist or national sovereignist. Interesting is that these national sovereignist forces, they also tend to see themselves, let's say, more Western, that they follow Western and European values more than this Europeanist. How do you see this competition for who is more authentically promoting Western values?
I think I've touched upon this question shortly in the beginning, also in the first answer, especially in the sense that I don't see it so binary. So I think that in the historical tradition of my political group, of the biggest political group in the European Parliament, has been that we have been bridge builders within different societies, within different political structures, political groups, and I think that this is something that in this kind of increasingly polarized, but also sometimes societies which are really becoming more and more forming and functioning as some kind of atomization projects. This is even becoming more relevant. I'm unfortunately painfully aware how difficult it is to balance between these different trends and between these two polarizing blocks. But I really think and feel that this is our mission and that this is now really very much important. So on one side, I definitely see the threat of some kind of technocracy or liberal culturalism in that sense, and I would always put ahead real democracy, but at the same time then from our political tradition we would always also put solidarity ahead of egoism, or in the end community and some kind of sense of belonging ahead of only individualism or that kind of atomization that is unfortunately happening. But the thing is that many people nowadays are at unease with the current state of play, with the current social transformations that are happening and that are definitely helped and facilitated by this rapid technological transformation. I completely agree that this information environment is not working in our favor, but my impression is that also on your question, on that kind of dilemma between nationalism and Europeanism, I think it's really too simple. This year, for instance, in the European Parliament, we organized the exhibition on the Croatian roots, basically, on the Croatian path to freedom. The exhibition was opened by the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and actually it told the story of our country, told the story of the homeland war, but at the same time told it in the way and in the perspective of our European integration. I think that coming from a country which really went through that kind of difficult historical struggle, we can understand even better, and we understand it quite well, that we need that kind of coordination, that we need Europe, and that's why I don't see that it's mutually exclusive to believe in nation states, but at the same time also to believe in the European project and to believe in Europe of nations.
Thank you. Ms. Tsikhanouskaya, so we know that people in Belarus are deprived of democracy. They cannot elect and dismiss their government. Their political participation is restrained. But interesting, there is also a tendency among the Western liberal democracies to limit the political power of the people because of their alleged illiberal attitudes and tendencies, etc. As a pro-democratic leader from this authoritarian country, how do you see restraining of political power of people in the Western liberal democracy?
Look, on the one hand, I fully understand why democratic countries are taking steps to protect their elections, to protect information space, or protect their societies from propaganda. Because you know, I think that it's not a tax on freedom of speech, for example, you know, but it's the acts of democratic self-defense. Because if you don't defend democracy and freedoms, it can be turned against you. Because we see how regimes and dictators misuse democratic tools like elections, freedom or laws to undermine the values that your countries are based on. Let's take, for example, I don't know, social media. Social media have been created to empower civil society, to empower people, to empower freedom of speech, but dictators misuse this instrument, misuse social media to seed lie, to seed division, you know, to spread disinformation, and with this, they poison minds of ordinary people. They try to show democracy as very weak, as you know, slow, and not able to take decisions. And they spread information that, you know, these democracies cannot make any decision. You know, they are too weak for this. And people start to doubt if democracy is good enough, you know, for them. So that's why. You know, it's not a tax on any freedoms. It's, as I said, it's self-defense, and it should be, this step should be made, you know, to defend the values. Because what's happening in Belarus is not just, you know, restriction of political will or restriction of elections. It's absence of any rights, of any freedoms, and of course it cannot be compared with the democratic countries. But we see how easily people in democracies can be subjugated by these narratives, and they are looking for simple solutions to difficult questions, and they might believe to populists, and they start believing that, why do we have to help those who are in need or those who are protecting their values? We live with our wonderful lives, in democratic countries. We shouldn't care about Ukraine. We shouldn't care about Belarus, Moldova. It's their business, but as from your history, from Milosevic times, whom actually Lukashenko called his best friend, that defending of democracy is not a national issue. It's regional and worldwide, actually. So that's why stopping this propaganda, stopping these dictators from misusing democratic instruments is very important in these difficult and turbulent times.
Okay. Ms. Pavlich, how do you, from U.S. perspective, see this defense of democracy in Europe by, let's say, banning certain parties, by excluding certain parties from government, from political discussions? Can democracy be crushed by disinformations in social media?
Well, there's no doubt that bad actors like Russia, China, Iran do everything they can to sow disinformation, especially in democracies. That's what they do. They have entire government agencies dedicated to disrupting what they don't like, which is Western values and representative republics and democracies. However, the response to that is not to continue feeding the censorship industrial complex, which actually is a tool of anti-Western states like Russia, China, Iran, and others, by saying that, well, a democratic population in a democratic country where people vote and have political parties and debate is to then take away their tools to have those discussions and to use their own minds to make their own decisions about what kind of countries they want. The other thing is canceling elections in democracies, or upending election results in democracies or republics is not a way to combat the very people you say are sowing misinformation or disinformation. It actually is feeding into exactly what they're trying to do, which is to make you more like them. If you are saying that your citizenry, which elects you, who you are supposed to represent, is not capable enough or smart enough to make their own decisions for you then to go vote on their behalf, maybe you should think about a different career path. Of course, there are bad actors who want to do things and try to put bad ideas and poisonous ideas into societies. But we've seen this happen in the United States, where we have a First Amendment and a Constitution, and the previous administration wanted to go around that and was pressuring private companies, private social media companies, to ban doctors who had different opinions on COVID-19, to ban political opponents who they didn't like what they had to say, to try to throw their opponents in prison because they were too afraid that if the current president won again, that democracy would end in America. Well, there are more people voting in America now than ever before, and we have a new president. Elections will happen next year, just like they always do. So this idea that somehow we can't allow people to have access to tools like social media because they're not smart enough to digest the information that they're seeing, the solution to bad ideas and to dangerous ideas that come from anti-Western forces is not to limit the ability for Western people to get that kind of information and to talk about it on the internet, to talk about it in the public square. I mean, a part of this panel today is talking about the Vice President's speech at the Munich Security Council. Well, he went through a list of things where European countries are throwing normal citizens in prison, not for hate speech or for being violent, but for criticizing government officials, or for posting jokes online, or for saying that they're not for a feminist movement. That is actually playing directly into the hands of the very forces that Western values and democracies are supposed to protect against. So censorship is not the answer to the bad forces that would like to take over Western democracies. It plays right into their hands.
Thank you. And Ms. Toncic, sorry. So EU likes to promote itself as a community of values. Do you think that these values are universalistic and acceptable to everyone, especially regarding enlargement of the European Union? Are there limits of enlargement regarding this applicability of these EU values?
So European values, they derive from the values that have been defined after the two wars of the 20th century and the lessons that we learned from the 20th century wars particularly. So I think these lessons should be universal. And I have a little bit of a problem with calling them Western values, because all over the world countries share these values, and they are not only Western, but I know that it is a term that is usually used, but these fundamental values, they are shared all over the world to a different degree. This is also the basis of the UN Charter and so on. Within the European Union, we have the Charter of the fundamental rights, and they also ensure that the citizens can enjoy the values and the rights that are enshrined in the treaty. These values, as I said at the beginning, they are not just nice to have. They are fundamental to the functioning of the European Union. If member states do not share these values and do not implement these values and do not make sure that all the citizens can enjoy the rights deriving from these values, the European Union will not function anymore, because we are being a union of values means being a legally intertwined union. In Croatia, a citizen must be sure that he can go to the court in Lithuania and have the same rights as if he was here in Croatia. Also, all the business community, they are depending on having one single market where the rules are the same for everyone. Having said this, of course, also member states who want to join the European Union, they have to abide to these values and to all these principles that are enshrined in the treaty. They are also, of course, Copenhagen criteria, and so there is no discussion. Yes, they have to make sure that these values and rights are ensured.
Thank you. So we have 15 minutes left. We had very fruitful and interesting discussion. So I'll now open the floor for your questions. I hope there will be questions, because we had very interesting remarks. So the floor is open. We have two questions. First, gentleman there, if there is a microphone. Okay, there is.
Arriving.
And the second one is Mr. Stier.
Okay. Oh, compadre.
Hola. Thank you very much to all of you, but allow me to be spread a little criticism. Because of all the panel, how many of you think you had an answer for any young people that is thriving for values and for answers? Because we've been speaking freedom of speech, and I know, and I really like what Kati have said, because it was under siege in a country. And then you have to implement the tools. But what do you think the answers will be for our young generations on Westerners that need something to defend, and we're still talking for 40 years, freedom of speech, rule of law, and all the others. It really compels to me to see what kind of society I have to defend. I have to defend. So thank you. I hope I made myself clear. And I fully agree with everything you've said. But to me, it's still a pending question for there is a generational gap.
I'm just not sure I understand the question. Are you asking what the solution is for these?
There are different values that came into stage. Patriotism, nobody talk about.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I have a list which includes the scientific method.
That's why questions are for.
Yeah,
just to see. Thank you.
He asked for 3, and I think it was really, really telling that so many of us hit on the same 3 roughly, speaking. But there really is a whole lot more that is under attack in terms of our Western values as well. When we are undermining innovation, when we are, taking away I'm an engineer, as I mentioned. I'm also a former chemistry teacher. When we are denying science, those kinds of things are super scary too, and they undermine Western values too. And if you look at some of the conflicts that are happening between what would be, and I agree with you, traditionally Western values and whatever the antithesis of that is, the kind of methodology of finding truth is being undermined right now. And no one, at least I am not, suggesting that social media be stopped. No one is suggesting that. But I am suggesting that part of what's undermining and eroding our society is that. And so I would say one of the things that needs to be done is to make sure that we continue, especially in places like the US and in Europe, to invest in the future, invest in innovation, invest in science and technology.
Ms. Toncic, sorry, you wanted to add?
Yes, I don't know if it's working or
not.
It's working. Yes, it is. I think on the freedom of speech and what you also said about kind of cutting or regulating, over-regulating. I think we are in a transition period as regards the regulation of social media. There is no simple answer to this, neither in the sense let's have censorship, nor in the sense let's have the forces go wild and free. We have to be aware that what we have in civil law protecting individuals from interference and from aggression from other people also applies to social media. And we have to find ways to transmit or transform this to the regulations of social media. It is not allowed in real life, let's put it that way, to incite, to slaughter, to insult. It is not allowed to deny Holocaust, things like that. You cannot do this, and we have to make sure that we also have the same rules applicable in the sphere of social media. We are still on the way. Nobody talks about censorship. I think it is about protection. And wait just 1 second. And then I also want to make a differentiation between a systemic problem with, for example, the rule of law, and a country that has systemically deficits in its democracy and its rule of law, or a country that has here and there a problem. And we just saw these days the Commission reports on the rule of law in the European Union. You have no member state where the Commission doesn't say there is a problem. But there are only very few where the Commission says there is a systemic problem. And this is where we have to prevent that countries go along the path to have a systemic problem in their democracy. And this is why prevention is as important, and I think, for example, regulating the social media is as important as corrective measures in the case that really a systemic threat is there. Thank you.
Mr. Lester, then Ms. Pavlic.
Listen, I would really say that your, does it work? I would say that your question really underlines once again that we are living in that kind of society, which is dominated by polarization, by fragmentation, by atomization, and that we lost some kind of ground, some kind of roots which really united us in the past. This has not happened now since the last European elections or since the win of Donald Trump in the US. But this is part of the process which really lasted for decades. So I think that without strong ground, strong foundations, it will be difficult to continue, to organize ourselves, to organize the politics. And I see this as deeply concerning, because I would say that we are really drifting apart, both within our societies, but then also at the same time between the US and Europe. I mean, we have sort of started from the similar traditions. We had many historical differences as well, but I would say that now we are diverging significantly, but this is not something that is happening only within transatlantic relations, but I really unfortunately see these trends in our home societies as well. So I would say that one of the problems is definitely, and that we really cannot allow ourselves to live in some kind of empty shell without real values, without real roots, and with some kind of really ruthlessness. But at the same time, I don't have really a magic solution for how to really solve it, especially because this information environment is also making this problem even worse.
Okay, Ms. Pavlic.
So I would say that just because governments or government officials aren't saying we are for censorship doesn't mean that they're not doing it under a different name. I mean, the EU passed the Digital Services Act last year, which allows for governments to arrest citizens for basic insults that they find hurt people's feelings on the internet. And a key component of Western society and Western values is having logical thinking. And that is being thrown out the window when it comes to a lot of this censorship regime and industrial complex that is implemented in Europe and that certain factions have tried to implement in the United States. So just because people don't say, we are for censorship, doesn't mean that it's not actually happening with very serious decrees and enforcement by the state against citizens in a number of different countries. To your question, though, about young people, I think young people should be proud of where they come from. They should be proud of their Judeo-Christian heritage, which upholds Western society. And it's okay to be part of the EU or to be part of NATO, to be a citizen of the world, to be, as an American, we're an ocean away from you, so it feels like we're a little bit, separated sometimes. You can be part of these global institutions, but also be very proud of where you come from. You can be proud of being an American, being proud of being an Italian or Croatian. So being proud of where you come from and your culture and your personal history gives you something to stand up for and to fight for. And I think that if Europe and America too doesn't find their way back to those basic principles of who they are and where they come from, their own democracies, their republics, and the future of their Western values are going to be severely eroded if they don't get back to those basics of being proud of where they come from and the people who came before them.
Mr. Russell, very shortly.
Really short intervention, just to say that obviously I share the concern for the worrying trend in terms of the freedom of speech that has been happening for some time in a way that the public sphere and the real freedom of speech has become, unfortunately, increasingly limited. I have to say also that it doesn't have much to do with the DSA. DSA doesn't censor, and the idea is really to make something which is illegal offline, make it illegal also online. But I don't think that we have now time for this kind of discussion. But I would just like to say that unfortunately part of the problem, or even the biggest problem, even started at the American campuses with really that kind of trends and that kind of atmosphere, which unfortunately has, honestly led to the decreased freedom of speech.
And finally, Mr. Stier.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting panel. And I have one comment and one question related to it. I think when it comes to the Western values, one distinct value is that the state is not controlling the society. And this is what we can find in the West. And it's a product, if you want, of what found in the ancient Greece, in Athens, with the idea, revolutionary idea, that the people can rule, yeah, democracy, in the rule of law of the Roman Republic, and then in the revolutionary idea of Christianity, that we give God's what is God's and the emperor's what is the emperor's, so this division between the spiritual and the temporal power, which brings me to the fact that I think that we got into trouble in the West when the state started to try to regulate what should be a free space for the society. When Alexis de Tocqueville in Democracy in America was saying the great value of the communities that were generating solidarity, that were actually generating also the sense of identity and patriotism, somehow the state started to regulate a lot, defining by 1 or 2 votes in parliamentary assemblies what is the definition of family, what is the definition of this and that, etc. Instead of leaving that to the society, to the actors in the society, yes, also to the religious communities to define. So my question related to it is, sometimes probably less is more, and it would be better to avoid cultural wars for the state to focus on what is actually the core business of politics and the state. Are we in the West going into that direction now? Do we have any hope into going back into that direction and then to reestablish what is the true Western values, or we are headed into the opposite direction?
Just
that
to
would be my
support
question.
your remark, it was the Stalin who said, "La société et moi." It was just as you said. Okay, I will now allow very short answer, final answer on this remark question of Mr. Stier. So starting with you, Mr. Houlihan.
Brilliant question, and what I would say from my brief perspective, having never run for anything or served in politics at all before I became a member of Congress, I am hopeful that there still is an opportunity in places like the United States, and my understanding is in places like Croatia, where we have very slim majorities and minorities. This is not a mandate for any one party or any 3 parties or 5 parties or 7 parties. The American people are within several votes on the House side and in the Senate side as well, and that might change in another year and a half, as it did when I came into office. And so I believe that we shouldn't be taking these huge swings back and forth and continually clubbing each other with the moral superiority that we have, whatever value system that we believe we have that is superior to somebody else's value system. I am hopeful that the middle is here. I will tell you that there's a congressional delegation that is here right now that is pretty middle. And the problem is you've probably never heard of any of us. And that's, I think, the biggest problem, is that instead what we're hearing from is from the far left and the far right of our country, probably the same here and in the rest of Europe, and the media. And that's making the rest of us fight one another. And I would say to the gentleman's question in the back, what's the solution or whatever, civility and decency is also a core Western value. And stopping, picking on each other is really, really important. Individual responsibility is a core Western value too.
Thank you. Mr. Ressler?
I agree with the question as well, in a way that the problems of Europe, but also the problems of the US, go much beyond the culture wars, and sometimes they really just mask the difficult choices that we all have to do in Europe as well, and that's why I hope that it will be possible to really overcome it. But as I said earlier, I think it's quite difficult, and we will all have to do our share in the sense of really having the dialogue, trying to build bridges between different people. I think that this has been a mission of my party in the past, and I think that we are now even more invited to double down on the same values and on the same bridge building mission.
Ms. Tsikhanouskaya?
I have to say that it's very difficult, to explain people who enjoy democracy every day why they have to defend this democracy, because it's like air for them. So for me, it's extremely important to show young people especially, to societies in democratic countries, what they might get if they will not put efforts to defend democracy. They can get Lukashenko, Putin, and so on and so forth. So that's why it's important to show that people are dying for the values that your countries are based on, people getting sentences of 10, 15, 20 years in jail because they want to enjoy freedom of speech that you enjoy every day, for people to have possibility to compare. Because, you know, democracy is like religion. It's like something, you know, in the air, but if you don't believe in this, it will just disappear. So give examples to your young people. Remind yourself about your moral responsibility to contribute into that societies that are sacrificing their freedom and lives to get what you have. And in this case, only in this case, you will be able to cherish and to defend and protect democracies in your countries.
Thank you. Ms. Pavlic.
Well, as a daughter of the American Revolution, I very much appreciate that. People who came before us fought really hard for the freedoms that we have, and it's our responsibility to continue fighting for them. I'll leave you with two quotes from one of my favorite presidents, Ronald Reagan, who, of course, ended the Cold War. First, he said some of the most dangerous words and alarming words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And I think that that can be used as a guide for a lot of these questions we have today. And he also said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. And I think that even if we have disagreements, we all believe that freedom is a really important thing and that we have to fight for it. And I think all of us are willing to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Tončić-Sorin.
Yes. Well, politics has the responsibility to ensure the necessary frameworks, legal frameworks for the civil society, for other governmental actors and non-governmental actors, and for the citizens to move within these boundaries. And of course, this does not take the responsibility from each and every single individual to contribute to maintaining the values and to passing them on. And this is also relevant for something that you said. You really need competent citizens, yeah, who are really able to judge, as also Mrs. Tichanowskaja said. You need citizens who are really able and competent to make a distinction between what is right, what is correct, and what is a lie. And so, yes, the government has the responsibility to ensure a good education, to provide good schools, to provide the freedom, to provide good, free media, good media landscape, for example. These are the frameworks, and you cannot say that the government can leave this to the free market, because these are essential for the functioning of a democracy.
Okay, thank you. And I think that I can conclude that we all agreed that freedom of conscience, freedom of opinion, and freedom of speech are the Western values that must be defended. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear panelists, for joining us. Nice panel, a lot of things to share. We have a short break so we can prepare the last party of the day with our OECD partners. So we start at 6 sharp. Please be here so we can do everything properly. Thanks. Dame I gospodo, kratki predah, nastavljamo od 18 sati kako bismo završili sa ovim dugim, ali uspješnim danom. Hvala. in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now, the end is near. So we face the final session. My friends, I'll say it clear, it's the last thing that separates you from the cocktail party. But it's a very important thing. Once upon a time, not so long ago, 35 years ago, this small country, this very known town, was under aggression. They told us, you're small, you should wait, you won't succeed. Then we got our independence, thanks to all the friends around the world. Then they say, you're still small, you have a lot of tasks to do, you won't make it to the European Union. We are the star of the European Union since 2013. We did a lot of things in foreign policy, made our way through, and did all that on our legacy and great diplomacy from our ancestors. But now, we're in front of the final step when we talk about international organization. One step to fill, a huge leap to make in Croatian history. That's the reason why we call you for the last session of the day. It's time for the 4th edition of the OECD Talks in Dubrovnik. I hope that you will share this time with us, because we organize it like this. We have 2 keynote speeches, then a grand panel, and after that one, you can feel 100% home. The gentleman that is here with you in the real edition of a real host is our dear Minister of the Foreign Affairs and European Affairs, who will be the first addressee as a keynote speaker, and he knows all of you, and he's, I'm pretty sure, very happy to have you in Dubrovnik for these few days. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Goran Grlić Radman. It's nice to have you, Goran. The microphone is yours.
Yeah, that's Frano, that's not true, and it's also good to have you here, because you said everything what I wanted to say about Dubrovnik and Dubrovnik history, but that is good, and you started very well today morning, and as a moderator of this very important Dubrovnik Forum, 18th edition, and with 17 panels, and even last year we had only 12, but this year so even more, and next year, so who knows. Secretary General Liba Matias, Ministers, Excellency, there are so many my colleagues, my predecessor here, thank you very much for coming and supporting me or us, and the creation of the last major goal. So Croatia, the foreign policy, Croatian foreign policy, and we fulfill all the most important goals, and what remains, it's OECD membership, and I think we are on the right way to fulfill also the last one, to be deeply integrated in European processes, European and Euro-Atlantic as well. You mentioned, Frano, Dubrovnik, but Dubrovnik, when I speak, for example, how to direct draw attention from my colleagues, my counterparts, first of all, you have to say the place. And when I mention Dubrovnik, okay, Dubrovnik is a good address, it's a good location. That means that 50% of success it's in the place. It's in Dubrovnik. Dubrovnik is really a strong legacy of and almost tangible history in these nearby walls, reminding us of times past and stimulating us as we delve into the future. I'm really privileged to welcome you in Dubrovnik, and danke, lieber Matthias, herzlich willkommen in Dubrovnik. a city not only famous of its beauty, but also its diplomatic tradition that we have nurtured since medieval and Renaissance times. The city's traditional diplomatic gathering, the Dubrovnik Forum, hosts the OECD for the 4th time. But it hosts OECD Secretary General Matthias Cormann for the first time. Dear Matthias, liebe Matthias, noch einmal herzlich willkommen in Dubrovnik. Likewise, I warmly also welcome his associates who are actively engaged in this process. Probably it's not so visible, but we know everyone, Gita, Andreas, Anastasia, and so on. Thank you for coming, because we successfully organized 3 side events in the past. I also warmly welcome high representatives from countries from around the world, and of course the representatives of respective countries who are together with us on the way to achieve their OECD membership, hopefully. It depends on us, how we are prepared for. Many of you have one thing in common with Croatia. Like us, you have engaged on a part of reforms under the guidance of the OECD. Welcome. This year, Dubrovnik Forum will discuss the change that is evolving fast in the world around us. We, who gathered at the OECD Dubrovnik talks, want to work closely with the OECD to better adapt to these new circumstances. In January 2022, when the OECD opened the accession process with Croatia, we had a rather clear vision of our world and the rules by which to play. Then Russia's war against Ukraine, with its overwhelming consequences, put everything into question. Crisis after crisis have followed, and the world has started to change quickly in an unknown direction. So we'll live in dangerous world, and we live at a very critical time. In 2022, a group of accession candidates counted 6 countries from Europe and Latin America, Bulgaria and Romania, Argentina, Brazil, and Peru. In the meantime, 2 countries from Southeast Asia, Thailand and Indonesia, have decided that the OECD in their future as well and engaged into accession negotiations with the organization. I am convinced that their decisions have also been motivated by the change that is happening in the world today, and that they want to channel this change with support of the OECD. Despite turbulences around us, Croatia remains steady. We remain committed to become an OECD member state. Our accession process is in its final stage, and I hope to formalize all the discussion, all the rest discussion or committees by the end of the year. The most important thing, in my opinion, is a strong political will and determination. Our government, first of all. We have had a stable government whose clear goal was to join the OECD. We knew that we would need to engage into serious and sometimes difficult reforms. However, our goal has always been well defined. We wanted to join the OECD to bring our reform agenda to the next level. As a result, we have engaged into serious reforms. For example, of state-owned enterprises, justice system, public governance, environment, just to name a few. Another decisive element for the success of OECD accession negotiation is a well-organized and dedicated administration. I'm grateful to and proud of every expert who has been engaged in the process. Also, I am particularly proud of my coordination team at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs that took great care for the process to run smoothly. Stenko, Irena, Barbara, and so on, many of our team. In this context, and of course Rina, in this context, I'd like to highlight our engagement with the OECD Southeast Europe Regional Program. We have already been engaged in the work of the program before, but mostly from the recipient's side. With the start of the process, we wanted a proactive cooperation with the OECD in the region that is our closest neighbor, our immediate neighborhood. Today, we are proud to be a key partner in the OECD Digital and Green Transition project for SMEs in the Western Balkans. This project was developed together with our friends, Andrea Schal is here, and his team from the OECD Regional Program for Southeast Europe. Our government contributed 1.2 million euros to support the ambitious 3-year initiative. Already today, one step away from the OECD membership, we are honored that we can help spread OECD policies and practice in the region that is of utmost importance for us and Europe. In the following panel, I invite my Deputy Chief Negotiator, State Secretary Zdenko Lucic, to elaborate more on main lessons learned from the process and our expectations from becoming an OECD member. But first, I look forward to hearing from the Secretary General Corman, Liebe Matthias, about his strategic vision and priorities of the organization. Likewise, I look forward to hearing from colleagues, accession countries, on their motives to join the OECD and expectations from the membership. To conclude, I'd like to convey 2 messages. Dear Secretary General Liebe Matthias, on behalf of the government of Croatia and my own, I'd like to stress once again that we remain fully committed to fulfill the remaining recommendations, conclude the technical part of our negotiation by the end of the year, and join your organization by mid-2026. My second message goes to colleagues from other countries. Me and my team stand ready to assist in any way we can, and we will also continue to actively support you when we join the OECD next year. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hillich Radman, for welcoming remarks. And now we go to the land down under, where people glow at a thunder. The song goes that way. We have a lovely guest joining us now. Secretary General, please blink twice if we can do it in mid-2026. And share your experiences with us. Welcome to Croatia. Nice to have you. The microphone is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Gordon, for that very warm welcome. Ministers, distinguished guest colleagues, friends all, let me just firstly say this is my first ever visit to Dubrovnik, but I have felt quite connected to Dubrovnik for about 30 years now, and the context is that after I migrated to Australia from Belgium in the mid-1990s, there were 2, not 1, but 2 Australian families of Croatian background who took me under their wings and who were quite instrumental in my ultimate trajectory, including in politics in Australia. And one of them, Zlatko Benkovic, left Dubrovnik as a 14-year-old in the 1950s and created a little Dubrovnik type market garden in his backyard where I spent many, many hours enjoying the juices that Croatians produce of a particular kind, and where we solved many of the political problems of the world. And I think the world is a much better place for the conversations that we had in little Dubrovnik back in Perth. And so it was quite moving for me to have the opportunity this morning to actually walk the streets and see the town that I had heard so much about. So thank you so much for welcoming me here. It's a great opportunity to talk with all of you and to introduce this session, anchoring reforms, advancing together in the context of the experiences and the processes that accession candidate countries are going through. I mean, the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as you know, is an organization that brings together market-based democracies from around the world. We have 38 member countries at present, and we have a record number of countries in the accession process, 8. Gordon has already listed them all, but for completeness and in the context of my remarks, let me just go through it again. I mean, 3 European countries, of course, in Croatia, Bulgaria and Romania, and 3 major and significant economies in Latin America, in Peru, Argentina and Brazil, and the biggest and second biggest economies in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia and Thailand. And let me just say, I mean, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, what we're all about is supporting governments of member countries and partner countries around the world to deliver the best possible policy outcomes for their populations. We are an organization that unashamedly encourages plagiarism. We encourage plagiarism of policy best practice. We encourage countries to copy and paste good practices from other countries that have proven, based on data and evidence, to have worked in those countries, to adopt them for the benefit and to achieve the best possible outcomes. And I mean, as candidate countries, the process that you're engaged in really is a process where you are able to benefit from the collective experience over several decades, accumulated over several decades, of what has worked and what hasn't worked in other countries, so you can benefit from the positive experiences, but also avoid some of the pitfalls and some of the, I guess, ways forward that were not so successful. And, government is difficult at the best of time. I've been Minister for Finance in Australia, and in the context of wanting to do the best job you can in delivering good government, in delivering the best possible outcomes for your populations, inevitably you will be subject to short-term political pressures on a day-to-day basis. And what the OECD offers is really an opportunity to focus on the medium to long term. We are a non-partisan organization. We work with member governments of all different political persuasions. Our focus is on structural reforms that help deliver stronger, resilient, sustainable and inclusive growth that help to deliver improvements in incomes and living standards, that help deliver increases in economic and social well-being, that help deliver improvements in environmental outcomes and so on. But we're doing it understanding that, of course, it's up to democratically elected governments to implement those policies based on the capacity and the speed with which that can be done domestically. But as an organization, we help to anchor the structural reforms over the medium to long term, and we provide, I guess, a light in the distance to follow. And that is something that, as accession candidate countries, you become a part of, and you become a part of a family where you can draw on resources and expertise and experiences from the governments that lead market-based democracies all around the world to help deliver the best possible outcomes for your populations. And of course, for the OECD family, having countries like Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Indonesia and Thailand as part of this process, and ultimately part of the membership, helps to ensure that as we work through policy issues, as we think about the best possible ways forward, as we think about how best to optimize economic growth, economic development growth, as we think about how to best tackle environmental challenges, how to best manage the digital transformation, how to best ensure that we've got a global rules-based trading system in good working order. It's so important that we have the broadest possible perspectives around the table, part of the conversation, but on the foundation, on the strong foundation of a set of shared values and principles, a commitment to democracy, a commitment to the rule of law, a commitment to human rights, a commitment to market-based economic principles. But from that, of course, translating that into a policy best practice that helps deliver the best possible outcomes ultimately for people in countries around the world. And so there's a benefit for accession candidate countries, there's a benefit for our organization in terms of our relevance and impact in terms of our capacity to actually develop the best possible policy directions moving forward. And then, of course, there's also the opportunity for all of us together to then help shape the global policy agenda in a way that encourages the best possible economic development and growth opportunities, as well as dealing with some of the other challenges of our time. And from my point of view, I mean, I couldn't be more thrilled to have those 8 countries in the accession process now. I mean, I think, as we often say, of course, I mean, Gordon mentioned, he wants Croatia to have reached the end of the journey by the middle of next year. And let me say here what I've said publicly. I mean, Croatia and the other European countries that are in the process have made, very good progress in terms of the technical phase of the process. And I certainly think that it's realistic that by the end of this year, early next year, that phase of the process could be finalized, and that sometime in 2026, the political decision on membership could be made. That's ultimately a matter, of course, for current members to make the decision, and that's in their hands. But I think that Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania doing everything they need to do in order to put themselves in the best possible position. Peru, I think, is on track to get there sometime in terms of the technical phase of the process, sometime in 2027. And, of course, Indonesia and Thailand are very early in the process. We've just received the initial memorandum, which is the self-assessment of Indonesia's legislation, policies and practices against OECD standards and best practices at our Ministerial Council meeting in Paris in June, and having met again with the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs from Thailand earlier today, I'm quite confident that Thailand will be able to submit its initial memorandum by the end of this year, and then the process gets underway in earnest. But the key point from our point of view, yes, everybody is interested in the final destination, but what is always important to remember is that the journey itself delivers benefits. I mean, the process of engaging in a 360-degree review of all of your policies and practices, all of your legislation policies and practices, to assess where the gaps are in terms of international best practice, where the opportunities are to do better, to deliver better outcomes for your people, and then responding to it along the way. That in itself already delivers benefits. And I mean, I guess the final step is a formalization that demonstrates the achievement and certainly provides that sort of formal recognition that you are operating at international best practice levels. But the journey itself is an important part of it. And as I say to people, accession is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Structural reform to deliver genuine, lasting improvements in legislation, policies and practices is not easy. It is something that needs to be worked also to ensure that public opinion is on board and understands why certain reforms are being pursued. But I also believe that the accession process gives you a good excuse to do some of the things that you need to do, but that perhaps otherwise might have been in the too hard basket, and you would have sort of said, yes, we're going to get around to that at a later stage. And given some of the short-term political pressures, having this driver of, we need to do this in order to qualify for OECD membership, we'd like to think helps a member country, helps candidate countries to stay the path when it comes to the structural reforms that deliver better outcomes. But look, I was only here to speak for 10 minutes or so. I hope I haven't overstretched my welcome too much. I know there's a very interesting panel coming, but let me just say, you know, I'm so excited to be part of this journey with a record number of countries from around the world, from Europe, from Latin America, and from Southeast Asia. You know, very exciting parts of the world, and you know, I will do everything I can from my point of view to continue to help make this journey a success, you know, for your countries and ultimately for the people across your countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for joining us. So you said not one but two Croatian families down under. Well, there is not a lot of Croatians in the world, but we are very well distributed. That means that we are 200% in, Mr. Grishtadman, just we take our time. As you all heard, the path is well known, to be a part of a family which grows together in the best policies, best economy advices and everything else. So, not only the path is interesting, even the journey is more interesting from the perspective of all the countries you heard that are trying to enter OECD. That's the reason why we have this panel today, to see how we've done so far and what's expect us in the future. So, mid-2026, we have to rush a little bit, so we're going to do it properly. In this panel, I will be calling the names of our panelists, and you clap your hands like we are already in the OECD, okay, guys? So, please welcome, we call Zdenko Lucic, State Secretary for Foreign and European Affairs, Croatia, our negotiator. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations for the work done so far. I call our friend from Peru, Eric Eduardo Guillermo Guillermo. What do you prefer? Eric. Yeah, okay, Eric, nice to have you. Mr. Machado, join us, and have a nice. Bienvenido. Then we carry on with Luca Niculescu, State Secretary, National Coordinator of Association of OECD, Romania. Bine ați venit. We carry on to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs from Thailand, Rus Jelkara. Nice to have you. Welcome, Your Excellency. Indi Pantrat. We go to Suwardini Urta, Ambassador of Indonesia to Croatia. Selamat datang. Nice to have you. And I called Gita Kotari, OECD Accession Coordinator. Nice to have you. Please take your seats, take your time. And all of you can clap your hands to a lovely gentleman who knows them all, because he's a Global Relations and Cooperation Director, Adra Shal. Nice to have you. Welcome.
Franjo, I was actually asking you to continue, because I'm not sure whether I can generate the same level of excitement. So, promise me one thing. Once we have finished this panel, you all do a la ola to show Franjo that I'm as good as a moderator as he is. Before we go into the conversation, let me say how proud and honored that I am to moderate and to be in this 4th edition of the OECD Dubrovnik talk, which is actually, and dear Gordon, please convey to the Prime Minister that we deliver on his request, because it has its root in a meeting between your Prime Minister, the OECD Secretary General, and the Foreign Minister of Croatia, when he said we should do every year one topic, on an OECD topic. This year is accession. So if you do it once, there is a saying, it's a meeting. If you do it twice, it's a tradition. If you do it 3 times, it's an institution. So now we are in 4 times, so probably we could call it traditional institution or something like that. So, but we will definitely continue. This panel is about anchoring reforms, and I mean, you heard both the Foreign Minister of Croatia and the Secretary General already saying how important it is to anchor these reforms and to use the accession process also as a supporting cast for anchoring this reform in a transformative journey. The accession process for many of you is a transformative journey. They will play an important role in anchoring OECD values and standards in your regions, which is particularly important in these turbulent times. At the same time, this, what we call it, strategic enlargement process for the OECD. It will also be transformative for the OECD, because we will never be the United Nations, but our ambition is that our standards and policies count on a global scale. And for that, we want to have members and active members and drivers on each of the growing regions in this world. And that's why That's the other excitement of having 8 countries in the accession process, that you come all from different backgrounds and you bring different expertise into the OECD. Final point from my side is, I mean, the good news is that we are not starting from the scratch. We have, with many of you, 1-2 decades of cooperation, trusted cooperation, whether as key partners through country programs, action plans, participation in OECD projects, peer reviews. But accession, of course, presents the most advanced stage of collaboration and the most transformative stage of cooperation. And that's why I wanted, we thought it would be a good idea to have this conversation here in the Dubrovnik talks with 8 really fantastically engaged and different countries here. As we are in Dubrovnik, and if you look out of the window, you can almost see Southeast Asia, almost. So I want to start. I mean, I did my lessons in geography, was just a joke. We have the 2 largest economies in Southeast Asia on the path to become a member. And I wanted to start with our friends from Thailand and with the Vice Minister Kun Ratchalinchan, who I hope I got it across more or less okay. So what prompted your government's decision to go for accession to the OECD? How does it align with your national brands? How do you anchor these reforms? So please, the floor is yours, Vice Minister.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, does it work? Can you hear me? Okay. Excellency, colleagues, well, before I answer you that question, I just would like to mention that I flew in this morning from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where our ASEAN foreign ministers having their annual meetings, and with their dialogue countries as well, which are Japan, United States, China, and we conclude today by a meeting with the EU. But my boss, my foreign minister, said you have to go to Dubrovnik because you have to go there to show our unwavering commitment there personally on to show our firm commitment for our aspiration to become a member of the OECD. So here I am, and but in a way I have to say that I'm quite fortunate to be in this very stunningly beautiful city, and I take this opportunity to thank express my appreciation to the government of Croatia for all the hospitality that warmly according to me and my delegation. And now, and back to your question, why we, what prompted us to apply for membership of OECD. Now, I think this, first and foremost, has its roots in our firm belief in multilateralism and the way we see our country always readiness to contribute to the world at large whenever, whatever we can, especially as a bridge builder. And having said this, I would like to say that our decision is not a sudden one, but it is in fact a natural a natural strategic step forward and built upon our close and constructive cooperation between Thailand and the organization over the years. We have, over the years now, we have developed trust-based and meaningful relationship with all of the OECD members countries. And we're deeply grateful for the support that we have received for all the member countries for our accession journey. I'll take this note. And I think I totally agree with the Secretary General who said earlier that by the process, the just the process itself in becoming OECD is already beneficial in that we learn and again experience the best practices and which we believe that is beneficial to our country. And in the end, by becoming OECD, it will definitely enhance our competitiveness in negotiation and becoming an advanced economic country, and would help us with negotiations such as the FTA as well. Now, we firmly that by becoming OECD, Thailand will benefit in so many fields. We work already in terms of trade, investment, and education, environment, good governance, which these are among the things that are benchmark that we ourselves as a country would like to achieve. And it forced us, like Mr. Secretary General said, it forced ourselves to meet all those standards and goals, which in the end will be benefits for us. But having said all this, doesn't mean that we only look at ourselves, but we have to think that what can we contribute to the OECD organization as well. Thailand, as I mentioned earlier, Thailand is a founding member of the ASEAN organization, one of the most successful regional organizations in the world. And we are coming to nearly 6 decades now, and with expansion of the membership in the region. And we now have what we call the RCEP, which that the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is kind of free trade agreement, which with the largest, one of the largest free trade agreement in area in the world, encompassing more than 2 billion population in this area. So in saying this, by being a core member of the ASEAN, we hope Thailand will act as a bridge member country as well to bring together from a country in Southeast Asia, which belong to the Global South, to share our experience, practices, and how we can work together to further strengthen OECD organization. And having said our firm belief in the multilateralism, I think we all can agree that the world is now in the very new troubled waters, that we see erosion of rule of law, multilateralism, we see fragmentation. I think it's even more imperative for us to work together to stand firm for what we truly believe, which is democracy, rule-based society, rule-based international community, and good governance, all that OECD stand for. And by saying this, we hope that by the end of this year, we will submit the initial memorandum to the OECD for its consideration. And I will end by saying that we know that this is not an easy journey. Like Mr. Secretary General mentioned, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And there are a lot that we need to achieve and to be done to meet all those standards. And some of them might be even painful, but we are determined to make this aspiration, not just aspiration, but a reality in the future. So thank you.
No, thanks so much. I mean, Thailand as a bridge builder is a good metaphor for what we are trying to achieve together, also in terms of global governance and You mentioned also a number of policy issues. You are already working on it, and this shows the magnitude of the accession process as such. And let me tell you that at one moment in time, in response of the very often used buzzword that the OECD was a club of rich countries, the former president of Chile, Michelle Bachelet, said, no, the OECD is the club of best practices. And this is also part of the accession process, that you move closer to this, to our leitmotif, better policies for better life. So I'm very pleased. Very pleased also that you mentioned the initial memorandum, because the lady who is sitting to your right, Ambassador Ibu Wirta, Indonesia has just submitted the initial memorandum to the OECD at the ministerial by the minister, coordinating minister for economic affairs, Erlangga Hartarto, he submitted this to the Secretary General. So it's a book thick like this, and shows a lot of work which has gone into by the Indonesian team, of course supported by Gita and Kotari and her team. This will now trigger the technical phase of the process. We have been engaged with Indonesia over 2 decades as a key partner, in ever closer cooperation. We have signed 4 programs of work before. We have supported your G20 presidency 2020-22. So the question to you is, what are the benefits and the challenges you expect from this new phase in the cooperation, from this really new accelerated technical accession process? Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andreas, for the questions. Before I answer, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Sugiono, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, His Excellency Gordon Grlic-Radman, for the invitation extended to Mr. Sugiono to speak at this prestigious panel. Unfortunately, His Excellency Minister Sugiono is unable to present today due to other obligations, including to accompany President of the Republic of Indonesia's state visit to Brazil. Now, turning to your questions, I would like to explain that you mentioned before that ever since becoming a key partner in 2007, Indonesia's cooperation with the OECD has continued to grow stronger each year. We have been active in various OECD specialized committees, contributing to key discussions and initiatives addressing global challenges. Indonesia also plays a significant role in the OECD Southeast Asia Regional Program and consistently contributed in the OECD Ministerial Council meetings. Indonesia's accession to the OECD is a political decision, which marks a transformative new chapter in this long-standing partnership. This process demands strong collaboration from both national and international stakeholders. It will reshape our regulatory frameworks and economic policies to align with global standards, paving the way for sustainable and inclusive growth. As part of the accession process, Indonesia has submitted its initial memorandum at the OECD Ministerial Conference last June, reaffirming our strong commitment. And we are currently entering the technical review phase, which involves close engagement with stakeholders to align national policies with OECD standards. And your question, we expect several key benefits from the new phase. First, the accession process will serve as a strategic vehicle for aligning Indonesia's regulations and policies with OECD standards. This will enhance the quality of our policymaking and contribute to sustainable and inclusive growth. Second, deeper engagement with OECD committees will enhance international cooperation in various areas, including digital transformation, green economy, fiscal policy, and public sector integrity. Third, it offers valuable opportunities for institutional learning through peer reviews, technical exchanges, and secondments. However, we are also aware of the challenges. The review covers 32 policy areas and nearly 240 legal instruments requiring substantial technical assessment and coordination across ministries. The process will be resource and time-intensive, and sustaining political commitment and public support will be essential. To manage the support, the effort, we have established a national secretariat and technical team to coordinate our efforts and ensure progress. Indonesia views OECD memberships as a transformative opportunity not only for our own development, but also to bring South Asia's voice into global standard setting. We remain fully committed to this journey and deeply appreciate the continued support of OECD members. We are confident that this process will benefit both Indonesia and OECD. For the conclude, I would like to say that allow me to convey Indonesians' deep appreciation for the strong and growing support from OECD member countries for our accession process. And throughout this journey, we are pleased by the encouragement and technical cooperation extended by many OECD countries, including partners here in Europe. Croatia's own experience as recent OECD candidate is also valuable reference for us, and I'm thankful to be given an opportunity to share our progress and to learn from other candidate countries in this forum. Indonesia remains committed to fulfill its obligation and in working hand in hand with our partners toward the OECD membership, which I hope won't be too long to realize. As the President of the Republic of Indonesia has expressed during the meeting with the Secretary General of OECD on 28 May 2024, that Indonesia has a strong aspiration to be the member in 3 years' time from the meeting, or 2027. Thank you. Huala lipa.
Terima kasih, Ambassador. This was really an impressive ride through Indonesia's commitment, and let me say, and please convey also to your minister, to your leadership, that we are very impressed about the depth, the seriousness the Indonesian Prabowo administration is taking on this task to become a member of the OECD, and you can assure also from our side there is a lot of excitement and readiness to make this a very mutually beneficial process, and very pleased to have this conversation. Indonesia was always a leader in our global relations work. You were the first co-chairs in our Southeast Asia regional program together with Japan 10 years ago, which at the end has now led this program, or has kind of paved the way that 2 countries from the regions have signed up for OECD membership. And we signed a closer cooperation agreement also with the Philippines, with Singapore. We signed an MOU with ASEAN. So we're also very interested in further deepen our engagement in the region. And both Thailand and Indonesia are very key partners in this endeavor. So with that, we stay on the southern hemisphere, but we move either to the east or to the west, depending on which flight you take. Our engagement with Peru is also long-standing. Between 2015 and 2017, Peru implemented 2 ambitious country programs with the OECD, which already moved the country closer to OECD standards and policies. And this has led to the decision to ask for opening accession discussion to the OECD. More recently, we have adopted a strategic framework for Latin America and the Caribbean in the OECD ministerial this year. So the region, together with Southeast Asia, remains a key priority for the organization. I'm very pleased to have the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Luis Anderson Machado, with us. So what do you think, what is the driving force of this sustained commitment of Peru to the OECD, and now to OECD accession in particular? And how do you reflect this also in your vision of Peru's role in the international community?
Well, thank you very much for that question. But first of all, as my predecessors just said, I would like also to thank Croatia, especially to you, Minister, for considering Peru in this important forum, especially on this particular issue that for us is essential for our social and economical development. Saying that, Peru deeply values the dialogue space that the OECD promotes among member and non-member countries to share experiences, coordinate policies, and create solutions. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the OECD staff and for that permanent communication that we have been developing between Lima, and when I say Lima, I mean the whole Peruvian government with the OECD and sharing information and trying to find solution to all those commitments that we have, we want to try to achieve to become an OECD member country. So our commitment again has been sustained and stems from the sound conviction that converging with one of the most influential international organizations and anchoring the highest standards in the public policy is the most effective way to close the government's economic and social gaps. Each country is different, and I think that's something that we have to be clear. And of course, we want to learn from OECD and from OECD countries members. But I think we have also to give something in return. I think this is an exchange of experiences that we are involved. And I was talking with Kita just a few hours ago, and we were talking about that. And I think it's also important to you to understand the reality and the structure of each country, especially the ones who are in the southern hemisphere like us, that we think different, we have a different structure, and we, of course, we try to move forward and to close those social and economical gaps. After we submitted our application to join the OECD in 2012, and we have been accepted to be a country candidate in 2022, we have achieved to have already a country program, and we are working very hard to achieve all the commitments we have we have agreed with the OECD, and especially in 5 priority areas: economical growth, public governance, integrity and transparency, human capital and productivity, and environment. Peru's rapprochement to the OECD continue further, and our submission to the OECD rigorous peer review and accession programs has led us to a significant progress on topics such as integrity, subnational governance, regulatory policy, public information transparency and access, fiscal affairs, and environmental protection and climate governance. Thanks to the OECD accession process, more progress has been made, especially on the modernization of regulatory frameworks. These initiatives are designed and to simplify procedures and generate favorable investment climate. And that's very important for us, is to show that we can be, we are a high standard, or we have the level of high standard being OECD member country. You know that you can trust on Peru in a better investment environment. So just to achieve and to move forward for our sustainable and inclusive growth. On your second question, that how will be served to us, you know, to get closer to third countries, I think you know that Peru is part of APEC. is part of the Pacific Alliance, is part of the Andean community countries. I think this would be a great opportunity to us to get closer to them, to show them how we can be more effective, how can we work together and improve our public service in general. So I think OECD will give us the possibility to get closer, not only to this mechanism, to any other country who wants to agree or to get a commitment towards Peru. So Peru is now in the path to the OECD membership, and it's firmly committed to be seen as a highly reliable partner for the OECD in South America region. We expect our long-standing engagement with the OECD bodies to keep evolving towards such an in-depth relationship. The ultimate goal of Peru's relationship with the OECD is to consolidate and further progress on the best public administration possible to serve all its citizens and to contribute to the international community's well-being. And finally, I would like to say that is, I think, very important. Peru has taken very seriously this decision to become a member to OECD, and it's for us a state policy. It's not a government policy. It's a state government. So we will have elections next year. So, but our compromise will continue until the end, and we hope that we will achieve all the commitments that we have agreed with 20, and we are working together with the 23 committees. We already closed 3 of them, and we hope that in the near future we will close more, and we will become a member in 2027. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much also for giving us your ambition in timeline, noted. I mean, it's very important what you said about countries learning from each other, and that's why we are so keen also to have countries with a different background being part of the OECD family, and you can bring as much as we bring to you with the accession process. So that's very happy to hear about that. And let me say, the Secretary General, before he came to the OECD, in his election platform, he said he wants to increase the Indo-Pacific footprint of the organization. And I mean, the Indo-Pacific footprint, of course, we always think about Indonesia, Thailand, Southeast Asia, but Peru, with the Pacific border, is also part of this story of the Indo-Pacific footprint. And I myself, I'm Sherpa for G7, G20, and APEC, and the Secretary General came 3 times during your APEC host year, 2 times for APEC meetings to Peru. And I think this is also an important part for us to think about this regional role and global governance, which is important also from a global relations strategic viewpoint. Very final point before we go to Europe. I'm always impressed when I'm in Cusco and I see these big 2 on 3 meter stones, which the Inca have moved to build their castles. And I can assure you, somebody who can move this kind of stones on 4,000 meters high can do easily 32 committees in the OECD. And without using a wheel. With that, on this high note, we move to Europe. Croatia and Romania, both countries well advanced in their respective accession process. So your experience also for the other countries here around the table is very valuable. And that's why I wanted to start with State Secretary Stenko Lucic. I mean, I would not say that you're at the end of the process, but what are your main lessons learned? Are there success stories? Are there things you want to share with the other countries here on the panel? How important is organization? I know that, and your minister has referred to the strong coordination unit you have in the ministry and the strong role, and it's also something Gita always encourages, to have a strong counterpart. So your thoughts on this, lessons learned would be appreciated.
Thank you, Andreas. It's a pleasure having you all here today on another OECD Dubrovnik Talks. So it's, as you said, it's been tradition and legacy and institution. On a success story, I believe that Croatia's path towards the OSCE was a success story for itself. You know, the quality and speed of our progress, and I believe we will be able to finish it according to our plans in the best possible manner. Me personally, I'm a deputy chief negotiator of Minister Gordon Grlić-Radman, who's chief negotiator for our accession. And we've been involved in this process since the very beginning. I would say that there are a couple of points important for the success in the process itself, and many of you already spoke about it in the previous interventions. One is plan and execute. The second one would be communicate, and third one is political will and the team. The relevance is not in numerical order. Regarding the plan and execution, like with any complex project, and OECD membership is definitely a complex project for any country, you need to do good planning and efficient execution, and we've been successful in this part so far. On communication, for any success, you need to communicate with your stakeholders. So with the OECD Secretariat and OECD team, which was really helpful in our accession process, and helped us a lot to understand the process better and move forward in such a good pace. OECD member states, which are crucial, of course, for our swift progress with the accession, because without member states you cannot advance forward, and we're able to effectively communicate with member states and to address potential issues beforehand in order not to prevent us from going further. On communication, I think it's also important the good communication with the government, I'll explain under the political will, and administration as well, so to explain in detail what's ahead of us and what we need to achieve. And of course, probably the most important one is the general public and the media. You need to explain the benefits of the accession process, what these changes will reflect on their lives, and I think we also got good on this one. So the public support on Croatian accession is really high. And on the third group, political will. It was actually this government and Prime Minister Plenković that applied for OECD membership back in 2017. So we got strong political will and commitment of the government, and I think throughout the political spectrum of Croatia becoming OECD member state. On the team, as Minister already mentioned, we have two levels. One level is interministerial working group, so led by the Minister Gordon Grlić-Radman, with representatives or high-level officials from all relevant ministries and government institutions. And on operational level, it's a much smaller team. It's a couple of us in Zagreb and 2 and 3 or 3 people now in Paris that we are actually doing the work that we would call it like debt collectors work. So you call people, you stalk people, you make them obey the deadlines, you make them pay their dues on time, and but with important difference is actually to keep this human element. So we were efficient on delivering, but also we kept this this friendly approach, and you know, we can sit with all these people afterwards, so we became friends. And on deliverables, so what are the biggest gains on this process? One of them is what Secretary General mentioned in his opening speech, is the fact that this is actually excellent legal inventory assessment exercise. So you screen all your laws and bylaws. So there's 272 legal instruments that we are reviewed under this accession process, and together with OECD Secretariat and member states through peer review, we actually screened couple of thousand laws and bylaws over these last 3 years. So it helped us make our legal environment more fit for the future. As OECD motto says, better policies for better lives. And also it was excellent for senior management and administration, the knowledge sharing, peer reviews with all the member states, and together with the help of the Secretariat. At the end, it was excellent, excellent for networking. Both domestically, you meet, you get to know more all the wonderful people within the administration that help you go through this process, but also you meet or you get to know excellent people from the Secretariat, from the member states that are actually doing the same job you're doing, and from the accession countries. And I think these benefits are actually not here to stay, not just for the accession process, but later when we become OECD member state, it would be beneficial for us as well. In a nutshell, thank you.
Thanks so much, dear Zdenko, for being the friendly tax and debt collector, and I can speak probably on behalf of the whole room. If you come to knock on our door, we would always give you our taxes and our debt to be collected. So in sum, you said political will, commitment, you said organization is important, you said communication is important, and it's actually also what I wanted to ask our other European long-standing friend, State Secretary Luca Niculescu. In your experience, you have been also following this process since you were ambassador in Paris. Now you're the accession coordinator for Romania. What are the specific measures or the mixture of success which help to raise broad in-country support for OECD accession? Is there some lessons learned in communicating? And we also have here a number of parliamentarians from the Croatian parliament. Is there a lesson also learned how we secure support from the political sphere, from engaging parliamentarians? And then on a separate note, maybe you can also say a few words how you see, because you are also very engaged in our global relations work, how you see going beyond the accession process, the benefits of the accession process for OECD's cooperation in the whole Southeast European region and in Eurasia. Luca.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for your question. I'm very honored to be here. It's my second time in Dubrovnik, not the fourth time, but it's already better than the first time because it's less hot than it was last year. And thanks to our Croatian host, Minister dear Zdenko, Irena, Barbara, Rina, and all of your team. We have started this together. I hope we will close the accession more or less at the same time, and we have become friends since 2022. And coming back to your question, I think I would like to share a few reflections, because it's not just on what we have done, but also on what we have learned since the beginning of the process. And as Zdenko said, I would say also that, first of all, the political continuity and the political commitment matters. We don't have the same stability, political stability, as you have, because we had several changes in the governments since the beginning of our process in 2022, but our commitment to OECD membership has remained unwavering. So that sends an important message both in the country and also abroad. Second, we have learned the value of clear and consistent communication. And the OECD work on strategic communication as a tool of government has been very helpful. And we firmly believe that providing accurate information to the public is a key element. And let me share you just some few examples. Since the opening of the accession discussions, we have organized or contributed to more than 50 high
level events, many targeting specialized audiences from the business environment and banking sectors to academia, investors, and health professionals. And at the same time, we have used the launch of OECD studies and surveys as moments to communicate more broadly. And these reports have received wide media coverage. And of course, we are using each visit, the visit of the Secretary General, of Gita, of you, Andreas, of Antonio. Each time you are in Romania, we are trying to communicate on your visits. And on a more personal note, I have recently started recording short videos for social media. I was a journalist prior to be a diplomat, so that helps. And I'm trying to explain in simple terms, in 1-minute videos, what the OECD is and why it matters. And it works. We have more and more audience, so if you want to follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, don't hesitate. And you also asked me to the importance of Parliament. I think it's very important to engage the Parliament in the process, because the Parliament is a key actor, and this has become even more evident now, where a number of OECD recommendations require legislative action. So what we did, we set up since the very beginning a special committee in the Parliament, a cross-party committee from both chambers, the chambers of deputy and also the Senate. So this was very helpful because we have everyone on board and they help us with legislative measures. And the last questions, and I will try to be brief on this, the cooperation with your department, and I think you are one of those that I met very early when I was ambassador to Paris, so it was almost 8 or 9 years ago since we started to work together. And I think we see our future OECD membership as a way to strengthen the organization's engagement with Southeast Europe and the Eurasia region. We are well positioned geographically, politically, and through our reform experience to act as a bridge, as a constructive bridge between OECD and its members. And we also try to contribute every time we can to your programs because they're excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Gianluca. And I mean, this is indeed also an important, it's not a technical part in the accession process, the engagement on the global front, but it's an encouragement also to all of you around the table to, I mean, I'm always telling our members how engaged a country like Romania or Croatia, you are, or Peru already are in what we are doing on the global front, because our journey towards the south has not stopped. So the next frontier of having deeper engagement is Africa. And I'm very glad that Romania is also helping and supporting already our work with Africa, and there's a lot for Indonesia, for Thailand, for Peru, also in the field of South-South cooperation, where we may have something to do together. On this question of communication, it's of course fantastic to have a journalist in the role. You need to explain to me how you do this 1-minute explanation about the OECD.
Immediately after the...
I'm following you. Yeah? Okay, so we all do a workshop after this. No, don't go to the reception. There will be a video workshop on social media with Luca Niculescu. On this side note, let me ask my dear friend and colleague Gita Guttari, who has been engaged in accession process, I think since 2007. So you brought or supported many countries on their way to the accession process, on the way to not through the process and towards OECD membership. So the question to you is, of course, the lessons learned, the tips for the countries here around the table, what works well, what can be done differently, and how can we also improve the strategic aspects in the cooperation going forward. Gita.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Croatia and our team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this panel on OECD accession, which is very topical, and it's great to see such a diverse array of countries now on the accession path. Maybe the first reflection, and I think a number of you touched on it in your remarks, is why are countries seeking to join the OECD, especially at a time when multilateralism is being challenged in many domains? And what I see is that the reasons for countries joining the OECD is precisely what Andreas mentioned as the Chilean president's summary, which is that the OECD constitutes a club of best practices, or a community that's looking at how to improve policy making through data, through evidence, through analysis. And this is increasingly important in a world of misinformation and disinformation, is to go back to the basics, to look at what is working and what isn't working, to compare notes and to learn from each other. And this is what the OECD offers. And when I look at each of the countries' stories on the panel here, it's all about trying to set the country on a trajectory which will anchor reforms in these methods. And that's what you're committing to by becoming a member of the OECD. It's a bit like going through a 360-degree health check, looking at whether the policy settings are right or not, how you can adjust the settings so that in the future you'll get better outcomes for the country and for the people. So we've seen some very impressive results in terms of the reforms that have been adopted by previous accession countries, but also the countries that are here now, in terms of improving the business climate, tackling corruption, looking at the digital transformation, how to harness the benefits of that, improving public administration, and improving outcomes for citizens such as education and health. One of the things which is really important in this process is the fact that it's a joint endeavor. It's not something a country does on its own, it's something that the country does with the OECD. And we really work together as a team to try to achieve the best outcomes. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier is it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's really about looking at OECD standards and best practices, looking at what's worked in other contexts, but how can we adapt that? How can we tailor it to work in the specific context of each country? And one of the challenges that we have in the OECD is trying to adapt our accession process to an increasingly diverse array of countries, both in terms of the regions, but also in terms of the challenges that are being faced. We spoke earlier with Eric around the challenge of informality, which is a big issue in Peru and where the OECD has a lot to bring in terms of the multidisciplinary approach, but it needs to work in the specific context in Peru. So again, it's really a joint endeavor. We can bring the information, the data, the expertise, but the country needs to bring the specific context and the specific circumstances there. One of the other messages maybe that's important is to say that membership is important, but the journey itself is actually what brings value. And it's one of the reasons that all of your countries are engaged in the process, is to draw the benefit of the process. In terms of what are the secrets of success, I think a number of them have already been mentioned. One is this idea of accession being a state project. It's not a project of a specific administration, it's something that goes beyond a specific government. And this is a key to success. We've seen political changes in many of the countries here, but the commitment to OECD accession continues because it goes beyond the government. And one way to anchor that is through working with different stakeholders beyond the government itself, so working with parliamentarians, working with business, working with civil society, with trade unions, with academia, and with young people, because the young people are the future. They're the ones who are going to carry the torch in the future. So we're working also with all of you to try to anchor the process with these different stakeholders. This is where the communications piece is extremely important. How do we communicate in a simple way with people around what is the OECD, what does OECD accession bring, and what will OECD membership represent? And I know all of you are working on that in your own context, using specific communication tools which are effective in your countries, and we're very happy to support those endeavors. Coordination was also mentioned. This is a complex process that looks at very different policy areas. It involves all line ministries and agencies, and that's where you need a very strong coordination team to manage this process over time. It's also important to maintain momentum. the process can feel a little bit long, and we need to maintain the sense of progress. This is why it's important that we conclude the committees one by one, so you can also demonstrate that the process is moving forwards over time. And maybe the final point, and Andreas mentioned this earlier, is we've talked a lot about what countries can gain from OECD accession and OECD membership, but there's a lot that the OECD itself gains from your engagement in the accession process. You're already participating, all of you, in OECD committees and working parties, and you bring very important new voices to our table, which help to shape our discussions, our analysis, and our standards. And this is increasingly important in a time when the OECD needs to increase its global relevance and impact. So having the first countries from Southeast Asia around the table, having Latin America represented, new voices from Europe, is extremely important in enriching the dialogue at the OECD, especially at a time when we see more fragmentation and more geopolitical challenges. The more we can preserve this unique platform for discussion and enrich the diversity of that discussion, the better and the more the OECD will be able to serve its members, but also all of you. So in sum, this is really an exciting process to be involved in, because we really see the benefits both for the countries but for the OECD, and we look forward to accompanying you in the next steps on this journey. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Gita, for this thoughtful insights based on your rich experience as accession coordinator of the OECD. Hard for me to sum up this. I mean, maybe just to reinforce the title of this meeting, the accession process is not only a rigorous process, it's also a powerful catalyst for reform, anchoring reforms, as in the title. It's also a catalyst for peer learning, learning from each other. And it's also a catalyst for further regional global cooperation. So anchoring reforms and advancing together. This is something we are very committed to at the OECD. Let me say one big applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much indeed. And as a German wearing a Japanese watch, I'm particularly proud that the watch says we still have 6 minutes, 46 seconds to go. And I invite the Secretary General, Matthias Kormann, to take us home.
Let me join Andreas in thanking our panelists. That was a great discussion, and it's so inspiring to see accession candidate countries really getting into the spirit of what being a member of the OECD is all about. Look, in 2025 and looking into the future, we need market-based democracies to stick together, to talk to each other, and to support each other, to find common pathways together in the context of the challenges and opportunities in front of us. And listening to the conversation here just now, I'm just so energized by what we can achieve together. I mean, I think that we can support you in delivering the best possible outcomes for your communities. And we look to you and we rely on you to provide your expertise and your perspectives to help us be the best international organization supporting market-based democracies and partner countries around the world moving forward, and that for together we can help shape a positive global agenda to help take the world in the best possible direction moving forward. Stronger together. Thank you so much for the discussion today. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us for this event here tonight, and looking forward to seeing you all over a glass of sparkling water out on the veranda. Thank you.
Can we do a group photo? Maybe a group photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for German timing. Perfect one. Sehr schön, Schatz. Danke sehr, Andreas. As our friend and as I'm a journalist, Dino Nicolescu said, if it's not on Instagram, it did not happen, so we need to do the photo. General Secretary, join us, please, so we can remember this day, and we can always write down the photo prior to the entering the OECD and then the photo after, okay? Next year, hopefully, or in 2027. Little bit move here, so we have the OECD Dubrovnik talks behind your back. A little bit more. It's our friend, he used to work on the parking lot, so he likes to push it to the proper position. More, one more step more. Now, okay, first very, with a smile, that's how you do it. Okay, a few more, just in case. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our day. The sparkling water is already prepared with a little bit of alcohol, a little bit more of alcohol. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and of course, tomorrow be back. Don't forget, you still have to work from 9 a.m. It was a pleasure having you today. I wish you a safe trip home if you're traveling, or even better, a nice stay in Dubrovnik. Cheers.